Chapter 787. Li Wangyou's previous words made Pei Ji and Xiao Yu's faces twitch. They didn't know what to say. Fia's angry rebuke made the two of them feel even more awkward. Now, not to mention Xiao Yu, even Pei Ji was filled with regret. He didn't understand why he accompanied this monk to County Count whose residence to be humiliated. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids in the face of Fia's angry rebuke. He found Fia's words even more hilarious. This idiotic monk actually thought that he represented Buddha? That he represented all living beings in the world? Haha, what a long-winded mouth. What does Great Master Fia think of me? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. Ma Zhou and the others couldn't help but be stunned. What did their master mean? You've already scolded Fia for farting, yet you're still asking Fia how he thinks of you? What good words could there be? As expected, Fia's face was ashen. He didn't have the demeanor of an eminent monk. He flung his robe and said angrily, "Humph, poor monk County Count who is just an arrogant brat with glib words. He's not human." These words completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Since Li Wangyu had already scolded him for farting, Fia naturally had to scold him back, angrily saying that Li Wangyu wasn't human. Ma Zhou and the others heard this and glared at Fia. With Fia's status, it was too arrogant for him to say such words. Even Pei Ji and Xiao Yu had ugly expressions. They felt that Great Master Fia really didn't know when to back down. Pei Ji was still thinking that he had to persuade the retired emperor not to come into contact with a monk like Fia in the future. Li Wangyu didn't get angry at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. Haha, I think Great Master Fia is like a Buddha. Everyone was stunned again. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. Great Master Fia had already scolded you for being inhuman, yet Li Wangyu still said that Great Master Fia was like a Buddha? Could it be that he felt that saying farting was too much and wanted to say something nice to salvage their relationship? Ma Zhou was displeased and asked directly, "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" Li Wangyu winked at his disciple and said with a smile, "Bin Wang, do you know what is the most important thing for those who practice Zen?" Ma Zhou did not understand. He looked at Yan Liben, Lu Rengue, and Shang Guanyi beside him. The four of them did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. Disciple does not know. Please answer my question, teacher. Li Wangyu said with a laugh, "See your nature clearly, point straight to your heart. What you have in your heart is what you have in your eyes. Therefore, in my opinion, Master Fia is a Buddha, while in Master Fia's opinion, I am an arrogant and inhuman person." As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Fia, who had just been unable to restrain his anger, had his face flushed red. He opened his mouth but was unable to say anything. As for Pei Ji and Xiao Yu, their gazes towards Fia were even stranger. After a long while, it was Pei Ji who coughed softly and cupped his hands towards Li Wangyu. County Count who today's matter was abrupt. I am ashamed. I still have other matters to attend to and will not stay any longer. Farewell. Xiao Yu naturally stood up and bowed towards Li Wangyu to bid farewell. Accompanying Fia on this trip today, he felt that he had lost all his face. At this moment, Fia did not dare to say anything more and could only leave with Pei Ji and Xiao Yu. When Pei Ji and the others left, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others almost laughed out loud. As for Li Wangyu, this little division commander, he was filled with even more admiration. Their teacher's mouth was really unforgiving. He actually used Buddhist etiquette and beat around the bush to scold Fia, the famous senior monk of Chong and City. It was really satisfying to the extreme. However, while it was satisfying, Ma Zhou and the others were still faintly worried. After all, Fia's influence in Chong and City was not small. Many nobles were believers of Fia. Previously, their teacher had only said that he was fishing for fame, and it had already caused quite a stir. Today, their teacher had scolded him again. It would probably cause even more trouble. On the other hand, Fia had come to denounce him but had been rendered speechless by Li Wangyu. This made Fia feel even more resentful. He silently returned to the Mercy Temple and kept thinking about how to take revenge on Li Wangyu. However, Ma Zhou and the others did not expect that before Fia could make things difficult for Li Wangyu again, Pai Lupi had found out about his private conversation with Li Yuan. In his fury, Pai Lupi immediately issued a decree forbidding Fia of the Mercy Temple from entering the Forbidden Palace. Faya was actually forbidden from entering the Forbidden Palace by the saint. This matter immediately exploded in Chang'an City. Those nobles who were prepared to make things difficult for Li Wangyu because Li Wangyu had humiliated Faya all kept their mouths shut. The censor who wanted to impeach Li Wangyu directly tore the memorial he had written to pieces. No one was a fool. At this moment, they could all see that Faya of the Mercy Temple was in big trouble this time. However, different from the original history, the officials and nobles all connected the matter of Faya being forbidden from entering the palace to the retired emperor. In the eyes of the nobles, this was purely the saint standing up for his nephew, Li Wangyu, the Count of Huxian. Not only did the officials think so, but Faya also thought so. This made Faya even more furious, and he became jealous of both Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, one can defy the evils of heaven, but one cannot survive the evils of one's own making. The brainless Faya took bigger and bigger steps on the road to death. After that, he caused all kinds of waves. Not only did he drag Pei Ji down, but he also dragged many people down with him. This was also a variable that Li Wangyu did not expect. However, this was all for later. Let's not talk about it for now. After Li Wangyu sent Faya away, he did not take this person to heart. After all, he still had many things to do. How could he have the time to care about what Faya was thinking? There was good news from the Duke's side. According to the approximate location that Li Wangyu had circled on the map for them, the craftsmen sent by the Duke's public house to explore the mines had already discovered a few lime mines. These lime mines were almost all located in barren mountains. Chang Yaojin and the others did not spend much effort to buy these mountains from Yang Quan. Now, they had begun to recruit craftsmen wantonly and were preparing to open the mines. In fact, Li Wangyu was the most concerned about the construction of the theater. After all, this matter concerned his sexual happiness. So naturally, Li Wangyu was full of enthusiasm as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The house that he bought from the Chang'an County government was razed to the ground in less than 2 days. The craftsmen that Li Wangyu had recruited had also begun to enter the site and start construction according to his drawings. With the help of cement and the small amount of work, the craftsmen estimated that they would be able to complete the construction of the theater in about a month. After dealing with all these matters, Li Wangyu returned to Dingzhou village and prepared to give the phone to Aphrodite. Of course, the premise was that he had taken the blonde girl as his wife. This was what Li Wangyu was looking forward to the most. Chapter 788. On this day, in the Huxian County Count's mansion, everyone, including the old butler Li Hang, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the maids, were shocked to find that their Lang Jun seemed to be a little different. He was trying to please Lady Su to the extreme. Even Su Chongqing's personal maid was chased far away by Li Wangyu. She was like a servant in the mansion, very attentively following Su Chongqing around, asking about his well-being and serving him attentively. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't understand what was wrong with their Lang Jun. In the past, although their Lang Jun respected Lady Su, he didn't flatter her like this, even deliberately trying to please her. Seeing Li Wangyu's spineless behavior, the old butler Li Hang shook his head and sighed again, then went to do his own things. His Lang Jun was really hopeless, so the old man simply didn't want to see it. Others didn't know what Li Wangyu was doing, but the beautiful boss was well aware. When Li Wangyu attentively massaged her shoulders, the beautiful boss glanced at him flirtatiously. Has the construction of the theater in Chang'an City started? Yes, it started. It will be finished in about a month. Come, Chongqing, try this grape. It's quite sweet. Li Wangyu chuckled and immediately picked a grape. He carefully peeled the skin and put it into the beautiful boss's cherry mouth. The beautiful boss snorted coldly. Humph. You're in a hurry. Are you in a hurry? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Chongqing, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Hee, I'm just worried that you'll be bored at home. Humph. Keep this nonsense to deceive others, you scumbag. The beautiful boss spat at him. Li Wangyu touched his nose awkwardly, but he couldn't refute. Speaking of this matter, he really was a scumbag. He slept with a goddess like the beautiful boss, but he still ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. If it was in the future, he naturally wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. If he could have a girlfriend like his beautiful boss, he would definitely treat her like an ancestor. He would hold her in his hands, afraid that she would fall, and afraid that she would melt in his mouth. How would he dare to have any improper thoughts? If he was two-timing, his third leg would be broken. It was just that after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, his environment and status had greatly changed, which made him unconsciously change his way of thinking a lot. In fact, this was also something that he had no qualms about. As for the beautiful superior, although she was unwilling, she could only turn a blind eye and let him be. Scolding Li Wangyu was just to vent the anger in his heart. The beautiful boss stood up and stretched her waist, revealing the alluring curves of her delicate body. Although Li Wangyu had seen this kind of seductive scenery countless times, his eyes were still fixed on his beautiful boss's alluring body. Su Chongqing rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at? Let's go see Aphrodite tonight." Li Wangyu wasn't an idiot. He knew that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Keeping his mouth shut was the best choice. "I'm going to Chang'an City to take a look at the carriage business and lingerie shop. I won't be coming back tonight. I'll be staying at Kaihua shop." The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu again. Then, she swayed her slim waist in a flirtatious manner and left with a large group of maids and her female assistants, as well as a large group of guards. Li Wangyu naturally understood what the beautiful boss meant. He smiled so widely that his eyes turned into crescents. Nodding and bowing, he respectfully sent the beautiful boss off. After returning to the castle, Li Wangyu went straight to the huge bathroom at home. Seeing that their master was about to take a bath, the maids hurried to serve him, but Li Wangyu waved them away. "You don't need to serve me today. Just go and call Aphrodite over." The maids were a little surprised, but didn't dare to ask any questions. After curtsying, they hurriedly left to summon Aphrodite. They couldn't be blamed for being surprised. Apart from Su Chongqing, who was the mistress of the county count's residence, Aphrodite's status was also rather special. Aphrodite wasn't Li Wangyu's concubine, nor was she a maid. Even the old steward Li Heng didn't know how to treat her. Aphrodite didn't have to serve anyone in the residence, much less entertain anyone with her looks. Li Wangyu even assigned her 2 personal maids to take care of her daily life. As for basic necessities, she was only slightly worse off than Su Chongqing. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu didn't take Aphrodite as his mistress, everyone, including the old steward Li Heng, tacitly agreed that she was their master's woman. When Li Wangyu suddenly asked someone to summon Aphrodite to serve him, the maids naturally let their imaginations run wild and they covered their mouths in amusement. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and comfortably soaked in the hot spring water. A pair of soft little hands caressed his shoulders and gently massaged them. Without opening his eyes, Li Wangyu knew that the person who came was the blonde beauty just by smelling the exotic fragrance in his nostrils. He couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He opened his eyes and looked at the blushing blonde with a mischievous smile. He directly reached out to embrace the teenage version of Angelina Jolie and kissed her seductive flaming red lips. The scorching kiss almost made Aphrodite breathless. After their lips parted, the blonde beauty's towering breasts heaved up and down violently. "Master, Aphrodite's heart was beating wildly. Just as she was about to speak, Li Wangyu pulled her into the water, causing her to cry out in shock. After falling into the water, the silk dress became almost transparent and clung tightly to her delicate body. The clothes that were covered in water droplets and the faintly discernible devilish figure made Li Wangyu howl like a wolf. In the huge Turkish bathroom in the Count's mansion, soft moaning sounds rang out for nearly an hour. Several maids from Lai Hot stood guard outside the bathroom door with flushed faces. They naturally knew what was happening in the bathroom. In fact, many of the maids who felt that they were pretty were very jealous that Aphrodite could be favored by their master. If Li Wangyu wanted these maids, he didn't need to use force at all. All he had to do was beckon with his finger and the hundreds of beautiful maids in the mansion would probably line up to climb onto Li Wangyu's bed. However, if that was really the case, Li Wangyu would probably die in less than 3 months and announce the end of their transmigration journey. After an extremely erotic bath, a satisfied Li Wangyu held Aphrodite's hand and led her to his study in the castle. He chuckled and was about to push her into his room. Aphrodite ignored the discomfort in her body and waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. "Master, why? Why did you bring me to the study? Big sister Chongqing has instructed that apart from you and her, no one else is allowed to enter this study." "I can't." Li Wangyu laughed out loud and reached out to scratch her perky nose. "Little fool, I brought you here naturally because I received Chongqing's permission. From now on, there will be one more person who can enter this study." Upon hearing this, Aphrodite gasped and covered her mouth with both hands in disbelief. Chapter 789. Everyone in Count whose residence knew that the only forbidden area in the residence was their Longjuan study. No one, including the old butler Li Hang and the little lass Perrin, was allowed to enter that tightly shut study. Apart from Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, no one else was allowed to enter Count whose residence in Noda. Not only were the keys to this study in the hands of Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, but there were also guards stationed in front of the study 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from peeping in. Even the cleaning work in the study was done by Su Chongqing himself. Of course, the blonde beauty would be able to take care of such trivial matters in the future. The reason why Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing prohibited others from entering this study was naturally because there were various items that Su Chongqing had brought from the Tang dynasty in the future, as well as the manuscripts that she and Li Wangyu had transcribed based on their memories and the contents of the mobile phone. None of these items were suitable for leaking to the outside world, so they were naturally hidden away by the two of them. Usually, Su Chongqing and Li Wangyu would hide in the study when they had nothing to do, listen to music, watch videos, and reminisce about their lives in the future. Today, Li Wangyu had brought Avro to the door of the study because he had discussed it with his beautiful superior. From now on, the study would be open to Avro. Although their core secrets would never be revealed to others, there was no harm in revealing some secrets to people they trusted to a limited extent. For example, even if the blonde beauty Avro found out about the mobile phone, it wouldn't affect her at all. She wouldn't find out that Li Wangyu was a transmigrator from the future. However, Avro was so touched by Li Wangyu's words that she almost cried. Even though the blonde beauty had just given herself completely to Li Wangyu, she didn't expect that her Lang Jun and Madame Su would allow her to enter this study. Su Chongqing had repeatedly forbidden everyone from entering this study. As a result, everyone in the Hu County Count's manor had long viewed the ability to enter this mysterious study as the exclusive right of the owner of the manor. Now that Li Wangyu had said that Avro could enter this study in the future, the blonde beauty was naturally thrilled. In her heart, as a concubine, the best outcome for her was to become Li Wangyu's concubine. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu had just eaten the blonde beauty clean, she didn't dare to have any other thoughts in her heart. Lang Jun, are you telling the truth? I can enter this study in the future? Of course, why would I lie to you? Li Wangyu smiled and at the same time motioned to the troops standing guard in front of the study that they didn't have to stop Avro from entering and leaving the study in the future. The troops naturally agreed to their Longjuan's orders, but their gazes toward Avro became more respectful. Clearly, at this moment, they also regarded Avro as one of the mistresses of Count whose residence. Li Wangyu took out the key to the study that he always carried with him and opened the steel door. He then took the blonde beauty's hand and pulled her into the study. In fact, there wasn't anything special about the layout of this study without the modern items. Li Wangyu pulled Avro to sit on the sofa and placed her on his lap. He then hugged the blonde beauty's soft and delicate body and said, "Avro, I brought you to this study to show you a treasure. However, you must remember that everything you see or hear in this study must be kept strictly confidential. Apart from me and Chongqing, no one else is to be revealed. Can you do that?" Avro nodded fervently when she heard this. "Yes. Don't worry, Lang Jun. This slave will remember. This slave swears to the sun god that even if this slave dies, this slave will not reveal anything about Lang Jun to anyone else." Li Wangyu stroked the blonde beauty's hair lovingly. "It's not that serious. There's no need to talk about dying or living. Just remember to keep it a secret." Avro nodded repeatedly and was very obedient. She was also very curious about what Li Wangyu would show her. In the Count whose residence, the servants and troops all secretly spread rumors that their Lang Jun was the reincarnation of the celestial lord of the heavens and had unfathomable abilities. Moreover, their Longjuan's immortal treasure was definitely stored in that study where no one else was allowed to enter. As this rumor spread, not only did Avro believe it without a doubt, but even the old Li family, the old steward Li Hang, and the little lass Perrin believed it. Therefore, when Li Wangyu told Avro to keep it a secret, the blonde beauty recalled the rumors in the residence and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She didn't know what kind of treasure her Lang Jun would show her. This European girl Avro had a little habit. Whenever she was nervous, she would subconsciously stick out her pink tongue and lick her red lips. She sat on Li Wangyu's lap and subconsciously stuck out her tongue to lick her rosy lips. The thin layer of perfume added a layer of lustrous color to her already plump, bright red lips. Due to her subconscious action, Aphrodite's innocent face appeared exceptionally alluring. Li Wangyu hugged the soft blonde beauty in his arms and couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen when he saw her expression. Lang Jun, what treasure are you going to show this slave? Lang Jun, you. The blonde beauty suddenly felt something strange in her lower body as she spoke. She immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but blush shyly as she became flustered. At this moment, Li Wangyu didn't care about the phone at all. His hand subconsciously climbed up to the peak as he turned into a wolf once more. Finally, the flames of war in the study were extinguished once more. Li Wangyu, whose back was aching, pulled Avro to the sofa again. He lamented inwardly that he really had to seize the time to train his body. Avro ignored the discomfort in her body and carefully wiped the sweat off Li Wangyu's forehead with a silk handkerchief. Li Wangyu took out his phone and handed it to Avro. This is the treasure I'm going to show you. Avro sized up the strange object in front of her curiously, but she didn't know what this thin black thing was for. Lang Jun, what exactly is this? Hee, don't worry. Open your eyes wide. It's time to witness a miracle. Li Wangyu stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the screen. The next moment, Avro immediately let out a cry of surprise as her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Her face was filled with horror and astonishment. Lang Jun, is this an immortal magic treasure? Why did you put Sister Chongqing in this little box? Did Sister Chongqing do something wrong? Avro's words stunned Li Wangyu. He looked down at the phone and couldn't help but chuckle. The screensaver of the phone was a picture of his beautiful boss smiling at him and the blonde beauty. Chapter 790. Faced with Avro's bewilderment, Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Silly girl, this is a phone that can be used to take photos. The Chongqing you see is just a photo of her. I didn't lock Chongqing up. Haha, I don't have the guts to do that. Come on, I'll take a photo for you and you'll know. With that said, he did not wait for Avro to object before he picked up the phone and took a selfie of the two of them. Immediately after, a photo of him hugging Avro appeared on the screen. The blonde girl shrieked in fright and covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look again. Li Wangyu only found Avro's reaction amusing, but he was not surprised. After all, in history, when cameras were first introduced to China during the late Qing dynasty, people regarded them as some kind of evil magic and were terrified of them. It was even said that the camera could steal one's soul. People were still like this more than 1,000 years later, so it was not surprising that Avro, the blonde girl, was frightened by the phone's camera function. Before he showed the phone to Avro, he was already mentally prepared for this. Avro, look, I'm in the photo too. It's okay, don't be scared. The photo is just an image of us. Li Wangyu gently pulled down Avro's hands that were covering her eyes and explained with a smile. Only then did Avro carefully peek at the phone screen again. Staring at the screen, she saw her husband smiling at her and her frightened self. Li Wangyu explained for a long time before Avro, the blonde girl, finally accepted the fact that the phone was taking photos. Is this an immortal treasure, Lang Jun? Lang Jun, are you really the reincarnation of Lord Tai Bai Jinxing? You even have such a treasure? After Avro let go of her fear, she regained her girlish nature and kept swinging Li Wangyu's arm coquettishly as she asked questions. Li Wangyu enjoyed it very much as his arm kept rubbing against the blonde girl's chest. He did not explain whether he was the reincarnation of the so-called Lord Tai Bai Jinxing, nor did he explain what the phone was. For some things, it was better to continue to keep a sense of mystery. As for Aphrodite's misunderstanding, it wouldn't hurt anyone to let her continue to misunderstand. What made Li Wangyu speechless was that after he taught the blonde how to use the phone to take selfies, the girl actually held the phone tightly and began to pose for selfies in all kinds of poses. Oh my god! Is it the nature of every woman to love taking selfies? Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes, but he was too lazy to say anything, allowing the blonde beauty to take photos of him with her phone. It wasn't until Aphrodite was done playing that he picked up the phone again and said seriously, Aphrodite, do you still remember the stage performance I told you about before? Confused, Aphrodite nodded and blinked her blue eyes, looking at Li Wangyu adorably. I remember. You mentioned it before, but you didn't explain to me what a performance was. Li Wangyu nodded. That's why I asked you to come to the study today. The answer you want is right here. With that, he clicked on the video on the phone and began to play a clip of the opera Turandot. Aphrodite, the blonde beauty, widened her eyes again and looked at the video on the phone in horror. Lang Jun, what is this? Why are those people in this treasure? Are they demons that have been imprisoned by Lang Jun with immortal spells? Li Wangyu face-bombed and didn't bother to explain further. Don't ask so many questions. Just watch carefully. This is the stage performance I told you about. Those people in it are actors. They are performing an opera called Turandot. It's about a princess named Turandot who wants to avenge her ancestor who was kidnapped in the Dark Night. He roughly told the plot of the opera Turandot to Aphrodite so that the blonde beauty could understand the story. After Aphrodite recovered from her shock, she was soon attracted by the video that was being played on her cell phone and watched it with rapt attention. The song Turandot on the beautiful boss's phone was just a fragment of a famous aria, "No One Can Sleep Tonight." It was sung by the Tatar Prince Caliph in the opera on the night he asked Princess Turandot to guess his identity. Although the blonde beauty couldn't understand the lyrics of the opera, she was already attracted by the melody of the song. After watching the excerpt of the opera for several minutes, Aphrodite's eyes began to sparkle. Lang Jun, is this the stage performance you were talking about before? Yes, that's right. This is just one of them. It's called an opera. After saying that, Li Wangyu clicked on the other videos of the stage performances for Aphrodite. After watching the videos, Aphrodite was deep in thought. Lang Jun, I think I understand now. So this is a stage performance. It's really interesting. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. It's good that you understand. I'm currently building a theater in Chang'an. I'm building a stage performance in Chang'an, and I plan to put the stage performance on the stage. Aphrodite, I want you to be in charge of this. Are you willing? Me. Aphrodite was in disbelief and waved her hands in fright at Li Wangyu's words. Me? No, I'll do it. Li Wangyu waved his hand heroically. Why not? You can do it if I say you can. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Chongqing and I both have high hopes for you. This is also why Chongqing agreed to let me bring you into this study. Hearing that, Aphrodite was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She grabbed the hem of her clothes tightly and lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu was also a little anxious. If Aphrodite wasn't willing to take over this matter, his theater would be built for nothing. Aphrodite, it's settled then. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll support you no matter how much manpower and material resources you need, as long as you do it well. Li Wangyu acted like a domineering CEO and didn't give Aphrodite a chance to refuse at all as he gave the order directly. Since her Lang Jun had already said so, Aphrodite naturally didn't dare to refuse anymore. She could only bow and agree to the matter. Since the 12 sets of golden saint robes that Li Wangyu had made as a prank back then were snatched away by Pai Lupi and that bunch of shameless old hooligans, the stage performance of Saint Seiya Arrows naturally couldn't be performed anymore. However, this wasn't a problem for Li Wangyu. In any case, there were plenty of stories that could be adapted for the stage in the future. The Legend of the White Snake, The Seven Fairies, Miss Conch, The Nine-Colored Deer, The Treasured Lotus Lamp, and so on were all ready-made stories. Li Wangyu didn't care if Aphrodite could accept it or not. He told these stories all at once, and Aphrodite was fascinated by them again. Chapter 791. The third year of Zhenguan, the end of May, early summer. In the city of Chang'an, the officials and nobles, as well as the common people, were stirred up by another event. The Tang Theater in Guangde Lane was about to open. The Tang Dynasty Theater was a new thing created by Count Li Wangyu of Huxian County. No one knew what a theater was. However, when the Count of Huxian County went to the Chong court and personally sent an invitation to Pai Lupi in front of the officials, inviting the sage, the empress, and the imperial concubine to the Tang Dynasty Theater to watch a play, it was like a sudden gust of wind stirring up a pool of spring water. It attracted the attention of the officials and nobles in the main hall. When it came to eating, drinking, and playing, the things that Count Li Wangyu of Huxian County made were all attractive. Needless to say, the food of Count Huxian County was already famous for. Even Pai Lupi had to admit that his nephew really knew how to eat. Even the imperial kitchen in Taiji Palace used cooks stolen from the Count of Huxian County. The Shaodao wine and tea ceremony were also popular in Chang'an City and the Tang Dynasty. There was no need to talk about playing. Not to mention the baseball league that made everyone in Chang'an City crazy. Even the mahjong and poker games from the Count of Huxian County had long been the favorite toys of the officials and the common people in Chang'an City. Therefore, although the people did not understand what this theater was and what watching a play was, it did not affect their expectations. After all, the entertainment in the Tang dynasty was really lacking. How could they not be tempted by such a novel thing? Pai Lupi naturally accepted the invitation from his nephew. Zio, what is the meaning of watching a play? Pai Lupi sat high on the throne and curiously looked at the invitation in his hand. Li Wangyu smiled and did not answer. He deliberately kept him in suspense. Your Majesty, of course it is something fun. Your Majesty will know when you see it. If I were to say it in advance, wouldn't I lose the fun? Pai Lupi didn't mind him pretending to be mysterious. He nodded and said with a smile, since that's the case, then we will personally go and take a look. But if you're not interested, be careful that we'll settle the score with you. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your subject guarantees that it will be a refreshing experience for your Majesty. In Taiji Palace, as the officials listened to the conversation between Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, their hearts itched with curiosity. They were even more curious about the theater and play that Li Wangyu had mentioned. Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, did not care about etiquette and directly shouted in a hoarse voice in Taiji Palace. Zio, could it be that you only invited His Majesty and not us? When Li Wangyu heard Cheng Yaojin shouting like this, he couldn't help but laugh. This Cheng Yaojin was really a good supporting actor. Wasn't the reason why he came to attend the Chong court meeting and sent an invitation to Pai Lupi in front of the officials and nobles all for the sake of advertising? Li Wangyu was the only one in the entire Tang dynasty who could advertise in Taiji Palace. Cheng Yaojin's question gave Li Wangyu an opportunity to continue advertising. He laughed loudly and said, Uncle Cheng, please don't be impatient. How could this nephew dare to forget Uncle Cheng? This nephew will naturally send the invitation to Uncle Cheng's residence later. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was very satisfied. Wahahaha, at least you know how to behave. There are many people in my residence, so you should leave some seats for me. Li Wangyu wanted to go up and kiss this old fellow. This supporting actor's level was definitely at the level of Yu Qian. He actually said what he wanted to say. Li Wangyu pretended to be in a difficult position. Uncle Cheng, this won't do. This nephew's theater has a limited capacity and can only seat about 300 people. Therefore, each invitation can only allow one relative to enter. Please forgive me, Uncle Cheng. This wasn't Li Wangyu being unreasonable. It was just that the Tang dynasty didn't have loudspeakers now. Therefore, in order to ensure that everyone in the theater could clearly hear the dialogue and singing of the actors on stage, Li Wangyu didn't build a very large theater when he designed and built it. The semicircular theater, including the private rooms on both sides, could only hold about 300 people. Cheng Yaojin didn't say much about his words, but the officials in Taiji Palace were muttering in their hearts. In Chang'an City, there were at least 500 to 600 officials and nobles. Including their relatives, there were thousands of people. According to County Count Hu, the Tang Dynasty Theater could only hold about 300 people, and each invitation could only allow one relative to enter. This meant that County Earl Hu could only send out 100 or so invitations at most. Therefore, it was worth pondering over who would be able to receive an invitation from County Count Hu. Obviously, if the princes, dukes and princes were excluded, there wouldn't be too many invitations left. At this time, the officials in Taiji Palace probably didn't need to ponder over the matter of invitations. Those who felt close to Li Wangyu weren't in a hurry. They assumed that Li Wangyu wouldn't forget to send them an invitation. However, the officials above the third rank who weren't close to Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, if others could receive an invitation and they couldn't, it would be a great loss of face. Therefore, after the daily court, the nobles who felt that they were qualified to receive an invitation all sent out their servants to keep an eye on Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square. They wanted to see which mansion the steward of Lai Hot went to deliver an invitation. Big shots like Li Daozong, Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda naturally didn't need to be nervous. Li Wangyu personally went to them and sent them an invitation. As for Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, and Duan Luan, who were close to Li Wangyu naturally didn't forget about them. He personally went to them and sent them an invitation. Even though Li Wangyu didn't like the heads of these aristocratic families, he still went to them. Both sides pretended to be cordial and courteous, then sent an invitation to Cui Xin and the other family heads to the theater to watch a play. After all, Li Wangyu also knew that the heads of the 5 families and 7 families were powerful. Even Pai Lupi didn't want to fall out with them. When it was time to give them face, Li Wangyu still had to give them face. Moreover, he had previously colluded with Pai Lupi and the others to swindle so much gold from the aristocratic families. Now, he gave them face and sent an invitation. In Li Wangyu's eyes, it was only right. These invitations had to be sent by Li Wangyu personally, so the nobles in Chang and city knew in their hearts. Everyone made a rough estimate. After removing 50 to 60 invitations, there were less than 100 left. In the following days, Li Hang, the old housekeeper of the Huxian County Count's mansion, led the officials in the mansion, shuttling through Chang'an City to respectfully send invitations to the various mansions. And the officials who received the invitations were all very enthusiastic, even though Li Heng's status was far below theirs. If it were in the past, these nobles wouldn't even look at the old housekeeper of the Huxian County Count. But these days, no matter which mansion Li Heng went to, the master of the house would personally welcome him at the gate. He would personally lead him to a seat in the hall and let the servants serve him tea and snacks. They were very enthusiastic. Chapter 792. Li Wangyu's invitations had stirred up a lot of unrest in Chang'an City. Those nobles who thought they had enough status but still hadn't received any invitations from Lai Hot felt even more uneasy. Although no one knew what the Tang Dynasty Theater was for, that wasn't important. What everyone was fighting for was nothing more than face. If they couldn't get an invitation from County Count Hu, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? How would they be able to raise their heads in front of their colleagues in the future? Thus, the nobles who weren't familiar with Li Wangyu all started to think of ways to get closer to County Count Hu. Huaxia had always been like this since ancient times. The network of relationships was very complicated. Not familiar with County Count Hu? That didn't matter. He could always find someone close to Li Wangyu in the network of the nobles. They didn't want to go directly to County Count Hu and ask for an invitation, so they had to ask someone else. As a result, Li Wangyu's residence was very lively these days. Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and the others couldn't refuse the requests of their old friends, so they could only shamelessly go to Li Wangyu and ask for an invitation. Even the group of playboys didn't hesitate to ask for an invitation. Zio, Big Brother doesn't want much. Just give me 10 invitations. Wahaha, I want 15. If you don't give it to us, Big Brothers won't leave. The playboys surrounded Li Wangyu and clamored. They were so noisy that Li Wangyu felt like his head was about to explode. He really wanted to kick them for asking such an exorbitant price. These bastards, what did they think his invitations were? They still had the nerve to ask for 10 or 20 invitations. They were too shameless. Li Wangyu angrily raised a finger. 1 for each person. Take it or leave it. Zio, how can 1 be enough? Big Brother has patted his chest and guaranteed that he will definitely get the invitation from you. You can't let Big Brother go back on his word, can you? Chung Chumo was not willing to give up and pulled Li Wangyu to ask for the invitation. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and remained unmoved. Anyway, I don't have any extra invitations right now. Take it or leave it. Fang Yai was furious. He reached out and grabbed Li Wangyu's collar. Zio, are you not going to give your brothers any face? Li Wangyu glanced at him. No. What do you want? In the next second, Fang Yai changed his expression like a Sichuan opera. The anger on his face was replaced by a flattering smile. He loosened his grip on Li Wangyu's collar and gently brushed off the dust on him. Hee, it's nothing. It's nothing. Zio, you said it yourself that each of us will get an invitation. Hurry up and give it to me. This bastard. Li Wangyu speechlessly looked at the future cuckold of the Tang dynasty and raised his middle finger to show his disdain. He then asked Li Heng to send over 9 invitations to distribute to the playboys. It was not that he was being unreasonable and unwilling to give out more. It was just that there were too many monks and too little porridge. There were only about 150 invitations in total. It was really not enough to distribute. The playboys were also well aware of this. They had asked for an exorbitant price just now just to tease Li Wangyu. Because of the invitation from Count Huxian, the Tang Dynasty Theater became the most popular topic in Chang'an City. Even the common people, although they had nothing to do with the invitations, did not stop them from gossiping. Just which residents had received an invitation, which residents had not, And just what the Tang Dynasty Theater was doing were all things that the nearly 1 million residents of Chong and could not help but gossip about. After busying himself for nearly a week, Li Wangyu had distributed more than 150 invitations. Almost all of the top-class nobles of Chang'an City had been swept up in one fell swoop. Other than Hou Junji, Duke of Lu, Li Wangyu did not simply laugh off his enmity and send him an invitation. Whether it was Cui Xin or Zhang Yuanshou, Li Wangyu could easily send an invitation to them, but not to Hou Junji. The two-faced man Li Wangyu could not forget how Hou Junji had forced Niu Yong and Niu Wu to duel with 10 of his soldiers in the Valley of the Jade Star Palace. Although Hou Junji had gone for wool and come home shorn, losing not only 10 soldiers but also his gambling house, the narrow-minded Li Wangyu was still unwilling to forgive this fellow. Duke of Lu Hou Junji's failure to receive an invitation from County Count who caused quite a stir in the capital. Many people who didn't get along with Hou Junji were chuckling and waiting to see him make a fool of himself. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he summoned Li Wangyu to the palace and advised him to reconcile with Hou Junji and not let his emotions affect his decisions. But no matter how much Pai Lupi tried to persuade him, Li Wangyu stubbornly refused to budge. In the end, Pai Lupi could only helplessly shake his head and let him be. On this day, it was the opening day of the Tang Dynasty Theater. The morning drum had just been beaten and the doors opened, and the street outside Guangda Square was already packed with spectators. At this time, the doors of the theater were tightly shut, and the plaque on the door was still wrapped in red silk. And in front of the theater, there was a ribbon that blocked the way. Outside the theater, 2 rows of theater staff were already standing in neat rows, led by a blonde lady with blue eyes. It was none other than Aphrodite. The clothes worn by these Tang Dynasty theater staff were extremely strange in the eyes of the Tang people. Needless to say, Li Wangyu's mischievous sense of humor had caused him to tailor these clothes based on the uniforms of the modern era. The women wore cheongsams while the men wore tunic suits, and each of them had an exquisite nameplate pinned to their chests. A 4-wheeled carriage slowly drove over from the end of the street. Next to the carriage was Li Wangyu and his guards. Paying respects to Lord Count, several dozen theater staff immediately greeted Li Wangyu in unison. Li Wangyu jumped off his horse and helped his beautiful superior down from the carriage before turning to look at the blonde lady. Aphrodite, is everything ready? Aphrodite's face was flushed with excitement. Yes, Lang Jun. Good. When the saint arrives, we will open for business. Yes. The nobles invited by Li Wangyu arrived one after another. Seeing that the theater doors were tightly shut, they were also puzzled. But they were not in a hurry. They got off their carriages and horses on the street, exchanged greetings with their host, Li Wangyu, and chatted in groups of 3 to 5 as they waited. Cheng Yaojin, however, was a little impatient and shouted at Li Wangyu. Zio, why aren't you opening the door? As the host, how can you stop the guests outside the door when you're treating them to a meal? Li Wangyu hurriedly explained with a smile. Uncle Cheng, don't be anxious. I'm also waiting for the saint to cut the ribbon and open for business. Cheng Yaojin naturally didn't know what cutting the ribbon was, but when he heard that they were waiting for Pai Lupi, he could only mumble a few words and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the imperial guards in bright armor trotted into the street and drove the crowd away from the center of the road. Everyone knew that the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi, was about to arrive. Sure enough, not long after, Pai Lupi led Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others to the theater under the escort of the imperial guards. Li Wangyu hurriedly went forward to greet them. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Haha, don't stand on ceremony. Zio, why is the theater door still closed? Am I not welcome? Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and joked with a smile. Li Wangyu hurriedly explained, Uncle, I'm waiting for you to cut the ribbon. Cut the ribbon? Pai Lupi was puzzled. Li Wangyu pointed to the ribbons in front of the theater doors and explained, Uncle, cutting the ribbons represents the opening of the theater. This nephew wants to ask Uncle to cut the ribbon for this nephew's great Tang theater to gain favor. Chapter 793. Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't refuse Li Wangyu's request. However, to Pai Lupi and the other nobles of Chang'an City, the ribbon-cutting ceremony was very novel. Led by Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi walked to the ribbon in front of the gate. There was an eye-catching embroidered ball made of red silk tied to the ribbon. A maid immediately came forward with a tray on which a pair of shiny golden scissors was placed. Uncle, please use the scissors later to cut this piece of red silk, Li Wangyu explained with a smile. Zio, this is a novel idea. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to pick up the golden scissors. The musicians who had already been prepared on both sides immediately played a cheerful tune under Aphrodite's command, attracting the attention of all the guests. The ribbon-cutting ceremony, which was commonly seen in later generations, had its origins. Some said that it originated from the launching ceremony of a new ship in Europe, while others said that it originated from a shop owner in a small town in the United States. But in any case, there was a reason why the ribbon-cutting ceremony could become popular all over the world in later generations. The nobles waiting in front of the Tang Dynasty Theater were also curious to the nobles who were waiting here. Under Li Wangyou's guidance, Pai Lupi used the golden scissors to cut the red silk. The group of employees in front of the theater immediately began to applaud and cheer, which also led the guests to applaud as well. There was a jubilant atmosphere at the scene. Then, the door of the theater behind everyone opened with a bang and someone immediately ignited Li Wangyou's specially made firecrackers behind the door. The earth-shattering crackling sounds rang out and smoke filled the air. There was also a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Pai Lupi and the nobles were naturally not surprised by Li Wangyou's specially made firecrackers, but it was different when the crowd outside the theater heard the commotion. The continuous explosion of firecrackers frightened the people of Chang'an City who were watching the commotion. The crowd kept retreating, causing some disturbances. The sky is clear and the sun is bright. Why is there still the sound of thunder? It seems to be coming from the Tang Dynasty Theater of County Count Hu. What is this count up to now? Fortunately, there were some knowledgeable people in the crowd who immediately explained to the crowd that the firecrackers were made by County Count Hu. The sound was as loud as thunder and was very awe-inspiring, causing the crowd to exclaim in amazement. Li Wangyou then respectfully invited Pai Lupi to unveil the plaque of the theater, revealing the words, Tang Dynasty Theater, on the lintel of the door. Just by looking at the unique Fei Bai script, the guests knew that it was clearly written by a sage. They were even more envious of Li Wangyou's emperor's favor. It was hard to find a second person in the world who could invite a sage to inscribe on a business. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Li Wangyou hurriedly invited Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others into the theater. The invited guests were also led by the well-trained staff of the theater and entered the theater through the door. However, as soon as they entered the door, the guests, including Pai Lupi, were stunned again. The door was actually divided into two forks, with male and female servants waiting for them. Zio, what are you up to this time? Cheng Yaojin directly shouted. Li Wangyou chuckled and said, Uncle Cheng, this theater that I built is not just a place to watch plays. If it was just that, it would be too boring. This theater of mine is for eating, drinking, and playing. It has everything. For the convenience of the guests, other than the theater for watching plays, the rest of the entertainment is divided into two parts for men and women. They don't interfere with each other. When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they became interested and wanted to see what kind of fun things Li Wangyou had prepared. However, when the old rogue Cheng Yaojin heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile lewdly. Zio, are you planning to snatch the business of Peace House? Li Wangyou was choked by Cheng Yaojin's words and almost couldn't catch his breath. Mother Fastress Kerr, this shameless old rogue. Does he think he's running a brothel? Li Wangyou's face darkened. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy who didn't want Fyrus. He accompanied Pai Lupi to the male section of the theater. As for Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the other noble ladies who came with the guests, only his beautiful boss and Aphrodite were taking care of them. He didn't need to worry about them. Originally, Li Wangyou only wanted to build a theater for watching plays in the Tang Dynasty. However, he discovered that the theater wasn't large at all because of the problem of sound amplification. As a result, only a small part of the land on Guangde Lane was used to build the theater. Li Wangyou naturally wouldn't tolerate such waste. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan with his beautiful boss. They simply turned the Tang Dynasty Theater into the world's first high-end business club that integrated eating, drinking, and entertainment. In addition to the small theater for performances, the theater also had a chess room for gambling and playing cards, a sauna for bathing and relaxation, and all kinds of delicious food and wine. As for the female guests, there were more shops selling rouge, face powder, all kinds of jewelry, as well as ready-made clothes and underwear. In short, Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss directly turned the Tang Dynasty Theater into a money-squandering establishment for the nobles of Chang'an. Today, Li Wangyu invited Pai Lupi and the other guests to a banquet. Naturally, there was no charge. However, after today, if these big shots came in again, they wouldn't be able to get away without taking out a few strings of copper coins. Moreover, a few strings of copper coins could be regarded as the lowest expense in the Tang Dynasty theater. There was only more expensive, not the most expensive. When it came to the items sold in the female guests department, it was estimated that many guests would have a heart attack. Among them, the most expensive was a silver-plated bronze mirror that was taller than a person. The beautiful boss didn't hesitate to set a price of 250 taels of gold for this mirror. In this regard, Li Wangyu also cursed in his heart. Who the hell would spend 250 taels of gold on this broken mirror? That person would be a real fool. However, Li Wangyu would soon find out that he was a fool. Because that silver mirror had been taken away on the day of the opening ceremony, Pai Lupi led a group of civil and military officials, as well as members of the imperial family, and followed Li Wangyu to tour the Tang Dynasty theater. Every time they went to a special place, it would inevitably cause a burst of discussion. Chang Yaojin was the most addicted to mahjong. When he reached the chess room, he couldn't move and insisted on dragging Yuqi Jingda, Qin Qiong, and the others to play mahjong with him. In this chess room set up by Li Wangyu, every room was luxuriously decorated, and there were 2 beautiful maidservants waiting on them. As for the mahjong, it cost a lot of money to find jade to carve it. Li Wangyu's mahjong had long been popular in Chang'an. Today, there were many guests who liked mahjong. Excited, many guests didn't care to continue shopping. They pulled their friends, occupied a private room, and began to build the Great Wall. Li Wangyu naturally let them be. He only ordered the maidservants in the theater to carefully serve these big shots. Then, he led Pai Lupi and the others to continue strolling. Chapter 794. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi to a spacious hall in the theater, which aroused Pai Lupi's interest. Zio, in this hall, what are these tables for? Pai Lupi pointed at the tables. If there was a transmigrator, they would naturally know that they were a few billiard tables. To be precise, they were a few snooker billiard tables. This was naturally Li Wangyu's new toy. Billiard was actually very simple to make. In Europe, the history of billiard was at least 600 years. Therefore, it was not difficult for Li Wangyu to find a craftsman to make it. The cue and countertop of the billiard table were easy to make. He directly let the craftsman lay the ground with polished stone and then spread a layer of flannelette. Then, there would be a high-quality countertop that would not be deformed. The only thing that cost a lot of money was the billiard balls on the table. In the beginning, the billiard balls were also made of wood. Later, billiard balls made of ivory appeared. Finally, in modern times they were made of synthetic resin. Li Wangyu, the nouveau riche, did not care about the wooden billiard balls. He waved his hand and took out a lot of copper coins. He asked people to buy ivory from everywhere and use ivory to make a batch of billiard balls. Snooker required 1 white ball, 15 red balls, and 6 colored balls. A total of 22 balls were needed. A single tusk could only make 5 billiard balls. Just one snooker machine required at least 3 elephant tusks to make. Moreover, the quality of the billiard balls was high. The roundness had to be round and the weight of each ball had to be the same. Therefore, for this batch of ivory billiard balls, Li Wangyu spent a lot of money. Fortunately, there was no animal protection now. Otherwise, Li Wangyu's extravagant practice would be criticized by many people. However, Li Wangyu did not feel guilty about this. Anyway, even if he did not use the ivory, the elephants would still be slaughtered by Europeans in the future. After all, in history, European nobles slaughtered at least 10,000 elephants every year for ivory billiard balls. Compared to this, the ivory that Li Wangyu used paled in comparison. As for whether Li Wangyu would follow his example of bringing the billiards to the Tang dynasty and hunt those poor elephants, it was none of Li Wangyu's business. In fact, Li Wangyu was not very proficient in billiards, but he was bored in the Tang dynasty, so he naturally wanted to find some fun for himself. That was why he spent a lot of money to hire a craftsman to make these billiard tables. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu smiled and explained the rules of billiards. "Uncle, this is a billiard ball made by your nephew. The game was very simple. Hit the white ball with the cue stick, let the white ball hit the other balls, and hit them in the holes on the 4 corners of the table and on both sides to score points. Different colored balls are worth different points. Red balls are worth 1 point. Yellow balls are worth 2 points. As Li Wangyu explained, he took the cue stick and demonstrated it to Pai Lupi and the others. After his explanation, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other big shots became interested. Zio, this thing is very interesting. It's somewhat similar to Chuiwen. Come, how about playing around with me? Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's explanation and immediately waved for someone to pass him the cue stick. He imitated Li Wangyu's posture just now, lying on the table and gesturing. In response, Li Wangyu naturally did not refuse. He signaled to the maid beside him to arrange the balls on the table for them, and then made a please gesture to Pai Lupi, inviting Pai Lupi to start the game. In the future, although Li Wangyu was not good at billiards, he was still considered skilled. Against a rookie like Pai Lupi, he was naturally at ease. After a round of snooker, he won rather easily. This ignited Pai Lupi's competitive spirit, and he actually pulled Li Wangyu to continue. Li Wangyu naturally could not disobey the emperor's order. However, he did not give Pai Lupi any face, and unceremoniously won another round. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his face turned black. Thus, Li Wangyu, who wanted to continue showing off his skills, was rudely chased off the table by Pai Lupi, and replaced by Zhang Sun Wuji, who was already envious, to continue playing with him. The result was self-evident. After a round of pecking between rookies, Pai Lupi, who had 2 rounds of experience, narrowly won against Zhang Sun Wuji, and finally laughed heartily. Not bad, this thing is very interesting. Mito, bring a billiard table back to the palace for me. Pai Lupi did not hold back at all. He did not even greet Li Wangyu, the host, and turned his head to instruct Mito, who was beside him. Li Wangyu almost choked with anger, but he had nothing to say. He could only secretly curse the shameless Pai Lupi in his heart. Was there still any law in snatching other people's property so openly? However, even if he had any opinions, he could only keep them in his heart. After all, the world was big, and Pai Lupi was the biggest. Pai Lupi had his fill of billiards, and then he toured around the Tang Dynasty Theater with Li Wangyu. He was very interested in the various entertainment and leisure facilities, and he also praised Li Wangyu. It was not until noon that Li Wangyu ordered the servants to treat the big shots who were having a great time to a meal. In the theater, there were many boxes with different decorations, which were specially built to entertain guests. Li Wangyu respectfully invited Pai Lupi and the others to a box called Dongfeng Pavilion. Pai Lupi looked at the words Dongfeng Pavilion on the box, and could not help but ask curiously, Zio, what is Dongfeng Pavilion? Li Wangyu was waiting for Pai Lupi to ask this question. He immediately coughed softly and said loudly, Uncle, this is taken from a poem. You will know when you hear it. Read it. The sun and moon are shining in the sky, and the mountains and rivers are strong. Peace is not repaid, and I am willing to send a letter to the Dongfeng Pavilion. Li Wangyu immediately read the poem shamelessly, but Pai Lupi could not help but be a little stunned. Behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots had strange expressions. It was no wonder that they had such expressions. It was really Li Wangyu's poem that was too shameless. The poem that Li Wangyu read was written by Chen Shubao, the successor of the southern and northern dynasties. After he became a prisoner, he wrote a poem to flatter Emperor Wan of Sui. The Dongfeng Pavilion referred to the Fengshan Pavilion. Chen Shubao's poem was praising Emperor Wan of Sui, saying that Emperor Wan of Sui should go to Mount Tai to do the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu shamelessly used this poem to flatter Pai Lupi, which was why everyone's expression was so strange. Uncle, the world is peaceful now, and it is all because of Uncle's Saint Aura. At present, my great Tang is undergoing a new era and is thriving. The common people all sincerely bow to Uncle. Uncle is the son of heaven, and your achievements surpass the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. I think Uncle is worthy of the Dongfeng Pavilion. That is why I boldly named this pavilion Dongfeng Pavilion. In fact, Pai Lupi had never been able to do the Fengshan Pavilion in his life. However, at this time Pai Lupi was in the prime of his life. Naturally, he yearned for the Fengshan Pavilion. Li Wangyu's blatant flattery made Pai Lupi very happy. However, he was too embarrassed to say anything. He just coughed dryly and said, Zio is thoughtful. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were not as shameless as Li Wangyu. It was not easy for them to say anything about this topic. They could only laugh dryly and follow Pai Lupi into this Dongfeng Pavilion. Chapter 795. During lunch, all the guests, including Pai Lupi, were naturally happy. Lai Hot's delicacies were well known in Chong'an. The only thing that made Li Wangyu unhappy was that the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these old fools, had drunk too much. They were almost about to go crazy drunk and tear down his theater. Even Li Wangyu was forced to drink a few cups of wine by these old bastards, making his face and ears red. If he didn't run away quickly, he reckoned that today's opening ceremony of the Tang Dynasty Theater would have been ruined by these old bastards. After lunch, Li Wangyu hurriedly told the maids to bring the guests some hangover soup. After resting for a while, he prepared to enter the main topic of today's opening ceremony, which was to go to the theater and watch the performance. Li Wangyu had put in a lot of effort to build this theater. Not to mention other things, just the huge circular ceiling was enough to give the craftsman, who had never built such a building, a headache. The theater was able to accommodate 300 people. The stage was about 2 meters high and was completely made of wood and stone. The bottom of the stage was empty, which could hide all kinds of mechanisms, props, and actors. The curtains behind the stage could move and change according to different plots. What gave Li Wangyu the most headache were the two problems of sound amplification and lighting. After several discussions with his beautiful boss, in addition to using the semicircular theater to amplify sound, he also ordered the craftsman to make many sound amplifiers with copper sheets. The principle of this kind of copper sound amplifiers was actually the same as Chinese clocks. Using the hollow metal material to produce resonance, it played the role of amplifying the sound. After experimenting, Li Wangyu confirmed that even if he was sitting in the last row of the theater, he could still clearly hear the music and dialogue on the stage. Only then was he satisfied. However, this was also the reason why the theater could only accommodate 300 people. No matter how big the theater was, the sound amplification effect couldn't be guaranteed. As for the stage lighting, because there were no light bulbs, Li Wangyu could only make do with what was available. He ordered the craftsman to make a concave copper mirror to be plated with silver, and a large oil lamp to illuminate the middle. This was basically a replica of the story of Edison using a mirror to reflect the light of a candle to illuminate the doctor so that he could perform surgery on his mother. Although the story about Edison was fake, it didn't affect Li Wangyu's ability to use the concave mirror to illuminate the stage. The effect of this simple lighting setup was not bad. The characteristic of the concave mirror was that it could actually project the effect of a spotlight on the stage. Li Wangyu even used the gunpowder he created to design a lot of fireworks for the stage. Li Wangyu was sure that today's performance would definitely shock Pai Lupi and the other country bumpkins of the Tang Dynasty. The seats in the theater were all made by Li Wangyu according to the seats in the movie theaters of the future. The only difference was that each seat was very wide and soft. There were also wide armrests, making it very comfortable to sit on. Between every two chairs, there was a tea table for tea and snacks. Li Wangyu's target customers were the nobles in Chong'an. If he wanted to take money out of these people's pockets, he naturally had to give them the best enjoyment. The actors in the theater were all singers that Li Wangyu bought from Taichung Temple after spending a lot of money and pestering Pai Lupi for a long time. They were given to Aphrodite to train for more than a month. Fortunately, these singers had already undergone professional training in Taichung Temple. Although the rehearsal time was short, Li Wangyu was very satisfied after watching their performance. He didn't consider that these singers were all trained by Taichung Temple with a lot of effort, but they were almost all taken away by Li Wangyu. Because of this, the chief of Taichung Temple had complained to Pai Lupi many times. There were no male actors in the theater because Li Wangyu didn't want to get into trouble. After all, love stories were unavoidable in a stage play. If he let the male and female actors act lovey-dovey on stage, Li Wangyu was afraid that he would be scolded to death by those pedantic people. In this way, Li Wangyu would rather let a woman play the male role than cause trouble. This wasn't a big deal. Anyway, he didn't want to see men perform on stage. In the orchestra pit in front of the stage, dozens of musicians were busy adjusting the instruments in their hands. In an era without tape recorders, these musicians had to perform the dubbing needed to be done live. Needless to say, these musicians were naturally robbed by Li Wangyu from Taichung Temple. Thinking about it this way, he didn't seem to be in a position to say those words when he complained that Pai Lupi robbed his billiard table. The group of guests, under the attentive guidance of the servant girls serving in the theater, entered the theater one after another and took their seats. Immediately, a servant girl brought them tea, snacks, and fruits and placed them on the tea table between the seats. Most of the guests were very curious after entering the theater. They looked around like curious babies. Even the wide seats under their buttocks were new to these nobles of Chang'an. They kept getting up and sitting down. They were full of country bumpkins, and were no different from Granny Lu when she first entered the Grandview Garden. As for Pai Lupi and those old men, they didn't show their cowardice in front of the crowd because they had their own private rooms. Li Wangyu imitated the design of the European theaters of the future. On the second floor of the theater, there were all kinds of private rooms. It was to make it convenient for Li Er and the other princes and dukes to watch the show. In each private room, there were specially selected beautiful servant girls to serve them. It was luxurious to the bone. After Pai Lupi followed Li Wangyu into the private room, he looked around and was very satisfied. He walked to the railing and looked down. Looking at the stage with thick curtains, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, what kind of performance is this? What is the meaning of this? Are there singers performing?" He guessed like this because Li Wangyu took away so many singers from Taichung Temple. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "Uncle, you will know when you see it with your own eyes. I can only guarantee that you and Aunt will have a worthwhile trip." Empress Zhong's son glared at him and said, "Humph, if it's boring, be careful that I will settle accounts with Chongqing." Li Wangyu was speechless. Empress Zhong's son acted like a motherly model in front of others. How could she be so stingy to him? In fact, he also knew that Empress Zhong's son treated him like this because she didn't treat him as an outsider. After chatting for a while, it was time for the performance to start. Immediately, the servants in the theater filed in and extinguished the oil lamps that were used to illuminate the theater. Soon, the entire theater fell into darkness. This caused the guests who had never seen a performance before to burst into a clamor. They did not understand what had happened. In the orchestra pit, music sounded, and the noise in the theater below slowly subsided. On the stage, the curtains were slowly opened. Chapter 796. Of the many stories that Li Wangyu had told her, the blonde's favorite were love stories like The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, and Liang Shanhua and Zhu Ying Tai. Regarding this, Li Wangyu was also very speechless. Sure enough, regardless of ancient times or modern times, women loved these kinds of love stories. No wonder the Korean TV series in the future could earn so many women's tears and money. Because of Avlo's insistence, the first performance in the Tang Dynasty Theater was The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. Everyone knew the story of the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. It was about a hooligan who peeped on a girl bathing and shamelessly stole her clothes, threatening her to marry him. After the girl was forced into marriage, she gave birth to a son and a daughter. Later, when the girl's mother found out about this, she took the girl home and magnanimously didn't pursue the responsibility of the hooligan youth. Who would have thought that the hooligan youth wouldn't let it go and chased after the girl? In the end, the girl's mother had no choice but to allow the hooligan youth to see the girl once a year on Chinese Valentine's Day. This was Li Wangyu's understanding of the beautiful love story of the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl. He couldn't understand why a hooligan youth who forced a wife into marriage would become a love classic in the future, and even turn Chinese Valentine's Day into Chinese Valentine's Day. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, if his beautiful boss heard it, it might turn into domestic violence. The curtains slowly opened and the singer who played the role of the cowherd appeared amidst the music. The development of the plot soon attracted the attention of everyone in the theater. There was no more noise, and everyone, including Pai Lupi and Empress Zhong's son, stared intently at the performance on the stage. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss hadn't misjudged her. Avlo really was a genius. She had merely watched the performance videos on her phone and listened to Li Wangyu's story, so she could choreograph the entire performance to perfection. The performance that Avlo choreographed was similar to the songs and dances of the future, but the dialogue was also like a play. However, Li Wangyu had to admit that the performance was very exciting and enjoyable. Moreover, the musicians and singers who had been robbed from Taichung Temple were indeed professionals trained by Taichung Temple over the years. Even though they had only rehearsed for a short month, the singers on stage were all professionals in terms of dancing and singing. They definitely weren't something that a regular troupe could compare to. Even he and his beautiful boss were enjoying the performance in the theater, let alone the country bumpkins from the Tang Dynasty in the theater. More than 300 guests, including Li Er, were all immersed in the plot on stage. But when the stage came to the scene of a kind and hard-working male prostitute being chased out of the house by his mean brother and sister-in-law after the death of his parents, There was a sudden situation off stage. Someone suddenly stood up and glared at the singer who was playing the role of a brother and sister-in-law on the stage. He scolded her angrily. "How dare you? Killing your own kind is a heinous crime. How dare you dare? Guards, come. Take these two people down and put them in prison to investigate their crimes." Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the agitated Wei Zhang. Was this old man crazy? Did he actually take the performance seriously? Before he could say anything, Empress Zhang's son also stood up angrily. "I think Wei Zhang is right. Erlang, although this concubine shouldn't interfere in politics, this concubine really can't stand this kind of reckless person. Erlang, please issue an edict to give justice to the Cowets and punish the Cowets." The 300 or so guests below also started to clamor, looking like they wouldn't give up until the Cowets and Wei Zhang were arrested. Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old fogies even rolled up their sleeves and wanted to rush up to the stage to beat them up. On the other hand, the two singers who were playing the Cowets and Wei Zhang were so scared that their faces turned pale and they almost collapsed on the stage and burst into tears. This farce made Li Wangyu really speechless. F***ck, he knew that this group of country bumpkins was going to do something. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Empress Zhang's son. "Auntie, calm down. Calm down. This is a play, a performance, fake. All fake. It's just a play. The Cowets and Wei Zhang are only singers. How can Auntie bear to throw them into prison?" With Li Wangyu's reminder, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, who were still immersed in the plot and unable to extricate themselves, suddenly came to their senses. They looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Cough, cough, Maid Guanin's meaning is, those singers who acted well will be rewarded. He turned his head and waved at me Tua, pointing at Chang Yaojin and the others who were cursing non-stop. "Go, tell these bastards not to cause trouble and not to disturb me from watching the performance. Look at what they're like, scaring those girls so much they're about to cry. This group of old men, they're not human." Me Tua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly turned and led the palace guards away, jogging to dissuade Wei Zhang and the others. In reality, Mi Tua, who had been behind Pai Lupi, was also entranced by the performance and almost shouted along with him. He even felt the same way because, when Mi Tua was young, he had entered the palace with nothing and became a eunuch because, after his parents passed away, he was bullied by his Cowets and Wei Zhang. They even sold him to the palace. Thus, if Li Wangyu hadn't spoken, Mi Tua would have almost lost his composure. He muttered in his heart, "What kind of performance did the Huxian Count put on?" It was really bewitching, but Mi Tua couldn't help but admit that it was beautiful, really beautiful. In addition to Pai Lupi's orders, he had jogged all the way because he wanted to quell the commotion as soon as possible and let the performance continue. He couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Wei Zhang and the others, who had been stomping their feet and cursing, came back to their senses after Mi Tua led the palace guards over. After an explanation, they couldn't help but blush. If it weren't for the fact that he was concerned about the development of the plot, Wei Zhang would have covered his face and left. Embarrassing, it was really too embarrassing. However, there were many guests present like Wei Zhang, so no one laughed at each other. After a long while, the theater quieted down again. Li Wangyu hurriedly signaled Aphrodite to let the performance continue. However, affected by this farce, the Cowets acting as the Cowets were trembling with fear, making Li Wangyu feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the plot progressed quickly and didn't involve the Cowets. Otherwise, Li Wangyu would really be worried that today's performance would be ruined. The plot quickly reached the climax. The 7 fairies descended to the mortal world to take a bath. The old bull suddenly spoke human language and told the cowherd to take away the weaver girl's clothes. When the 7 fairies acting as the 7 fairies hid behind props and pretended to take a bath and threw out the clothes one by one, the scene became noisy again. Chapter 797. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How dare you put on such a filthy show in broad daylight? An old man with white hair and beard stood up angrily, pointing at the performance on the stage and scolding loudly. Li Wangyu was speechless again and put his hand to his forehead. F***ck. What he was afraid of really happened. This kind of pedantic old man really gave him a headache. In fact, Li Wangyu also thought about whether to simplify the scene of the 7 fairies bathing. However, thinking about the atmosphere of the Tang dynasty, which was much more open than the Ming and Qing dynasties, he felt that it shouldn't be a big problem. In fact, after the scene of the 7 fairies bathing began, Li Wangyu stole a glance at the expressions of Pai Lupi, Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, and the others, but he didn't see anything unusual. Even Pai Lupi was a little excited in his seat, twisting his body and leaning forward. Obviously, he was looking forward to the following plot. This pervert despised him. Therefore, it was obvious that only a few pedantic old men would be dissatisfied with this scene. Seeing this clearly, Li Wangyu was relieved and didn't want to pay attention to it. This kind of pedantic old man, when he wanted to build the women's restroom, had already been disgusted. He really didn't want to continue dealing with them. Anyway, Li Wangyu didn't believe that the more than 300 guests present would let this kind of person continue to make a fuss and not want to watch the performance. Sure enough, as he expected, before the pedantic old man could yell a few words, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old men jumped up and cursed angrily. Bah! Where did an old fart like you pop out from? Don't make a fuss over there. If you don't shut your bird mouth, do you believe that I won't crush your balls? Old thing, get out if you don't want to watch. Don't disturb your grandfather's mood. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk nonsense? The pedantic old man was a little dumbfounded after being scolded by Chang Yaojin and the others. Before he could say anything, the hundreds of guests in the theater started to make a ruckus because of Chang Yaojin and the other big shots. Get out, you pedantic teacher. If you don't want to watch, then don't make a fuss and disturb us from watching the show. That's right, you're so insensible. County Count who kindly invited you to watch a show, but you're so disrespectful. You're not worthy of being a minister of the Guanglu Temple. Tomorrow at the regular court, this old man will definitely impeach you. The old master, who originally thought that he had the upper hand, was even more at a loss now. He looked around and realized that no one supported him. Even his wife, who came with him, covered her face with her sleeves, looking as if she did not want to know him. The old master was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he did not dare to say anything. He was too ashamed to stay any longer. He could only fling his robe fiercely and turn to leave. This pedantic old man was the minister of Guanglu Temple, a third-rank official in the imperial court. He was usually in charge of offering sacrifices, court meetings, and banquets. But he had never expected that on the second day of court, several people would step forward and impeach Pai Lupi. Even more unexpected was that Pai Lupi would actually use his lack of manners as an excuse to reprimand him, causing the old man to lose a great deal of face. These are all stories for later, so let's not talk about them for now. After the old man was driven out of the theater, the crowd once again turned their attention to the stage, all of them entranced. Time passed, and the plot reached the point where the heavenly queen mother discovered that the hoodlum young man had taken her daughter for himself. She sent out heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to rescue the kidnapped woman. The curtains rolled back, and the stage scenery and props changed again and again. Amidst the beautiful musical accompaniment and singing, there was a boom. In the center of the stage, a ball of fire exploded, and blue smoke billowed into the air. Several musicians playing the roles of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared on stage, wearing dazzling golden armor. However, this sound gave the guests quite a fright. The ladies among the guests were all scared out of their wits and screamed. The timid ladies were so scared that they fell to the ground and covered their heads with their sleeves, crying for help. Li Er, Chang Yaojin, and the other big shots laughed out loud when they saw this. They didn't feel any sympathy at all. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this continuous farce, and he let this group of country bumpkins do as they please. After nearly 4 hours of performance, it was finally coming to an end. The cowherd and the weaver girl were separated by the Milky Way, and could only meet on the Magpie Bridge every year on the Qixi festival. The ladies of Chang'an were all teary-eyed, and the handkerchiefs they used to wipe their tears were wet. In fact, the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl was not a rare story. There were records of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the Book of Songs, and there were legends of the cowherd and the weaver girl in the northern and southern dynasties. But reading the stiff words in the books was not as touching as watching the story performed by the musicians on the stage. The musicians playing the roles of the cowherd and the weaver girl sang the lyrics on the stage. Hand in hand, line up in groups, build the Magpie Bridge across the Milky Way, and let the cowherd and the weaver girl meet on the Qixi festival. What match, the shackles from millions of years ago, still can't be broken today. No matter who comes to oppose it, we'll never regret it. Empress Zhong's son, concubine Yang, and the others in the box started to wipe their tears at this sad scene. Li Wangyu noticed Empress Zhongxuan's tears, and couldn't help but shudder. Damn it! Wasn't this the best time for him to convince Empress Zhong's son to marry his beautiful superior? It was said that women were emotional, and he and his beautiful superior were so in love. So what match was there for them? Was Empress Zhong's son going to be that hateful queen mother who could bear to break him and his beautiful superior apart? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Aphrodite 32 likes in his heart. This performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was well arranged. The curtains on the stage slowly lowered and the performance came to an end. But the over 300 guests were still immersed in the story and couldn't extricate themselves. Maids and servants entered the theater and lit up the oil lamps used to light up the theater. Li Wangyu coughed lightly, startling Empress Zhong's son, who was still thinking about the story, out of her reverie, and he revealed a flattering smile. "Aunt, I wonder if you're satisfied with today's performance?" "Of course I'm satisfied. I've never seen such a wonderful song and dance before. It can be said to be exquisite beyond compare. It's been hard on you, Zio." In Empress Zhongxuan's view, this performance, which was completely different from the songs and dances of the Tang dynasty, could only be rehearsed by a powerful Taoist like Li Wangyu or a reincarnated celestial lord. Hee, it's good that Aunt likes it. But what do you think of the Queen Mother? Humph, as a descendant of the heavenly palace, that Queen Mother is narrow-minded and doesn't have the heart of a mother model at all. I don't like her very much. Empress Zhong's son was full of anger at the mention of the Queen Mother. Beside her, Yang Fei also nodded in agreement. Everyone didn't have a good impression of the Queen Mother, who cruelly broke up the cowherd and the weaver girl in the play. Aunt, do you think that the cowherd and the weaver girl can be considered an immortal couple? Empress Zhong's son continued nodding. Ancient poetry is profound. The faraway Altair star, the bright and clear river of Han women, slender and white hands, reading books and writing tools. They don't form a chapter all day long, their tears falling like rain. The river is clear and shallow, but different from each other. It's filled with water, and words cannot be spoken. Zio, the cowherd and the weaver girl can naturally be considered an immortal couple. Although they only meet once every year on the Qixi festival, their love is stronger than gold and makes people envious. Hearing Empress Zhongxuan's words, Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. Chapter 798. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together, his face full of smiles. He asked carefully and expectantly, "Auntie, if I take a fancy to a girl from an ordinary family, would you allow me to marry her?" "No, absolutely not." Empress Zhong's son actually gave the answer without hesitation. Her phoenix eyes stared at Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, don't let your imagination run wild." Li Wangyu only felt that thunder was rolling above his head. His whole person instantly became Spartan. Isn't this double standard too serious? Just now, she was rebuking the Queen Mother with a face full of righteousness. How come her face changed faster than flipping a book? "Aunt, there's really no need for this prejudice." Li Wangyu still wanted to argue, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Empress Zhong's son. "Okay, don't talk about this anymore. Ziyu, don't worry. I'll definitely choose a good marriage for you." "No, Aunt, Okay, I've said it. I'll make a decision for you on this matter." At this time, in Li Wangyu's eyes, Empress Zhong's son no longer had the luxury of being a mother of the world. She had almost become Snow White's evil stepmother. Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't understand why Empress Zhong's son was so stubborn and why she was so concerned about his marriage. Pai Lupi didn't say anything on the side. He only looked meaningfully at Li Wangyu, then led Empress Zhong's son, concubine Yang, and the others back to the palace. The conversation between Li Wangyu and Empress Zhong's son was naturally heard by the beautiful superior. This inevitably made her expression dim, and she lowered her head in silence. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and grasped the beautiful superior, Ruyi. His tone was unusually firm. "Chongqing, don't worry. At worst, you and I can just leave here. The world is so big, where is there no place for us to stay?" Su Chongqing silently leaned her head on his shoulder and said faintly, "Are you willing to give up everything now?" "For you, I'm willing to give up anything." "Humph, I don't believe you." Su Chongqing's fingers gently stroked Li Wangyu's palm. Deep down, She was very satisfied with her man's answer. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he began to swear. I promise. I won't marry anyone other than Chongqing. If there is even half a lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. All right, I believe you, all right? There's no need to be anxious about this matter. Let's take it slow. There will always be a way. Su Chongqing gently kissed Li Wangyu's cheek and instead spoke words of comfort. Li Wangyu was also very helpless. He held his beautiful superior's hand and looked at each other speechlessly. Not to mention how Li Wangyu criticized the overbearing Empress Zhong's son in his heart, the Chang'an Theater immediately became popular in Chang'an after its opening. The advance tickets for the theater had been sold for a month. Even so, the demand still exceeded the demand. Fortunately, those who could enter the Tang Dynasty Theater were all nobles and officials in Chang'an. Otherwise, the scalpers would have been born more than 1,000 years in advance. In the future, when blockbuster movies were released, fanatical fans would go to the theater to watch the movie twice and thrice. However, compared with the crazy noblewomen in Chang'an, watching the movie twice and thrice was nothing. Almost all of them, including Empress Zhong's son, had settled down in the Tang Dynasty Theater. Every day, after having lunch in the palace on time, they would go to the Tang Dynasty Theater with concubine Yang and the others to watch the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. So far, Aphrodite had only rehearsed this scene. Even so, no one disliked it. Instead, they watched it over and over again with great interest. However, the Tang Dynasty Theater could only accommodate about 300 people. Therefore, those noblewomen who could not buy tickets were so anxious that they almost hanged themselves. For this reason, he cried and made a fuss in the manor, and even wanted to go on a hunger strike and hang himself. He wanted to force his Lang Jun and father to think of a way to get a precious theater ticket from Li Wangyu, the county count of Hu. Because of this, the doorstep of Li Wangyu's mansion in Kaihua Square was almost flattened by the hundreds of officials. He was so scared that he ran back to Dingzhou village in Huxian County in the middle of the night and shut himself in, refusing to see any guests. He also underestimated the charm of this play. A theater ticket was not cheap at all. It could even be said that it was ridiculously expensive. Even so, it was still difficult to get a ticket. The entertainment programs in the Tang Dynasty Theater were also full. Business was surprisingly good. In just a month after the opening of the theater, Li Wangyu heard the report from Aphrodite and the old butler Li Hang. He was surprised to find that the money he had invested had been earned back. This was not a theater. It was simply a money-sucking treasure bowl. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and express that the people here were stupid and rich. If there were other transmigrators, they should come quickly. After finishing the theater, before Li Wangyu could take a breather and enjoy a few days of comfortable life, Su Jingzong came looking for him again. Earl, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission has already entered the palace to bid farewell to the sage. They will set off soon and return to Goguryeo. What are your next plans? Su Jingzong still did not understand Li Wangyu's thoughts. He followed Li Wangyu's instructions and easily established a relationship with Yun Geisaman. After gifting Yun Geisaman a Kunlun slave, the two of them had become rather close. At least on the surface, they seemed to be close friends. In these 2 months, Su Jingzong often invited Yun Geisaman to Pingkong Square or the Hu taverns in Shi City to indulge in wine and women. But Su Jingzong, who was spending Li Wangyu's money while eating, drinking, and playing with women at public expense, felt more and more uneasy. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu's intentions were. If he wanted to teach Yun Geisaman a lesson and vent Cheng Chumo's anger, he didn't need to use such a method. Su Jingzong even faintly guessed that Li Wangyu was not only venting Cheng Chumo's anger, but also trying to take Yun Geisaman's life. But Su Jingzong did not dare to make such a judgment. After all, he also knew that if Yun Geisaman died in the Tang dynasty, not even Li Wangyu, as the county earl who founded the dynasty, would be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu's eyes flashed upon hearing Su Jingzong's report. It seemed like it was time for the dagger to be revealed after so many days of planning. Haha, that's good. General Su, invite the Goguryeo diplomatic mission to a banquet one day before it departs. I only have one request. You must get Yun Geisaman drunk. Can General Su accomplish this? That's naturally not a problem. But what does Lord Count intend to do? Is there anything you need my cooperation with? Su Jingzong still wanted to get to the bottom of this. Li Wangyu, however, did not reveal anything. Haha, it's nothing. As long as General Su can do what I ordered, it's fine. Remember, you must get Yun Gaisaman drunk. Yes, this lowly official understands. Su Jingzong knew that Li Wangyu wouldn't tell him the truth, so he didn't ask any more questions and nodded. Chapter 799. After Su Jingzong left with a head full of confusion, Li Wangyu immediately went to find Niu Wu. Niu Wu, have you prepared the things I asked you to find? Lang Jun, I've prepared them long ago. But why did you ask me to prepare those things? They look quite frightening. Niu Wu nodded, but he was also confused. Of course I have a use for them. Let's go. Take me to them. Li Wangyu did not explain. The less others knew about this, the better. It was not that he did not trust Niu Wu. Li Wangyu had absolute trust in this loyal Guangzhou man. But it was better to be safe than sorry. If Niu Wu knew the truth and accidentally let it slip, that would not be good. Thus, although Li Wangyu needed Niu Wu to help him carry out some things, he did not plan on explaining the cause and effect of the matter clearly. Niu Wu was curious about this, but he was smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. Thus he did not say much. Li Wangyu did not lead the other troops of the manor. He followed Niu Wu through the manor of Noda, turning here and there until they came to a remote wooden house. This was originally where Li Wangyu had led the Niu brothers to make gunpowder. Because he was afraid that something would happen, he had moved this wooden house to a remote corner of the manor and forbade other people from the manor from coming here. Niu Wu came forward and pulled open the door of the wooden house. Immediately, a wave of fierce barking came out. There were several large metal cages placed in the wooden house, each containing a crazed dog. The eyes of these dogs were completely red, and disgusting saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. When they saw Li Wangyu and Niu Wu, they constantly thrashed about in the cages, looking like they were going to eat someone. The dogs in the metal cages would occasionally twitch and spasm, appearing rather manic. Li Wangyu knew very well that these were classic dogs that had been infected with rabies. He had asked Niu Wu to secretly collect rabid dogs. His goal was naturally to use the saliva of these rabid dogs to go to Death Abyss and Gaisaman. Niu Wu, I have something I need you to do for me. Li Wangyu whispered to Niu Wu after observing the rabid dogs. Although there was no one else around the wooden house, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Niu Wu's single eye flashed. Lang Jun, just give me your orders. I dare not disobey. Li Wangyu waved his hand. It's not that serious. We just need to keep it a secret. Tomorrow you. His voice grew softer and softer. Niu Wu listened carefully. Although he still didn't understand, he didn't ask. He only nodded vigorously to show that he understood. After instructing Niu Wu, Li Wangyu walked out of the wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up in the direction of Chong and with a confused expression. The next day, after the drum of dusk sounded, the doors of the markets in Chong and slowly closed with squeaking sounds. Most of them slowly fell into a deep sleep. Peace Square was the only place that was still brightly lit. There was light singing and dancing, and it was very lively. The Chamberlain of Dependencies of the Tang dynasty had actually been established in Peace Square. It was hard to say which big shot had come up with this genius idea. Because the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would be leaving Chong and tomorrow and returning to Goguryeo, the entire mission was celebrating in Peace Square tonight. Yun Gaisaman had been invited by his new good friend, the vice principal of the Tang dynasty's academy, Su Jingzong, to a familiar brothel so that he could send him off with wine. Worthy little brother Suan, after this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again? Come, come, let's drink. This elder brother can only use this cup of wine to send you off. I wish you great success in Goguryeo. Su Jingzong raised his cup in a toast to Yun Gaisaman. In a private room, 5 or 6 beautiful courtesans dressed in thin clothing that revealed their cleavage were attentively attending to the two of them, constantly filling their cups with food and wine. Yun Gaisaman drank all the wine in his cup and then buried his face in the bosom of the courtesan next to him, greedily breathing in the fragrance of her perfume. After a long while, he finally raised his head. Brother Yen, this little brother really doesn't want to leave Chong'an. The women of the Tang dynasty are much better than the women of our Goguryeo. Teske, they're so tender that you can squeeze water out of them. Haha, that's only natural. I don't dare to speak about anything else in Chong'an, but the brothel of Peace Square is unparalleled in the world. Come, come, let's drink. Today, the two of us must get drunk. Cheers! Yun Gaesaman boldly raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The courtesans in the private room had already received Su Jingzong's orders and were pouring cup after cup of wine for Yun Gaesaman. They were not drinking the rice wine or wine that the Tang often drank, but the highly concentrated Shaodao wine from Li Wangyo's Shaodao winery. Thus, after 2 hours of drinking, Yun Gaesaman was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. No, enough, little brother. Brother, tomorrow, we still have to set out. Today, we can't drink anymore. Yun Gaesaman still had a sliver of consciousness left, and he stopped Su Jingzong from pouring more wine. Su Jingzong naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He had promised Li Wangyu that he would get Yun Gaesaman drunk today. Although Yun Gaesaman was already drunk, Su Jingzong was afraid that he would ruin Li Wangyou's plans, so he naturally had to continue pouring wine for him. Haha, little brother Su Wen, what are you saying? Have you heard of a poem written by the famous county count Hu of Chang'an? Laughing in the spring breeze, dancing in gauze clothes. How will the gentleman return in peace if he is not drunk? Today, we brothers will part, but we don't know when or where we will meet again. How will he return in peace if he is not drunk? Come, fill little brother Su Wen's cup with wine. Drink. Under Su Jingzong's constant urging to drink, Yun Gaesaman finally failed to resist the assault of alcohol. He was so drunk that he collapsed into a pile of mush and fell unconscious in the arms of a courtesan. Yun Gaesaman's bodyguard saw that his master was drunk and could only helplessly apologize to Su Jingzong. He then carefully helped Yun Gaesaman out of the brothel and toward the nearby chamberlain of dependencies. Su Jingzong stood by the window of the brothel, watching Yun Gaesaman's party gradually disappear into the distance. He shook his head, too lazy to think about what Li Wangyu was planning. In any case, his mission had been completed. Su Jingzong felt his entire body relax. In order to persuade Yun Gaesaman to drink, he had drunk quite a bit. Now that he was relaxed, he felt the alcohol rush to his head. Su Jingzong waved his hand at the young and beautiful courtesans in the room, a lewd smile on his face. Young ladies, it's getting late. Help this one to rest. Haha, today, this one is going to sleep under the same blanket and enjoy the happiness of having multiple partners. After saying this, he pounced on the courtesans, causing them to burst into laughter. Putting aside how Su Jingzong was indulging in wine and pleasure in the brothel, Yun Gaesaman was being supported by 2 bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, toward the chamberlain of dependencies. In an alley not far away from the chamberlain of dependencies, a figure flashed out and directly bumped into them. Chapter 800. Yun Gaesaman's 2 guards saw that this silhouette seemed to be drunk and wanted to get out of the way. But the 2 of them were struggling to support the drunk Yun Gaesaman and couldn't move, so how could they get out of the way? As the silhouette stumbled over, it crashed into the 3 of them. The silhouette was a brawny man, and he reeked of alcohol. His strength was not small, and he knocked Yun Gaesaman's group to the ground. The man himself also fell, and the 4 of them rolled around on the ground. Yun Gaesaman seemed to be in pain from the collision, and in his drunken state, he groaned. The 2 guards hurriedly got up and prepared to teach this reckless drunkard a lesson. However, the drunkard's reaction was not very good. He crawled up from the ground and mumbled something incoherently. Then, he turned around and slipped into a dark alley, disappearing from sight. Yun Gaesaman's 2 guards had not even been able to see the drunkard's appearance. Seeing the drunkard run off, they did not dare to pursue out of concern for Yun Gaesaman, who was still lying on the ground. All they could do was carefully help Yun Gaesaman up. After a rough inspection and confirming that there was nothing wrong with Yun Gaesaman's body, the 2 of them relaxed. They patted off the dust on Yun Gaesaman's clothes and continued to help him back to the chamberlain of dependencies. The 2 guards were worried that they would be punished for their lack of protection and causing Yun Gaesaman to fall. Thus, the 2 of them pretended that nothing had happened and naturally did not mention it to anyone else. The next day, Yun Gaesaman got up from his bed with a headache from his hangover, but it was already late in the morning. The Goguryeo envoy had already packed their luggage, and they were just waiting for the arrival of the vice envoy. There was a fixed time for the diplomatic mission to leave Chang'an. If they were late, it would be troublesome. The officials from the Chamberlain of Dependencies who had come to send them off were already waiting in front of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. If not for the fact that they feared Yun Gaesaman's father's status, the Goguryeo envoy would have already cursed. Seeing that Yun Gaesaman was awake, the Goguryeo envoy sighed in relief and hurriedly urged the servants to help Yun Gaesaman clean up and change his clothes. Hurrying, They did not miss the time for the diplomatic mission to set off. By the Ba Bridge outside Chang'an City, the officials of the Chamberlain of Dependencies had sent off the Gogrian diplomatic mission. After which, they chatted and joked with one another as they rode back to Chang'an City. On the other hand, the Gogrian envoy slowly headed northeast, preparing to report back to Goguryeo. No one noticed that outside the pavilion of Ba Qiao, a burly man wearing a bamboo hat was resting on the side of the road, watching the diplomatic mission leave. If the two guards of Yun Geiseman were here, they might have been able to recognize that this was the reckless drunkard from last night. Seeing the diplomatic mission gradually disappear into the distance, the muscular man with the bamboo hat also stood up and took off his bamboo hat. If it wasn't Niu Wu, who else could it be? Niu Wu casually patted the dust off his body and jumped onto the horse's back. He bypassed Chang'an City and galloped towards the south. In Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu seemed particularly anxious today. Since yesterday, he had been restless. But whether it was his beautiful boss or Aphrodite, when they asked him what had happened, Li Wangyu would smile and shake his head, indicating that he was fine. Li Wangyu wouldn't reveal to anyone that Niu Wu had gone to assassinate Yun Geiseman, so he naturally wouldn't tell Su Chongqing and the others the truth. But he was extremely anxious. He didn't know if Niu Wu had succeeded or not yesterday, or if some accident had occurred. This was the first time in his life that Li Wangyu had planned a murder, and the target was a rather important figure in history. He couldn't help but be nervous. He hated the fact that there were no mobile phones in this era, and he couldn't get in touch with Niu Wu. Thus, he could only suppress his anxiety and continue to wait. It wasn't until noon that Niu Wu rushed back to the mansion, covered in dust, and secretly gave him a sign of success. Only then did Li Wangyu's hanging heart finally relax. Ignoring everything else, he pulled Niu Wu to that small wooden hut in the middle of nowhere. In the wooden house, the iron cage was still there, but the mad dogs that had been locked up in it had disappeared without a trace. Niu Wu, how was it? Is it done? Li Wangyu impatiently asked as he closed the door to the hut. Niu Wu nodded and gruffly replied, Lang Jun, it's all done. No one suspected anything? No. Last night, I followed your orders and followed Principal Su's group, keeping watch outside the painting pavilion. Principal Su really did manage to get Yun Geiseman drunk, so I pretended to be a drunkard with them and used the opportunity to give Yun Geiseman a needle. As Niu Wu spoke, he took out a needle made of bamboo from his bosom. Li Wangyu hurriedly had him light a fire and carefully tossed the needle into it. Only when the fire engulfed the needle did Li Wangyu relax. And after that, did everything go smoothly? Niu Wu nodded. I followed Longjuan's orders and waited outside the Chamberlain of Dependencies for the night. As expected, I saw the Gogrian diplomatic mission return with my own eyes. Yun Geiseman was among them. Good. That's great. Niu Wu, it's been hard on you. Go back and rest. But remember to keep this matter a secret. Don't reveal it to anyone. Niu Wu naturally knew this and immediately replied, Lang Jun, be at ease. Even if I die, I won't say a single word. Li Wangyu gratefully patted Niu Wu's shoulder and said no more. His gaze subconsciously turned to the northeast. Several months later, news came from Goguryeo. The deputy envoy who had just returned from the Tang dynasty, the son of Yun Taizwa, Yun Geiseman, had suddenly developed a strange illness. He feared light, water and wind, and the slightest disturbance would make him go crazy. In his madness, he would bite anyone he saw. Although Yun Taizwa had summoned all the famous doctors of Goguryeo to treat his son, none of them could do anything. They couldn't understand what Yun Geiseman's illness was. In his rage, Yun Taizwa beheaded several Gogrian imperial physicians, but to no avail. 2 weeks later, the agonized Yun Geiseman breathed his last. Because of Li Wangyu's appearance, this ambitious and ruthless person who had written a thick and colorful stroke in history had disappeared without a trace before he could even make a splash in the long river of history. When this news reached Chang'an, it didn't cause the slightest stir. It merely served as a topic of conversation for the officials who had received the Gogrian envoy. But when Su Jingzong learned of this matter, he felt a lingering fear. He was sure that Yun Geiseman hadn't died from some strange illness. He would never believe that Li Wangyu hadn't done anything. But Su Jingzong was a smart man. After learning of this matter, he buried it in his heart, not daring to speak of it to anyone else. As for Li Wangyu, Su Jingzong was both respectful and fearful. He didn't know if this young earl knew some immortal art that allowed him to take someone's life from 1,000 li away. After learning of Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu locked himself in his room for several days. When he reappeared, everyone, including Su Chongqing, felt that he had changed a lot. Chapter 801. Spring left and summer came. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, when Chang'an City became unbearably hot again, the city became restless again because of a piece of news from the newspaper. Early in the morning, the morning drum that resounded throughout Chang'an City had just been beaten. As soon as the gates of the streets opened, all kinds of carriages, mules, and horses poured out of Chang'an City and headed toward the 3 city gates in the south. The imperial guards who were guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate were shocked by the crowd, and they could not figure out what exactly was going on. Squad leader, are we possessed today? Why do I feel like everyone in Chang'an City is running out of the city? Are they bringing their children with them? Are they trying to escape? The squad leader slapped the back of the soldier's head. Serves you right for being illiterate. Didn't you read the newspaper a few days ago? No, I didn't. What's wrong? What did it say? The soldier dared not talk back, but he mumbled to himself. As if you King know how to read. You only know how to write your name. Why are you showing off? The squad leader took out a folded newspaper and opened it carefully. He pointed at a paragraph on it and said, "Did you see this? It said that the Saint and Count Huxian built an academy in Huxian. It's called the Academy of the Tang Dynasty, and it's recruiting students from all over Chang'an City. Those who pass the test and are selected to enter the academy are free of charge, and they don't have to pay a single cent for their tuition. Today is the academy's enrollment day, so why do you think so many people are bringing their children out? They don't have to pay for their tuition? They're free of charge? Squad leader, is there such a good thing? Teske, Count Huxian is the god of wealth indeed. How many copper coins did they spend? Nonsense. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know that Count Huxian's house is filled with mountains of gold and silver, so this little bit of money is nothing." The soldier looked at the endless stream of people leaving the city and could not help but ask curiously, "Squad leader, I see that many of the people who left the city today are nobles. I saw a few imperial court officials' carriages leaving the city earlier. Why? Do those nobles want to study in the free academy? They don't lack copper coins, right? TSK. Look, there are also those merchants wearing silk. They are actually running out. Sure enough, the more wealth one uses, the more stingy one is. Why would they care so much about a free academy? Do they still need that little bit of money?" The squad leader was so infuriated that he spat on the ground. "Pfft, Tian Shilang, you're such an idiot. Why don't you think about who County Count who is? Who is it? Founding County Count? Oh, squad leader, are you saying that the merchant is going to flatter Count who? But that's not right. What are those officials doing?" The squad leader was furious. "Shut up, I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. County Count who was the teacher of His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Yu, the Imperial Preceptor. Imperial Preceptor. Do you understand? The court's Imperial Censor Ma and Junior Supervisor Yen have also taken County Count who as their teacher. Don't tell me you didn't know about this? Also, in the Golden Year Spring Imperial Examinations, there were 26 Grand Scholars. Do you know who the third ranker is? Those two had also kowtowed to Count Huxian and taken him as their master. I heard that even the Crown Prince and the Princes study in that academy. Think about it, what does that mean?" The soldier finally understood. He was shocked and gasped. "Oh my God, if that's the case, if we study in that academy, won't we become the Crown Prince's classmate?" "Of course. Why else do you think so many officials, nobles, and merchants in Chang'an City are rushing to Hu County early in the morning?" The squad leader looked like a child who could be taught. He showed off the information he had learned. The soldier was envious when he looked at the endless stream of people and carriages heading to Hu County. He hated that he was born more than 10 years earlier and did not have the chance to study in the Tang Dynasty's academy. It was a chance for carps to leap over dragons. At that moment, outside Dingzhou village in Hu County, a rainbow bridge had been built over the Gone River to connect the two banks. The land on the other side of the river that was originally barren had a brand new look, and many buildings had been built. Among them, there was even a 20-meter tall brick tower. It was a magnificent sight. Li Wangyu had a calm smile on his face as he accompanied Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Kong Ingda, and the other big shots on campus. Behind them were Su Jingzong, Shangguan Yi, Lu Rengui, and the others. Ever since he learned about Yun Geiseman's death, Li Wangyu's state of mind had changed. He was very indifferent to many things and seemed to have matured a lot. He was no longer as impulsive as before. Li Wangyu could not help but feel proud that he had secretly removed a stumbling block for the Tang dynasty when they conquered Goguryeo. In fact, he even felt a little nervous. He and his beautiful superior had transmigrated from the future more than 1,300 years ago. What would happen if he changed history like this? Li Wangyu did not know, nor did he dare to think too deeply about it. But Li Wangyu realized that his actions might leave a deep mark in history, so he could not help but become more cautious. He did not even care about the academy that he had single-handedly created. He had left everything to Su Jingzong and the others to manage. Today was the academy's enrollment day. If not for Pai Lupi's personal visit, he would probably still be hiding in his own manor, unwilling to show his face. Pai Lupi walked around the academy and was very satisfied. The academy had only been built into the primary school that Li Wangyu had mentioned, but its scale had already surpassed the directorate in the Wuban Square. Especially with the help of cement, most of the buildings in the academy were made of a mixture of bricks and wood. Many of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Li Wangyu had also thrown out a lot of copper coins and ordered people to dig out many towering trees from the Qinling Mountains. They spent a lot of manpower and resources to transport them to the academy for planting. The newly built academy was filled with towering ancient trees and was full of vitality. Zio, I am very satisfied with this academy of the Tang dynasty. Haha, I've troubled you. Li Wangyu unhurriedly bowed and said, Uncle, you flatter me. Actually, I did not do much. It was mainly Principal Su and the others who took care of this matter. Hearing this, Su Jingzong hurriedly stepped out in fear and trepidation. He bowed to Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu and said, I don't dare to accept your praise. Pai Lupi laughed and said, Haha, that's enough. I will naturally remember your contributions. Don't push it around. Let's go. It's getting late. Take me to see how you choose the students of the academy. His sons, Li Chengqian and Li Tai, were all going to study at the academy. As a parent, Pai Lupi was more concerned about how the academy would choose the children who signed up to study at the academy. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, the academy chooses students based on their intelligence. They will not let you down. Chapter 802. Pai Lupi and the others were naturally curious about Li Wangyu's words. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Zio, can you tell me? Is it like the recruitment of assistant lecturers in the academy? What kind of psychological test questions? Pai Lupi and the others still remembered the strange questions that Li Wangyu came up with in the Imperial College. Although they did not know why, Pai Lupi had asked Su Jingzong about it and learned that the students who were selected to teach in the academy were all kind and gentle people who were very suitable for teaching. Regarding this, Li Er naturally shook his head in confusion, but he could only admire his nephew's unfathomable ability. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. Uncle, it's hard to explain in a few words. Why don't you and I go and have a look together? Although Li Wangyu did not want to take care of things now, he and his beautiful boss had discussed many ways to select students for the first enrollment of the academy. Oh, then we should go and have a look. Everyone, let's go and see what Zio has come up with. Pai Lupi naturally would not refuse. He called a group of big shots and prepared to watch the admission test. It had to be said that the academy of the Tang dynasty established by Li Wangyu was very attractive. After all, Pai Lupi was the dean himself, and the crown prince Li Chengqian, Prince Li Tai, and the others were studying in the academy. How could it not attract the attention of the officials, the rich and the common people in Chang'an City? Before 9 o'clock in the morning, nearly 1,000 people had gathered outside the academy. They were all ready to sign up. Fortunately, more than 100 students had been selected from the students who had landed in the academy. They had been trained by their beautiful boss for several months, and now these students were good enough. Today's enrollment test was mainly for the new students who came to sign up, and it was these hundreds of assistant lecturers. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others to the gate of the academy. When he saw the bustling crowd, he could not help but feel a little absent-minded. This scene was so F***ing familiar. Wasn't this the same scene when those famous schools in the future opened? Li Wangyu, on the other hand, could not help but sigh a little. However, no matter how much the academy expanded its enrollment, it could only take in a few hundred children. Moreover, it had to leave enough places for those who had connections. In this way, the number of students that could be recruited was only a small portion of the total number of people who came to register. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the others and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Many of those who came to register were civil and military officials of the imperial court. If he led Pai Lupi out like this, wouldn't he be recognized immediately? No matter what, Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. His safety could not be ignored. Moreover, when those officials bowed, the surrounding crowd would definitely know that the emperor had come in person. When that time came, the scene would be chaotic. It would not be good if something troublesome happened. Moreover, Li Wangyu did not want those officials to discover him. If their descendants could not pass the academy's test and could not enter, he would definitely be dragged by a group of people to get in through the back door. That kind of thing gave him a headache. However, since Pai Lupi was already here, Li Wangyu could not drive Pai Lupi away, right? He did not have that much courage. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu had an idea. After apologizing to Pai Lupi, he reached out his hand to summon a troop and whispered a few words in his ear. The troop nodded and immediately ran out of the academy. Pai Lupi could not help but be suspicious. Zio, what are you up to now? Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly as he touched his nose and voiced out his concerns. Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard this and frowned. They felt that Li Wangyu's words were indeed reasonable. At this moment, looking from afar, everyone could see that there was already a dense crowd outside the academy. At this moment, if Pai Lupi suddenly appeared and the officials bowed again, it would be easy to cause more trouble. Pai Lupi heard this and was a little hesitant. However, he was also very unwilling to leave just like that. However, Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Hee, uncle, you are a precious person. Naturally you cannot take the risk. However, it's fine. I have an idea. Uncle, please wait for a while. I have already ordered people to prepare." Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard this and could not help but look at each other. They could not understand what method Li Wangyu had. After a short while, they saw a large group of maidservants coming from Li Wangyu's residence. Pai Lupi did not understand. "Zio, this is your idea? Why did you summon the maidservants from your residence?" Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Uncle, of course. Makeup." "Makeup?" Pai Lupi and the rest of the elders were stunned. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. It can also be called a disguise. Zio, the maidservants from your residence know how to disguise themselves." Zhang Sun Wuji could not help but ask in surprise. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. The maidservants from his residence definitely did not know any disguise techniques. However, one of the four great sorcery of East Asia in the future was the art of makeup. As the city's white bone fairy, and the company's goddess, his beautiful superior was naturally proficient in makeup. When she had nothing to do in the residence, she would teach the maidservants how to put on makeup. After a while, the maidservants in the residence had all become experts in makeup. Li Wangyu thought that since this art of makeup could turn a faceless woman into a goddess, it should not be difficult for Pai Lupi and the rest of the rough men to change their appearances. Pai Lupi and the rest naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's explanation. However, Pai Lupi was in a hurry to watch the show, so he simply let his nephew do as he pleased. Therefore, after the group of maidservants arrived and greeted Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu and the rest, they took out various makeup tools and powders and started to get busy. After a period of torment, all the big shots, including Li Wangyu, had their appearances completely changed. Li Wangyu had a fake beard glued onto his face, making him look a bit older. He had become a handsome young man. As for Pai Lupi, because his beard was too unique, the maidservants naturally could not shave off his beard. They could only boldly make up Pai Lupi into a black-faced man. Li Wangyu looked at him and found that he looked a little like Li Kuei. He could not help but be secretly happy. As for Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling and the other big shots, they also changed their appearances under the makeup techniques of the maidservants. Looking at their changed appearances in the copper mirror in the maidservant's hand, all the big shots, including Pai Lupi, were overjoyed. They felt that it was really interesting. None of them had experienced this kind of makeup before. Fortunately, Pai Lupi and the rest came to the academy in casual clothes today, so they did not have to change their clothes. Seeing that there were no more loopholes in the crowd, Li Wangyu led the group of big shots towards the entrance of the academy, ready to take a look at how the academy was recruiting students today. Chapter 803. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others, who had changed their appearances, to the entrance office of the academy. The sun was gradually rising, and more people came from Chang'an and the surrounding counties to sign up. Fortunately, Li Wangyu had already expected today's events, so he went to Taiji Palace early to report to Pai Lupi. After getting Pai Lupi's permission, he asked Chang Yaojin, the old rogue, to mobilize hundreds of imperial guards of golden guards to maintain order. In addition, in order to flatter Li Wangyu, the county government of Hu County sent almost all the local government servants to help. So, although there were many people present, it was still orderly. Yang Quan, the former county magistrate of Hu County, was now promoted under the operation of his teacher, Yu Shernan. He entered the censorate and became the deputy of Wei Zhang, the sheep-nosed duke, as well as a fifth-rank censorate deputy. He could be said to have a prosperous career. Under the deterrence of the imperial guards of Golden Guards, the officials and nobles also knew that the sage was behind the academy of the Tang dynasty, so no one dared to act rashly. They all lined up according to the requirements of the academy. Because the academy had no shortage of teaching assistants, every 4 teaching assistants were in charge of a line. There were 10 lines in front of the academy for registration, so although there were many people present, the speed was not too slow. Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs all ran to the side to watch in high spirits, wanting to see what was going on. They saw that on the tables in charge of enrollment, in addition to paper, ink brushes and inkstones, there were a few strange things. The children who came to sign up, after registering their names and asking a few simple questions, were led to the side by the teaching assistants to play with the toys. This scene naturally confused Pai Lupi and the other bigwigs. Zio, what are those things made of wood? Why do they look like naughty toys to me? Pai Lupi asked in confusion. Haha, uncle, you have good eyesight. Those are good toys. Li Wangyu nodded and smiled. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Shouldn't new students be tested on their literacy and how many books they could memorize? What's the meaning of playing with toys? Pai Lupi frowned slightly. Before he could ask, he heard a commotion at the registration counter. A man dressed like a gentleman angrily pointed at several teaching assistants of the academy and cursed at them. You've gone too far. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave. Why is it that my son can write, calculate, and recite scriptures, but you say that he is not qualified? On the other hand, this Tian Shilang kid, other than writing his own name, his handwriting is no different from a dog's. Yet, you say that he passed the preliminary test? As the gentleman spoke, he shouted at the crowd who were queuing up to register. Everyone, please be the judge. Are these teaching assistants of the academy unreasonable? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? Or is there something fishy going on? Or are they cheating for personal gain? Hearing what he said, many people in the queue began to talk about it. They all thought that this man was right. No matter how they looked at it, this gentleman's son was more qualified to pass the preliminary test. When Li Er and the others saw this, they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When they heard what that person was shouting about, they all turned their heads to look at Li Wangyu, wanting to see how he would explain. Pai Lupi was even more dissatisfied. This was the academy of the Tang dynasty. As the emperor, he was also the dean of the academy. If Li Wangyu made trouble like this, wouldn't it ruin his reputation as a sage? Li Wangyu was not nervous at all. He spread out his hands and shrugged. Uncle, everyone, don't think that the teaching assistants of the academy are covering up for someone. These rules were set by me. They are just following the rules. Then why don't you tell us, what's the reason for this? Why aren't the children who can write, calculate, and recite scriptures and ancient books qualified? Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to explain. He just asked Niu Wu to find a few sets of the wooden toys that Pai Lupi and the others saw before. Uncle, everyone, these are new toys that I made. They are Tangram and Huarong Dao. They are very simple to play. Why don't Uncle and everyone try it? Li Wangyu had a mischievous look on his face. He distributed the toys in his hands to Pai Lupi and the others, and then briefly explained how to play them. The Tangram and Huarong Dao were traditional Chinese intellectual toys. It was just that they had not appeared in the Tang dynasty, so Li Wangyu shamelessly took the invention rights for himself. The tangram, also known as the Qiqiao, or the wisdom board, evolved from the banquet tables of the Song dynasty. It was originally an indoor game for scholars, and later evolved into a puzzle board toy. At the beginning of the 19th century, the tangram spread to the west and was called the Eastern Magic Board. Even though it was just a toy, it wasn't easy to restore the tangram into a complete square. At the very least, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss spent more than 10 minutes before they were able to restore one of the tangrams. This made the two self-proclaimed traversing elites very tacitly agree not to mention this matter again. As for Huarong Dao, it was even more changeable and never tired of playing it. By moving the pieces, it helped Cao Cao move from the initial position to the bottom of the chessboard and escape from the exit. However, it was not so easy. Li Wangyu had already copied the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, so Pai Lupi and the others were clear about the background of the Huarong Dao game. Pai Lupi and the group of bosses did not care about the two toys that Li Wangyu took out at first. They thought that it was just to fool the children. However, when they began to try to solve the problem and restore the tangram to release Cao Cao, they suddenly realized that the two toys in their hands were far from as simple as they thought. Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bosses were known for their wisdom. In the past, no matter how complicated the official business was, they were still skillful. However, Li Wangyu clearly noticed that these bosses were playing with the toys until the sweat on their foreheads was about to fall. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, not to mention solving the more complicated Huarong Dao, no one could restore the tangram. Pai Lupi and the others felt that they had seen a ghost. Everyone was very sure that the 7 wooden boards in the tangram were all poured out by Li Wangyu from the square base. But at this time, they wanted to restore it, but they could not succeed no matter what. Li Wangyu snickered in his heart. This was the simplest way to play, and it had already stumped Li Er and the others. It seemed that the famous Du Duan in history might not be the kind of person who was quick-witted. Pai Lupi angrily threw the tangram in his hand to the ground and glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you bastard, what trick are you playing for me again? These 7 boards can't be put back into the square base." Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He only asked Niu Wu to make another trip, but he brought back a poor boy who was dressed simply and looked like a farmer. "Uncle, this child is the one that the gentleman mentioned before, the one that the assistant lecturer of the academy cheated for personal gain. Why don't we let him try? Let's see if my nephew is up to any tricks?" Pai Lupi and the others heard this and were stunned. They all looked up at the farmer child. Chapter 804. Being stared at by a group of weird uncles, the naive peasant boy was so scared that he almost cried out loud. Li Wangyu quickly comforted him. "Xiaolang, don't be afraid. Come, let these uncles play with the tangram and see if you can restore it." The child carefully raised his eyes to look at Pai Lupi and the others. He felt that the way these strange uncles looked at him was too scary. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, he picked up the wooden pieces of the tangram and deftly placed them back into the wooden base. The entire process took less than a minute. When this scene fell into the eyes of Li Er and the others, all the big shots' faces darkened. Especially Pai Lupi. His face, which was originally made black by the servant girls, became even redder. It was very interesting. Pai Lupi reached out and took the tangram that the child had restored. After carefully examining it for a while, he finally confirmed that there was no mechanism in it. It was just the wooden pieces that he couldn't place in it. Li Wangyu indicated for Niu Wu to send the child back. Then he smiled and explained to Pai Lupi and the other elders, "Uncle, everyone, from what I see, it doesn't matter if these children can read or memorize the classics before they enter the academy." "Why does Ziyu say that?" Pai Lupi didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant. From everyone's point of view, if they could write and draw before entering the academy, wouldn't it be a good thing? Why did Li Wangyu not care about it? Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, everyone, I think that as long as they aren't stupid, learning how to read and write before entering the academy isn't a problem. It can only be said that some people start early and some people start later." Pai Lupi pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. "Ziyu's words are reasonable. Then why did you make these toys?" "To test their intelligence." Li Wangyu answered as if it was a matter of course. "Test their intelligence? What is intelligence?" Zhang Sun Wuji and the other elders looked at each other. They didn't understand Li Wangyu's words. It's a test to see if they are smart or not. Uncle, everyone, and little nephew set the preliminary test. It requires the children to restore the tangram or save Chow Chow from Huarong path within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Only then can they pass the preliminary test. The reason why the child could pass was because he was able to restore the tangram during the test. That was why he could pass the test. As for that aristocrat who was making a ruckus, his son obviously didn't do it, and that's why he was eliminated. Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi again and said seriously, "Uncle, the number of students that this academy can recruit is limited. Naturally, we have to choose the smart ones. Who said that there is no discrimination in education? However, I think that the limited entrance qualifications should be given to the smarter children. What do you think?" Pai Lupi and the others also understood that the toys in their hands looked simple, but were actually not easy. If they wanted to complete it, those who weren't smart would definitely not be able to do it. From this, it could be seen that although the aristocrat's son could write and draw, he might not be smart. As for the farmer's son, although he didn't study and couldn't write, he was much smarter than the aristocrat's son. If such people went to school, they would naturally get twice the result with half the effort. Pai Lupi finally understood his nephew's thoughts and nodded in agreement. "That's right, Ziyu's words are reasonable. That's how it should be. My academy of the Tang dynasty naturally needs to recruit smart people." His words made Li Wangyu twitch his mouth. "Damn, how did it become your academy? But who asked you to be the boss? I won't fight with you." At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others also understood Li Wangyu's meaning. However, when they lowered their heads to look at the toys in their hands, their faces that had just returned to normal darkened again. Damn, this group of big shots just now, including Pai Lupi, none of them could solve the problem within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. If that was the case, could it be that they couldn't even compare to the child? How could Zhang Sun Wuji and the others endure this? Pai Lupi and the others finally understood that it wasn't the teaching assistant of the academy who was playing favoritism. As for Li Wangyu's testing method, they also felt that it was very reasonable. However, at this moment, the aristocrat in front of the academy's entrance was still making a ruckus, causing the order of the scene to become a little chaotic. Seeing this situation, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He was naturally unhappy. Li Wangyu hurriedly let Lu Rengue and Shang Guanyi, who were following behind him, handle it so that it wouldn't affect today's enrollment. This kind of small matter was naturally easy for Lu Rengue and Shang Guanyi to handle. Without much effort, the two of them explained the reason for the situation in today's entrance test to the crowd. After hearing the two's explanation, the crowd waiting in line finally quieted down. The aristocrat was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He pulled his son and hurriedly bowed and apologized to the crowd. Then he hurriedly left, so that he wouldn't continue to stay here and embarrass himself. Many officials and businessmen in the registration line couldn't help but start to worry. Originally, they had the same thoughts as the aristocrat. Their sons or grandsons had already been educated, so reading and writing wasn't a difficult thing for them. In these people's minds, it was a piece of cake for their children to enter the academy. Many people even looked at the farmers who came to register with disdain. However, they didn't expect that the entrance test of the Academy of the Tang dynasty would be so novel. It made them uneasy. Pai Lupi thought about Li Wangyu's words just now and continued to ask, "Ziyo, you just said that it was a preliminary test. Are those children not enough to enter the academy after passing this test?" In Li Er's opinion, a child who was able to solve the Tangram and Huarong Dao within the time it took for an incense stick to burn was already considered to be extremely intelligent, but he did not expect that his nephew was still not satisfied and actually still wanted to test. Li Wangyu nodded. "Yes, this is only the preliminary test. The children who pass will have another test. Uncle, would you like to take a look?" Pai Lupi and the others were naturally interested. They repeatedly urged Li Wangyu to lead the way. They wanted to see what was going on. Li Wangyu didn't refuse. He led the crowd to a room in the academy and motioned them not to make any noise so as not to disturb the children who were taking the test inside. Pai Lupi and the others nodded. The group of bigwigs tiptoed to the front of the room like thieves and secretly peeked inside. With this look, everyone was even more confused. There was only one child sitting in the room. No teaching assistant of the academy appeared. In front of the child was a table with a small plate on it. On the plate was a piece of candy with an attractive color. Chapter 805. The strange scene in the room made Pai Lupi very puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked, "Ziyo, is this the second test that you came up with?" "That's right. Uncle, Don't be impatient. We will know the results of this test very soon. Li Wangyu did not explain and continued to keep him in suspense. Pai Lupi and the other big shots looked at each other. They were all confused, but they could only continue to observe patiently. The child in the room stared at the candy on the table without blinking. It was obvious that he wanted to eat it. However, the child seemed to have some scruples. He held back and picked up the candy in front of him several times, looked at it, and then put it down. However, the child could not resist the temptation of the candy. After he picked it up and licked it, he could not hold back anymore and started to eat the candy happily. Li Wangyu saw this and could not help but shake his head. He said to Pai Lupi and the others, "What a pity." The child persisted for half the time but still failed in the end. He did not pass the second test. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. "Zio, explain to me clearly. Why did this child fail? But after eating that piece of candy, you did not allow him to enter the academy to study? What kind of logic is this?" Zhang Sun Wuji, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all nodded. They obviously agreed with Pai Lupi's words. They also could not understand the scene in front of them. Li Wangyu smiled. "Uncle, everyone, don't be anxious. Let me explain slowly. These children are naturally very intelligent. Otherwise, they would not be able to pass the first test." Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally agreed with this point. Pai Lupi could not help but sigh when he thought about how he, an emperor, was instantly defeated by a child in playing with toys. He thought to himself, what kind of monsters did Li Wangyu select? Pai Lupi was already very satisfied that the Academy of the Tang dynasty could recruit these intelligent children. He even began to imagine that 10 years later, when this group of intelligent children left the academy to participate in the spring imperial examination, would they shock the entire court? However, in Pai Lupi's eyes, this extremely intelligent child was actually eliminated by Li Wangyu in such a ridiculous way and was not allowed to enter the academy to study. This made Pai Lupi a little angry. Since Ziyu is also aware of this point, why did you say that this child is unqualified? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu smiled and rubbed his nose. Uncle, the reason is actually very simple. This kind of child lacks perseverance and will not be able to achieve great things. Does Uncle know that Quang Heng chiseled the wall to steal the light, Sun Jing hung the beam to pierce the stalk, and Zhu Ti danced when he heard the rooster? Without perseverance, it would be difficult to achieve anything just by relying on intelligence. That's why I've designed the second round tests questions to pick out those children with perseverance. Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this. He carefully pondered over Li Wangyu's words and had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. Whether it was chiseling the wall to steal light, hanging the beam to pierce the buttocks, or dancing at the sound of the rooster, all of these examples showed the necessity of studying hard. He just didn't understand how to tell whether a child had perseverance or not by letting them sit indoors with a piece of candy in front of them. Li Wangyu saw that everyone was puzzled and continued to explain. Uncle, everyone, before this test began, the academy's teaching assistant told these children that the candy in front of them could be eaten. However, if they didn't eat it before the teaching assistant returned, they would be rewarded with an extra piece of candy. And then? Pai Lupi still didn't understand. Li Wangyu shrugged. Naturally, when the teaching assistant returned, the children who didn't eat the candy would be qualified. Those who ate it would be unqualified. What kind of logic is this? Li Wangyu scratched his head and didn't know how to explain it. The tests he did were actually from later generations. In the 1960s, a professor in the United States designed this experiment. The experiment of eating the candy after the test was one of the simplest and most successful experiments in the world. Through observation, the professor found that 1/3 of the children immediately ate the candy after he left. 1/3 persisted halfway and couldn't bear it anymore and gave up waiting. Only 1/3 persisted until the end and received a reward. The professor had been tracking these children and found out that 14 years later, these children graduated from high school and entered universities or started to work. The professor continued to conduct further research on these children and found that the children who ate the candy immediately tended to lack self-confidence and didn't get along well with their peers. The children who ate the candy after receiving the reward had excellent communication skills, were opinionated, and outstanding. Even the test scores of the children who waited were much higher than those who didn't wait. Li Wangyu's Tang Dynasty Academy wanted to select the elites to enter. Naturally, he wanted to select the children who were willing to wait and had self-control. However, Li Wangyu couldn't explain these things to Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Faced with Pai Lupi's question, he could only give a vague answer. The children who ate the candy after the test had more self-control and would be able to study harder. That's why I made this choice. His explanation naturally didn't satisfy Pai Lupi and the others. Zhang Sun Wuji said, "Zio, this method of yours seems to be a little whimsical. How can you be sure that the children who ate the candy after the test are people with perseverance? The logic is simple. The temptation of the candy to the children is no less than the temptation of high positions and high salaries to adults. If these children know how to give and take at such a young age, wouldn't they be able to control themselves better when they grow up?" Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded slowly. Zio's words make sense. Seeing that Pai Lupi had spoken, the others didn't say anything else. They just continued to watch the entrance test of the academy. Li Wangyu had advertised in the international newspaper in advance for the enrollment of the academy today. Therefore, not only was there a sensation in Chang'an City, but there was also an endless stream of people coming to sign up for the academy today. However, the number of people coming to sign up didn't decrease. Instead, it was increasing. In just half a day, the teaching assistants of the academy had tested close to 5,000 to 6,000 children. However, the number of people who passed the two tests was only a little more than 100. Even Pai Lupi and the others were shocked by such an exaggerated enrollment ratio. "Zio, how can I enter the academy to study? In my opinion, it's even harder than the spring imperial examination." Kong Ingda, the chancellor of the Imperial College, was also shocked by the enrollment situation of the academy. Li Wangyu spread out his hands. "Hee, the academy can only enroll about 500 children. It can't be helped." Although he said so, his arrogance made Kong Ingda, the old man, want to beat him up. Kong Ingda was also secretly shocked when he saw the enrollment of the academy. If the group of children recruited by Li Wangyu participated in the spring imperial examination in 10 years, the students of the Imperial College would have nothing to do with it. However, Kong Ingda was open-minded. Thinking that it would happen 10 years later, he didn't worry anymore. Anyway, the Chancellor of the Imperial College would definitely not be his. It was not his turn to worry about this kind of thing. Anyway, out of sight, out of mind. The old man was open-minded. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, the world-famous Academy of the Tang Dynasty opened the curtain to the stage of the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 806. Tang Dynasty, Zhengguan 4th year, early summer. On the official road from Chang'an to Luoyang, a group of carriages was slowly moving forward under the setting sun. The sunlight cast long shadows behind them. "Husband, it's getting late. Why don't we rest at the relay station ahead tonight?" A one-eyed brawny man rode his horse to the side of a luxuriously decorated four-wheeled carriage in the middle of the procession, and inquired. "Sure, you can arrange it." A young man's lazy voice came from the carriage. It was Li Wangyu's voice. As for the one-eyed man, he was naturally Niu Wu. After receiving the order, several horses immediately ran out from the group and headed to the relay station ahead. An hour later, the group of carriages arrived at the relay station. The relay station's messenger was already respectfully waiting in front of the relay station with a large group of postilions. "This lowly one greets Ho." "Oh no, this lowly one greets County Magistrate Li." When the messenger saw the group of carriages arrive, he quickly bowed to the carriages in the group. "All right, there's no need to be so polite. This official is going to take up a post in Huayin County and will be staying at your relay station for the night. Niu Wu, give this messenger the official document from the Ministry of Personnel." Li Wangyu's voice came from the carriage. The messenger was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. This lowly one doesn't dare. County Magistrate Li, this lowly one has already ordered people to clean the room and prepare food. This relay station is crude and simple, so I hope County Magistrate Li won't mind." Li Wangyu's lazy voice came from the carriage again. "There's no need, I'll be resting in the carriage tonight. There's no need to prepare food. We'll bring our own. We'll just borrow the inn's kitchen. As for the accommodation, we'll just stay in the carriage. There's no need to trouble you." "Yes, yes." The messenger didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly called for the postilions to help lead Li Wangyu's group to the open space where the carriages were parked. The Li family's troops dismounted from their horses. Many maidservants also came out from the accompanying four-wheeled carriages and began to prepare water for cooking. The messenger hurriedly called for the post-house men to prepare the provisions to feed the horses. He was very busy with his work. The postilions at the post-house did not understand why their post-house ambassador would be so respectful to a county magistrate. They also did not understand why a ninth-grade county magistrate who was about to take office would be so arrogant. The accompanying troops, maidservants, and several carriages that were specially used to carry luggage were almost as numerous as the nobles. Some of the post-house runners who were close to the post-house runners secretly asked the post-house runners about the situation. "Boss, who is this magistrate Lee? Was he that arrogant? Isn't he just a ninth-grade official?" The messenger was so frightened by his words that he quickly covered the courier's mouth with his hand. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before he glared at the messenger and scolded in a low voice. "What do you know? Do you know who this person is? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. This is the county marquis who founded the dynasty." "County marquis? Boss, you're not talking nonsense, right? Didn't you just call him a county magistrate? Isn't he going to take office in Huayin County?" The courier thought that there was something wrong with his ears. The messenger knocked the courier's head with a chestnut and said, "Idiot, did you forget about the incident that happened in Chang'an City?" After being scolded by the messenger, the courier came back to his senses. He could not help but open his mouth wide and could not speak clearly. This is the county marquis? The imperial tutor of the crown prince? Then why did you call him Magistrate Li? Isn't that disrespectful?" The messenger glared at him and said, "What do you know? This is something that the Marquis of Huxian's troops specially ordered when they came to inform us that we are not allowed to call this person by his title. We are only allowed to call him by his official position." "Teske, what's wrong with him?" The courier shook his head with a puzzled expression. "Lower your voice, Tian Shalang. What are you saying? Do you want to die?" Yes, he. "Boss, you don't have to be so nervous. The nobles don't care about lowly people like us." Teske, boss, look at this marquis. He's really impressive. He actually brought such a large group of maidservants with him when he went out. He even brought along his own cooking maids and ingredients. He really is a noble. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know who the Marquis of Huxian is? He's the famous god of wealth in Chang'an City. In the entire Tang dynasty, the only person richer than this noble is the emperor. While the messenger and courier were whispering, Afra was massaging Li Wangyou's shoulders in the carriage. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Lang Jun, why do you insist on others calling you by your official position? Is the ninth-rank county magistrate very nice? What's wrong with calling me by my official position? Since someone wants to force me to be a ninth-rank county magistrate, then so be it. It's not like I'll lose face." Li Wangyou looked a little annoyed when he mentioned this. Perrin covered her mouth and chuckled. "Lang Jun, you're the one at a disadvantage if you compete with the emperor." The Perrin of today was no longer the little girl Li Wangyou saw when he first opened his eyes when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. 2 years had passed and Perrin was now 15 years old. She was even more beautiful. Li Wangyou rolled his eyes. "What's there to be at a disadvantage about? What do you know? Don't you know that being at a disadvantage is a blessing? Don't be fooled by someone who wants to force me out of Chang'an and become a county magistrate in Huayin County just to make me compromise. I don't care at all. A county magistrate is a county magistrate. I feel more at ease outside of Chang'an." Perrin squatted beside Li Wangyou and massaged his feet. She said coquettishly, "Lang Jun, why don't you listen to the emperor and marry Changle? Won't everyone be happy?" Sister Chongqing said that she doesn't mind. Li Wangyou reached out and pinched Perrin's face. "Cut the crap. Do you think I'll do that? How old is Changle? She's only 11 years old. Do you think I'm crazy to marry such a lowly? What's more, Changle is my disciple. If she listens to someone, won't she be messing up her moral code? What a scandal." It was very obvious that the someone Li Wangyou was referring to was the current emperor of the Tang dynasty, the wise and brilliant Pai Lupi. Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Aphrodite and Perrin naturally did not say anything more. They only covered their mouths and snickered. Li Wangyou glared at them, but was disinclined to pay them any attention. Closing his eyes, he pondered his own matters. The reason why he had appeared at this relay station was naturally because he had been driven out of Chang'an by Pai Lupi, who had arranged for him to immediately depart for Huayin County and assume the position of county magistrate of the lower 9th rank. As for the main reason for this conflict, it was because of what Perrin had said. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son had actually lost their minds and suddenly wanted to betroth Princess Changle to him. Li Wangyu would naturally rather die than comply. After arguing with Pai Lupi, he was driven out of Chang'an by the angered Pai Lupi. Chapter 807. In the second half of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, many things happened in Chang'an. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Academy of the Tang dynasty. The Academy's recruitment in August caused a sensation in Chang'an. Everyone rushed to the Academy. Those families who were successfully accepted by the Academy immediately celebrated with a feast, as if their children had entered a famous university in the future. This caused the surrounding neighbors to be extremely envious. In those few days, all the shops in Chang'an that sold exploding rods were sold out. The crackling sounds of exploding rods could be heard everywhere. It was very lively. The appearance of the Academy of the Tang dynasty attracted everyone's attention. It also made people admire County Count Li Wangyu even more. As for those aristocratic families, their intestines were now green with regret. Especially the Wang clan of Taiyuan, who was even more regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have merged with them. These aristocratic families were more and more afraid of Li Wangyu's influence. They restrained their children from provoking County Count Hu. As for the monk Faya of the Mercy Temple, he had also failed. This stupid monk was the same as in history. Due to his jealousy and hatred of Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, he began to spread rumors and claimed to be the reincarnation of Buddha. Because of Li Yuan's secret support, Faya became more and more arrogant. Naturally, he quickly angered Pai Lupi, who ordered the Ministry of Justice to arrest him. As expected, Faya was cut in half at the waist on the streets of Shi City. Pei Ji also resigned and was chased back to his hometown by Pai Lupi. Different from history, because of the conflict between Faya and Li Wangyu, many officials and nobles in Chang'an did not think that Faya's death had anything to do with Li Yuan. Instead, they thought that Pai Lupi, the emperor, was venting anger for Li Wangyu. This misunderstanding made Li Wangyu even more famous. Everyone respected him and did not dare to offend him. When Li Wangyu heard about this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Could this be considered as a fox exploiting the tiger's might? However, he was too lazy to explain such things. If the world wanted to misunderstand, then let them misunderstand. There was no harm in it anyway. Li Wangyu lived a comfortable life for half a year. During this period, he only went to Chang'an City to participate in the national games of the Tang dynasty. Originally, in the minds of Pai Lupi and the other court officials, there was no such thing as an opening ceremony. However, how could Li Wangyu let go of such a fun opportunity? Together with Cheng Chumo and the others, he asked Pai Lupi to take over the opening ceremony. Therefore, this fellow directly plagiarized the opening ceremony of the Huaxia Olympic Games in the future. Of course, the sound, light, and other performances were naturally absent. The performance of thousands of drummers in unison also shocked Pai Lupi, the officials of the imperial court, and the envoys of the vassal states. However, the most shocking thing was the military parade that Li Wangyu came up with. Anyway, the purpose of Pai Lupi agreeing to hold this sports event was not to strengthen the body, but to awe the world and spread the name of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply asked the old rogue Cheng Yaojin and other generals to come up with a military parade with them. When tens of thousands of imperial guards, fully armed in bright armor, lined up in a square formation and marched through the auditorium in uniform steps, the whole Dazhao baseball stadium immediately exploded. Including Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and Li Jing, these big shots, who had never seen such a military parade, all waved their fists excitedly and shouted crazily. More than 100,000 spectators at the scene were also crazy and could not control themselves. As for the envoys of the vassal states, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they were dumbfounded. Such a majestic army immediately made the envoys of the vassal states feel that the Tang dynasty was invincible in their hearts. In fact, since ancient times, Huaxia also had a military parade. It was held during major festivals, welcoming and sending off state guests and troops, triumphant returns, reviewing, awarding flags, awarding awards, and large-scale military exercises. It was said in the Zhuozhuan, the major events of the country are in worship and war. worship could be regarded as a military parade. The earliest military parade recorded in history was from the Zhou dynasty. 800 dukes met in the Alliance Valley to review the troops and hold an alliance meeting. However, how could the military parade in ancient Huaxia compare to the one in modern times? Li Wangyu was also a military fan. He had participated in the military training in school and watched the military parade live on TV several times. Therefore, he was the person who knew the most about military parades in the world. After a lot of trouble, tens of thousands of imperial guards were trained, and they marched in a proper manner. Although they could not be compared to the clone army of Huaxia in modern times, in the eyes of the Tang people, this military style was already a mighty army that could not be matched. After the national games of the Tang dynasty smoothly ended, Pai Lupi did not care about Li Wangyu's young age and directly issued an imperial edict, promoting him to the position of Marquis of the founding county and giving him a salary of 400 households. This matter once again shocked the entire court, but no one dared to gossip about it. After all, although Li Wangyu had not yet become an official, his influence was increasing day by day. Most of the big shots in the imperial court were close to him. Under such circumstances, who would be so stupid as to criticize Li Wangyu in front of Pai Lupi and say that he was too young? After waiting for 4 years for Li Wangyu to reach the age of 18 and mourning for his father, Pai Lupi personally performed the coronation ceremony for him. Originally, Li Wangyu's days were very comfortable. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son seemed to see that Li Wangyu was too idle and insisted on finding something for him to do. No one knew what these two were thinking. They actually wanted to recruit Li Wangyu as their son-in-law and marry Princess Changle to him. After learning about this, Li Wangyu was immediately shocked. They wanted him to marry an 11-year-old girl? Were they crazy? Moreover, he and Pai Lupi were uncle and nephew. He and Li Lizzie were also relatives. Not to mention, Li Lizzie had kowtowed to him. Under such circumstances, Li Wangyu was unwilling to agree to such a ridiculous thing. Moreover, he had a beautiful superior. It was even more impossible for him to marry another woman. Therefore, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi, uncle and nephew, began to quarrel over this matter. Li Wangyu refused to give in and nodded. Pai Lupi was even more determined to make Li Wangyu his son-in-law. This matter was quarreled over and over again, from Pai Lupi's family matters to the imperial court. Therefore, the imperial court was divided into two factions. Some agreed with it and some firmly opposed it. For a time, Chang'an City was in an uproar over this matter. After Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi argued, Pai Lupi was driven out of Taiji Palace in anger. The next day, Mi Tuo ran to Dingzhou County Marquis Manor with a strange expression. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict to appoint Li Wangyu as the county magistrate of Huayin County. He was to set off immediately without delay. Therefore, Chang'an City's popular fried chicken, Li Wangyu, Marquis Huxian, was driven to Huayin County by Pai Lupi to be a 9th-rank county magistrate. Chapter 808. Huayin County was about 200 miles away from Chang'an City. It was neither too far nor too close. With the speed of a 4-wheeled carriage, it would only take a day to arrive. If one were to speed up the horses, they would be able to arrive in 6 to 8 hours by constantly changing horses at the relay station. Even under normal circumstances, it would be easy to arrive in a day. Pai Lupi was so angry that he forcefully ordered Li Wangyu to become an official, but he only made him a 9th-ranked county magistrate in a fit of pique. What was even more strange was that Li Wangyu's title was not removed. Thus, in the history of the Tang Empire, the first secondary Class 3 Marquis who founded the country became a Class 9 Sesame official after entering the Tang Empire. After Li Wangyu was chased out of Chang'an by Li Er, he was also very depressed. Thus, he did not rush to take up his post. Instead, he dawdled along the way and enjoyed the scenery. The journey that should have taken him 1 day took him 4 or 5 days on the official road. Because his beautiful superior had to take care of many properties in the mansion, she had no choice but to stay in Chang'an City temporarily. She arranged for Afro and Perrin to accompany her, while Niu Wu led a large group of troops to protect her. Now that Lai Hot did not want to collect copper coins, Li Wangyu's family head was appointed as an official, so it was naturally a big matter in the mansion. Thus, groups of maidservants and all kinds of daily necessities were loaded into 7 to 8 large carriages. It was a large group of people and horses. Those who knew would say that Li Wangyu was going to take up the position in another city, but those who did not know would probably think that some prince was going on an inspection tour. The inn that they stayed in today was actually only 40 to 50 miles away from Huayin County. But Li Wangyu still found a place to stay and was not in a hurry to take up the position in Huayin County. A county magistrate was equivalent to the director of the Public Security Bureau in the future. He was in charge of the security of the county and arresting thieves. It was a very small official. Li Wangyu was also angry with Pai Lupi, so he did not allow people to call him by his title, and only allowed people to call him by his official position, which was why the previous incident happened. After Niu Wu finished arranging the accommodations, he went to Li Wangyu's carriage and reported, "Lang Jun, everything is ready." In addition, the Imperial Army soldiers of the Chamberlain of Jin are also camping outside the relay station. Should I send someone to deliver some food to them? The Golden Guards that Niu Wu spoke of were sent out by Pai Lupi under Cheng Yaojin's orders to protect Li Wangyu. Although Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu, uncle and nephew, had quarreled over the issue of whether or not to marry Princess Changel, Pai Lupi was very concerned about Li Wangyu's safety. Therefore, after chasing Li Wangyu out of Chang'an, he immediately ordered the old hooligan Cheng Yaojin to send 100 Imperial Guards to protect him. Along the way, the 100 Imperial Army cavalrymen followed Li Wangyu's convoy from afar to protect them from any disturbances. Let's follow the old rules and have someone deliver the food. Li Wangyu naturally would not neglect these Imperial Army soldiers. Although it seemed that there was no need for these Imperial Army soldiers to protect him, the public security on the road from Chang'an to Luoyang was excellent. There would not be any bandits or robbers. Even if there were, it would be impossible for them to be so blind. After all, his convoy had dozens of elite and valiant guards. Rather than saying that these 100 Imperial Army soldiers were here to protect Li Wangyu, it would be better to say that they were here to accompany him on a sightseeing tour. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, the courier at the relay station trembled in fear as he led the courier to send off the 9th-ranked official, Li Wangyu. After delaying on the road for 4 or 5 days, Li Wangyu was finally unable to delay any longer. No matter how long the journey was, there would still be a day when they arrived, not to mention such a short distance. When Li Wangyu and his convoy arrived at the gate of Huayin County, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. At the gate, the county magistrate of Huayin County led the county premier and other officials, as well as 3 groups of bailiffs, to respectfully welcome them. Behind the group of officials and bailiffs, there was also a large group of Huayin County citizens. Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. Damn! Do you want a yellow dirt road and clean water street? He was just a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Did they have to be so exaggerated? In truth, Li Wangyu didn't even think about it. Even though he was a rank 9 magistrate of Huayin County in name, he was also a rank 3 marquis of the founding county of Great Tang. Furthermore, Huayin County was so close to Chang'an, so everyone knew what was going on in Chang'an City. As for why this marquis came to their county to be a county magistrate, they were very clear about it. This was simply a fight between gods. Who would dare to treat Li Wangyu as a 9th-ranked county magistrate? That would be a real idiot. Moreover, if one day Li Wangyu relented and married Princess Changel, tying the knot with the emperor, what kind of status would he have? As a result, everyone in Huayin County, from the county magistrate to the bailiffs, treated Li Wangyu as a big shot of the court, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Seeing Li Wangyu disembark from the carriage, the county magistrate of Huayin immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Li Wangyu. This lowly county magistrate of Huayin, Shang Zimo, pays respects to the county marquis. Li Wangyu did not put on airs, hurriedly helping the county magistrate up. The Ming House is too courteous. I am now a subordinate of the Ming House. How can I accept such a great courtesy from the Ming House? Haha, the Ming House should still address me by my official position. How can this be? As a county magistrate of the 7th rank, how could Shang Zimo dare to be so impudent to a county marquis? Hearing Li Wangyu speak in such a manner, even his tongue was about to curl. Li Wangyu waved his hand. There is no need for the Ming House to speak too much. Just address me as County Magistrate Li. Yes, this lowly official understands. This lowly official greets the prefect of the imperial household. Shang Zimo secretly wiped away the sweat on his forehead, inwardly thinking that this marquis was truly difficult to serve. The prefect of the imperial household was the title given to the county magistrate in the Tang dynasty. However, he did not dare to reveal this. Although he addressed Li Wangyu as county magistrate, His attitude became increasingly respectful. He carefully introduced Li Wangyu to the group of county officials and local gentry behind him. The attitude of those officials and gentry was even more respectful. No one would be foolish enough to treat Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. Although everyone followed Li Wangyu's request and changed their greetings, the prefect of the imperial household, their careful attitude made them seem like lackeys. Prefect of the imperial household, this lowly official has already ordered people to prepare food and wine for the prefect of the imperial household. This lowly official hopes that the prefect of the imperial household will grace us with your presence. Shang Zimo bowed and smiled. However, Li Wangyu waved his hand. How can I allow everyone to invite me? Niu Wu, is my residence ready? Niu Wu quickly replied. The housekeeper has already found a residence a few days ago and has already prepared it. That's good. Li Wangyu turned his head and smiled at Shang Zimo. I believe that the Ming house also knows that the delicacies and wine in my residence are famous in Chang'an. Therefore, instead of going to some restaurant, why don't I invite everyone to my residence? How can this be? Isn't this too disrespectful? Shang Zimo and the rest could not help but look at each other. They were supposed to welcome Li Wangyu back. How did it become a group of people going to the Lai Hut for a meal? However, Li Wangyu waved his hand domineeringly. All right, that's it. I'm not used to the drinks in the outer room. Let me be the host and invite the Ming residents and everyone here to try the culinary skills of my chef. Chapter 809. Since Li Wangyu had spoken, County Magistrate Shang Zimo and the other county officials naturally did not dare to say anything else. After apologizing once more, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions. Actually, whether it was Shang Zimo, the deputy of Huayin County, or the officials of Class 3 and Class 6, they were all cursing in their hearts. They were not cursing Li Wangyu. Instead, their resentment was directed towards Pai Lupi, who was sitting on the throne of Taiji Palace in Chang'an City. How bored must he be to send a marquis of the founding county of the Tang Empire to their medium-sized county to be a deputy county magistrate? How unreliable must he be to do such an unreliable thing? This was especially so for Shang Zimo and the county deputy. As the two most powerful people in Huayin County, they were even more speechless. How was this a deputy of Huayin County? This was more like an ancestor. Other high-ranking officials would only stop for a short while when they passed by Huayin County. However, this man was their subordinate in name. Shang Zimo felt that he was really lucky to have such a subordinate with such a status. However, while others were lucky, his ancestral grave was probably black. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. To put it bluntly, his status in Chang'an City would probably be lower than the housekeeper of the Lord Protector's mansion. Shang Zimo was not wrong about this. In fact, he had overestimated his own status. Li Wangyu's old housekeeper, Li Heng, would be able to take a seat in the Duke's mansion. As for the 3rd and 4th-grade officials in the imperial court, they would be extremely polite when they saw Li Heng. Shang Zimo was a 7th-grade county magistrate. If he were to go to Chang'an City, he might not even be able to enter the mansions of the 3rd and 4th-grade officials. Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County wanted to hug each other and cry when they saw the dozens of troops following Li Wangyu and the group of imperial guards of Golden Guards. This was too much of a bully. However, both Shang Zimo and the deputy of Huayin County maintained their positions and attitudes. They would serve the man in front of them wholeheartedly. A group of people crowded around Li Wangyu's car and went straight into Huayin County. As for the 100 imperial guards, they also entered the city and headed straight for Huayin County's Zhetzong Manor. The decree they had received was to protect the Marquis of Huxian while he was in Huayin County. Without a decree, they would have to stay in Huayin County until Li Wangyu returned to Chang'an. Huayin County was a middle-class county with a population of less than 2,000 households. Therefore, the scale of the county was not large. However, Huayin County was the birthplace of the Yang clan under the heavens. There was a saying, the Yang clan under the heavens originates from Huayin, and the Yang clan of Huayin belongs to the East Palace. The former Sui Emperor Yang Jian, was from Huayin. As such, the small Huayin County was quite lively. Li Wangyu dawdled on the road for a few days, but the steward of the Marquis' estate had already prepared a residence for his Lang Jun. After the steward of the Marquis' estate took a liking to a wealthy merchant's house, he immediately moved out and sold the house to the Marquis' estate of Huxian. Of course, the steward of the Marquis' estate was not one to bully others. As Li Wangyu did not lack copper coins, He increased the price by 30% according to the market price and gave the wealthy merchant enough copper coins. In the next few days, the four-wheeled carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company traveled back and forth between Huayin County and Dingzhou Village. Like ants moving to a house, they transported all kinds of decorations and tools to the Marquis' estate in Huayin County. His beautiful superior even threw out a large amount of copper coins and recruited hundreds of craftsmen from Chang'an City. She directly sent them to Huayin County to renovate the house. After working day and night, Li Wangyu finally reached Huayin County after he was done dawdling on the official road. Within a few days, the Marquis' estate in the county had already been refurbished and everything was ready. While Li Wangyu was exchanging greetings with Shang Zimo and the rest, the accompanying maidservants and most of the troops had already entered the city to make preparations. By the time Li Wangyu and the rest arrived at his estate in Huayin County, everything was already prepared. Shang Zimo, the district deputy and the rest looked at the refurbished estate in front of them and were secretly shocked. They had been invited by the wealthy merchant to a banquet and had been guests at this estate before. Who would have thought that Noda's estate would completely change in just a few days? The newly painted red door had a plaque above it with the words Marquis' Estate of Huxian written on it in gold. On both sides of the door, there were guards of the Marquis' estate who were dressed in martial attire and holding weapons in their hands. They looked like they were keeping strangers away. However, Li Wangyu was not satisfied and instructed Niu Wu, "Get someone to change this plaque. I am now the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Why does it say Marquis' Estate? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Niu Wu held back his laughter and nodded his head in agreement. However, Shang Zimo and the rest had a weird look on their faces as they thought to themselves, "Who is so blind to dare to laugh at this master?" Li Wangyu invited everyone into the estate. However, they heard the sound of hurried horse hooves coming from the streets. Everyone stopped and looked over. It was a few people wearing dark red official robes riding on horses. They were panting as they rushed over. Li Wangyu did not recognize them, but Shang Zimo and the rest did. Their expressions turned even weirder. There was no other reason other than the fact that the group of officials that came were the provincial governor and officials of Huazhou. Huayin County was under the jurisdiction of Huazhou. Huazhou was the central province of the Tang dynasty, and the provincial governor was a fourth-grade official position. Needless to say, the arrival of the Marquis of Huxian had even caught the news of the Huazhou provincial governor's arrival. He hurriedly brought all the officials of Huazhou over to greet Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Shang Zimo and the deputy beside him looked at each other. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. The provincial governor of Huazhou led all the officials of Huazhou to the front. He quickly got off his horse and respectfully greeted Li Wangyu. Everyone exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Li Wangyu naturally knew the purpose of these officials' visit and did not mind. He only smiled and invited everyone into the estate to take a seat in the main hall. With their superior around, Shang Zimo and the deputy district magistrate were squeezed to the back of the queue. As for the exiled officials from the 6th branch of the county yamen, they could only shrink to a corner and did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the main hall, the servants of the Marquis residence continuously brought in all sorts of delicacies and wine. The atmosphere gradually became lively. "Ming House, why did you move so far away? Come, sit over here." Li Wangyu saw Shang Zimo kneeling in a corner of the main hall and hurriedly called out to him. Shang Zimo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. No need. You are too polite. This place is pretty good. He still had a discerning eye. The people sitting beside Li Wangyu were the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials. Why should he, a mere county magistrate, go and join in the fun? Shang Zimo did not dare to sit beside Li Wangyu in consideration of his superiors, the provincial governor of Huazhou. However, Li Wangyu did not care so much. He stood up and walked to Shang Zimo's side and pulled him over. Ming House, you are my superior. How can you sit over there? If this were to spread, wouldn't others say that I do not know etiquette? Li Wangyu pulled Shang Zimo to his side. The moment he said this, Shang Zimo did not dare to say anything. He looked at the provincial governor of Huazhou and the senior officials who were sitting beside him. He was about to break out in cold sweat. Marquis, can you not be like this? Shang Zimo was still mourning for himself in his heart when he saw a servant of the Marquis residence rushing in to report. Lang Jun, the Crown Prince and King Yu are here to visit. The moment he said this, The originally lively main hall suddenly became silent. Chapter 8:10. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was also a bit confused. Why were Li Chengqian and Li Tai here? Immediately, Li Wangyu's face was filled with anger. Summon the two of them in. When he said this, everyone in the hall, including the Huazhou provincial governor and chief clerk, was even more stunned. Many people's mouths were so wide open that eggs could be stuffed in. The Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu had personally come to Huayin County. This was already shocking enough. Not only did this lord not hurry out to greet them, he actually used the word, summon? Immediately, some pedantic officials stood up, trembling in anger. They wanted to reprimand Li Wangyu. Did he not care about the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects? What kind of scandal was this? But before they could speak, they saw Crown Prince Li Chengqian and little fatty Li Tai quickly walk into the hall. In the hall, all the officials immediately stood up and bowed to greet the Crown Prince. This subject greets Your Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. Only Li Wangyu sat behind a few tables, staring at Li Chengqian and Li Tai with a cold smile. Dispense with the formalities. Li Chengqian and Li Tai ignored the Huazhou officials and respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu. Disciples Chengqian and Qingke greet teacher. Greetings to teacher. Li Chengqian was already 11 years old, and little fatty Li Tai was already 10 years old. In the eyes of the Tang people, they were already adults. But in Li Wangyu's eyes, they were just two little brats in the 5th or 6th grade of primary school. Li Wangyu's face stiffened, and he asked coldly, "Why did the two of you appear in Huayin County today? Today isn't a day off, so why aren't you studying at the academy? Did you play truant? Niu Wu, go and fetch my imperial ruler. Today, I will let these two know the consequences of playing truant." His words frightened the Huazhou officials in the hall. Many of their jaws were dislocated. What frightened the Huazhou officials even more was that Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Li Tai actually knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. This scene immediately caused the elderly officials' vision to turn black, and they fainted on the spot. Li Chengqian and Li Tai both knelt in front of Li Wangyu, laughing merrily as they replied, "Teacher, please don't take out Father's golden ferule. Teacher, you've misunderstood. The two of us aren't playing truant. We're here on our father's orders to serve teacher in Huayin County and learn from him." Did uncle really send you here? Hee, of course it's true. Li Chengqian and Li Tai both nodded their heads like little chicks pecking at rice, afraid that Li Wangyu would misunderstand. Li Wangyu's expression eased after hearing the two little ones' words. If that's the case, then stay here. However, you still have to complete your homework as usual. I will check on you every day. Don't think that you don't have to do your homework after coming to Huayin County. Li Wangyu's words caused Li Chengqian and Li Tai's expressions to turn bitter. Ever since the Tang dynasty's academy opened last year, they and the other princes had been sent to the academy to study by Pai Lupi. Originally, the teaching assistants of the academy were all trembling with fear and respect towards the crown prince and the princes. However, whether it was Li Wangyu or Pai Lupi, they had repeatedly requested that the teaching assistants of the academy be strict and treat everyone equally. They could not indulge the crown prince and the princes in their studies. As a result, Li Chengqian and the others were met with a tragedy. After all, the children who were able to study in the academy, other than the children of officials who had spent a large amount of money to enter the academy, were all carefully selected by Li Wangyu. They were all talented and intelligent people. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai had received the best education since they were young, their starting point was much higher than the other children. However, the other children, especially the children of ordinary families, greatly treasured this learning opportunity that was hard to come by. All of them studied very hard. In less than a year, Li Chengqian and Li Tai's results in the academy exam could only be ranked in the middle of the 500 or so children in the academy. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was also a parent. Under the competitive mentality of a parent, Pai Lupi immediately felt very displeased. How could the son of the emperor's first wife not be able to learn better than a group of farm workers' children? Even if the uncle could tolerate it, the aunt could not. Thus, whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhang's son, their requirements for Li Chengqian and Li Tai became increasingly harsh. Their daily homework also became increasingly heavy, causing the princes to complain incessantly. Even Li Chengqian and Li Tai's daily homework gave them headaches. They had originally thought that the two of them would be temporarily liberated from their trip to Huayin County, but they did not expect Li Wangyu to pour a bucket of cold water over their heads. Yes, your disciples understand. Li Chengqian and Li Tai replied weakly. When they thought of so much homework, the two of them felt their teeth itch. Li Wangyu, however, did not care about their thoughts. In any case, he had been tortured by homework since he was young. Now that it was his turn to torture others, how could he easily let it go? Seeing Li Chengqian and Li Tai's displeasure, Li Wangyu felt very pleased. As expected, happiness was built on other people's pain. Actually, Li Chengqian and Li Tai had come to Huayin County with a mission. Li Wangyu had fallen out with Pai Lupi because of Changle's matter. In a fit of anger, Pai Lupi sent him to a remote and desolate place to be a county magistrate. However, this caused Li Chengqian and Li Tai to be in a difficult position. On one side was their teacher, and on the other was their younger sister, the emperor, and their mother. No matter how they chose, they would be wrong. Of course, from the bottom of their hearts, they naturally hoped that their teacher would be obedient and marry their younger sister Changle. In this way, their teacher would become their brother-in-law. Wahahaha! Just thinking about it made Li Chengqian and Li Tai excited. Therefore, on the way to Huayin County, Li Chengqian and Li Tai discussed that they had to find a way to persuade Li Wangyu to agree to this marriage. In fact, this was also the intention of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Before the two of them left the palace, Empress Zhang's son had called them into Li Main Hall and instructed them for a long time. The meaning behind her words was naturally for them to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu. However, in front of Li Wangyu, the two of them were smart and did not reveal their inner thoughts. They behaved rather obediently. Li Wangyu glanced at them and scolded jokingly. "All right, stop pretending to be naive. Come and pour wine for your teacher." Li Chengqian and Li Tai hurriedly answered with a smile. They got up from the ground and ran to Li Wangyu's side. One on the left and one on the right. They served him attentively. Those old officials who had fainted were pinched and splashed with cold water by the people around them. When they finally woke up, they looked up and saw the crown prince and the king of Yu serving Li Wangyu. They could not help but cough again. Their vision turned black and they fainted again. In the hall, all the officials of Huazhou did not dare to make a sound. They all did not know what to do. The county magistrate of Huayin County and the provincial governor of Huazhou, who were sitting on the left and right of Li Wangyu, felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were in incomparable pain. Chapter 8:11. Shang Zimo only felt his heartbeat quicken. He felt as if he was about to faint. He was merely a 7th-ranked county magistrate. Being below the founding county marquis was already difficult for him. At this moment, the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and his imperial highness, the Prince of Yu, were both standing by Li Wangyu's side, pouring wine for him. How could he sit still? In reality, it wasn't just Shang Zimo, a 7th-ranked county magistrate, who couldn't sit still. Even the governor of Huazhou, a 4th-ranked official, couldn't sit still. His forehead was covered in sweat. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. Seeing that the hall had quieted down, he raised his cup to greet everyone. "Gentlemen, why are you all not speaking? For all of you to welcome me today, I am endlessly grateful. Come, come. Gentlemen, let's drink this cup. Don't waste the wine in this cup." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, the Huazhou officials in the hall hurriedly raised their cups, trembling with fear. However, they still didn't dare to be impudent. With regards to Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, only today did everyone truly understand the status of this marquis in the sage's heart. Originally, Li Wangyu, with his status as the founding county marquis, had been demoted by Pai Lupi to Huayin as a 9th-ranked county magistrate. Many people were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if this founding county marquis had offended the sage and would never be able to recover from this setback. Although they had misgivings about Li Wangyu's status as a marquis, the Huazhou officials didn't treat Li Wangyu with much respect. As a result, before Li Chengqian and Li Tai arrived, the Lai Hut's main hall was so lively. Everyone dared to speak with Li Wangyu without holding back. However, Li Chengqian and Li Tai's actions caused the Huazhou officials to suddenly wake up. How was this marquis demoted? It was simply the sage acting in a fit of pique with this marquis. An 18-year-old founding county marquis, nephew of the sage, relative of the imperial clan, and tutor of the crown prince. Which of these identities wasn't extraordinary? If this marquis were to nod his head in the future and marry Princess Changle, joining the sage in marriage, how illustrious would he be? Perhaps even the princes, dukes and dukes in the imperial court would have to be courteous to this master, right? Those pedantic officials had originally wanted to stand up in front of the Crown Prince because of Li Wangyou's disrespect towards the Crown Prince. But now they were all terrified. Fortunately, he didn't have time to make a sound. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. In the Lai Hot, Li Wangyou's welcome banquet made the Huazhou officials feel as if they were walking on thin ice. When the banquet finally came to an end, the Huazhou provincial governor and the chief of staff hurriedly got up and left. Shang Zimo stood up and wanted to leave, but Li Wangyou grabbed his arm. "Where are you going to Ming House?" "Haha, why don't you stay in my residence today, and we can continue to drink and chat merrily. I'm a county magistrate, but I don't know how to perform my duties. Please teach me Ming House." "Marquis." "Oh no, you're exaggerating." Shang Zimo was about to cry. "Lord, can you stop fooling around? Who's so stupid to treat you as a county magistrate? Huaryin County is only a middle county, and the law and order in this county has always been good. You don't have to worry. If there's anything, I and the county deputy will handle it." Shang Zimo carefully organized his words, afraid that he would anger the Marquis. Li Wangyou waved his hand disapprovingly. "How can that be? Since I'm the county magistrate of Huaryin County, I'm naturally in charge of arresting bandits and maintaining the law and order of the county. Ming House, don't worry, I'll take up the post tomorrow." Shang Zimo opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He prayed in his heart that if this Marquis really became a county magistrate, nothing would happen. Otherwise, his heart disease would really act up. The night passed silently. The next morning, Li Wangyou changed into a light green rank 9 official robe and went to the county magistrate of Huaryin County. To be honest, Li Wangyou was actually a little excited about being a county magistrate. To him, being the director of a county's public security bureau was quite interesting. Catching criminals, solving cases, and catching murderers. Such fun things could only be seen on television in his past life. Li Wangyou had seen Detective D. Renjie from start to end. In the future he could also say, "Niu Wu, what do you think of this?" Wahahaha. Just thinking about it made Li Wangyou feel very excited. He had completely treated being a county magistrate as a life experience. The county magistrate of Huaryin County had a brand new look. Since ancient times, officials didn't build their own offices. The "Along the River" during the Qingming festival painting had drawn over 100 buildings. In the painting, there was a 3-room bungalow at the entrance of the city. It was the only government office in the "Along the River" during the Qingming festival painting, the tax office. However, this tax office looked very simple and was similar to a normal residence. It was much inferior compared to the restaurants and shops along the streets. If a local official built an office without permission, he would be impeached and punished. However, the county magistrate of Huaryin County today was different. Not only was the originally modeled door repainted, the dilapidated walls were also repainted with lime. The county magistrate was also cleaned clean. Not to mention rubbish, there wasn't even a speck of dust left. This was naturally the result after the banquet last night. Shang Zimo and the county magistrate had spent the night looking for craftsmen and urged all the officials in the county magistrate to clean the place overnight. Although officials didn't build their offices, it depended on the timing. The Crown Prince and King Yu had both arrived at Huaryin County. If they were to accompany that lord and come to the county magistrate to take a look, what would happen if the county magistrate came to take a look? Shang Zimo also believed that no one would be so blind as to impeach him over such a matter. When Li Wangyou left for the county magistrate to work, it was a little scary. Li Chengqian and Li Tai insisted on following Li Wangyou. Not only was Li Wangyou curious about working in the county magistrate's office, Li Chengqian and Li Tai were also curious about it. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't let go of such a fun opportunity. When Li Wangyou took up his post in Huaryin County, Pai Lupi sent out 100 Jin Wu guards to protect him. Needless to say, his 2 sons were even more so. The imperial guards and palace guards that followed Li Chengqian and Li Tai were no less than 1,000 people. The small Huaryin County naturally couldn't accommodate so many imperial guards. Hence, most of the imperial guards were stationed outside the county. Even so, there were still 100 imperial guards that followed Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Beside Li Wangyou, there were naturally more than 10 guards led by Niu Wu. It wasn't that Li Wangyou was arrogant. It was just that as the county magistrate who founded the country, he should have his own guards. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and his entourage arrived at the gate of Huayin County under the protection of over 100 troops and imperial guards, the bailiffs of Huayin County were terrified. Was this lord really here to take up his post? Huayin County was only a middle county. There were only 30 to 40 guards in the county magistrate's office. Looking at the tall and sturdy troops and imperial guards behind Li Wangyu, the calves of many yamen runners began to tremble. Chapter 8:12. The county magistrate, Shang Zimo, led all the officials in the county office to welcome Li Wangyu and his entourage into the county hall. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Huayin County may not be big, but the county magistrate, deputy, and county lieutenant all had their own office. Li Wangyu was led into a spacious office by Shang Zimo. He looked around and nodded his head in satisfaction. Haha, thank you for your hard work in the Ming house. What should I do next? Shang Zimo secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. This office was the most spacious in the county office. It used to be his office, but it was cleared out last night. As the county magistrate, he had to work in the office of the county lieutenant. Shang Zimo did not feel wronged, but he was afraid that Li Wangyu would not be satisfied. Hearing Li Wangyu's question, he quickly explained in detail. In the county office, there were 3 classes and 6 offices. The military and disciplinary offices, as well as the strong and quick offices, were all under the jurisdiction of Li Wangyu, the county lieutenant. Although the county office was small, the 6 offices corresponded to the 6 departments of the imperial court. The military office was in charge of military affairs, while the disciplinary office was in charge of law enforcement and prison litigation. There were 3 classes of yamen runners. The soap class was in charge of maintaining order in the county office. The strong and quick offices were in charge of arresting and guarding. Li Wangyu's understanding was that the soap class was for the bailiffs, the quick office was for the criminal police, and the strong office was for the armed police. In Huayin County, the only officials with ranks were Li Wangyu, Shang Zimo, and the county lieutenant. The other 6 offices were just exiled officials and official officials. As Li Wangyu was the 3rd in command of the county office, all the yamen runners and leaders came forward to greet him. No one who hung around in the county government was a fool. No one would take Li Wangyu as a county magistrate. In addition, Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Prince of Yu Li Tai were standing behind Li Wangyu as a deterrent. Therefore, all the officials in the county government came forward to salute Li Wangyu respectfully and did not dare to breathe loudly. They were so cautious that they almost burned 3 sticks of incense and worshipped Li Wangyu like a bodhisattva. After the ruckus, Li Wangyu led Li Chengqian and Li Tai to his office. Niu Wu led a group of troops, as well as the palace guards beside Li Chengqian and Li Tai. They surrounded the office so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Shang Zimo and the district deputy were like subordinates. They stood in Li Wangyu's office, waiting for Li Wangyu's orders. Ming House. Go ahead if you have something to do. You don't have to wait for me here. You 2 are my superiors. Haha, don't be like this. Li Wangyu laughed. Yes. This lowly official only wishes to see if there are any other requests from the Imperial Financial Affairs Bureau. Ming House, there is no need to be so courteous. We will be together for a long time. In the future, we will certainly trouble Ming House. Shang Zimo sighed in his heart. Thinking of how long Li Wangyu, this marquis, would remain as a county magistrate in this tiny Huayin County, he had the impulse to tie Li Wangyu up and send him directly to Chang'an to marry Princess Chang'e. In reality, when news had first spread from Chang and that Pai Lupi wanted to betroth Princess Chang'e to Li Wangyu, there had been many voices of opposition from all levels of society. The reason was simple. Since ancient times, China had emphasized that those with the same surname should not marry. Moreover, Li Wangyu and Princess Chang'e were of the same surname and lineage. Since the Zhou dynasty, those with the same surname should not marry. Even in the Tang dynasty, the laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that those with the same surname should be married as disciples for 2 years. Those with the same surname and lineage should be punished for adultery. Thus, Pai Lupi wanting to have Li Wangyu marry his daughter was in reality a complete mess. For the sake of this marriage, not only did Li Wangyu vehemently oppose it, Wei Zhang, that goat-nosed official, was about to spit all over Pai Lupi's face. However, Pai Lupi did not care at all. With a deadpan expression, he argued with Wei Zhang, resolutely refusing to back down. Using Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu had long been expelled from the Li clan of Huxian. As a result, he and Chang'e only had the same surname but different lineage. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, after marriage, they would be imprisoned for 2 years. However, as Li Wangyu was the founding Marquis of Huxian, he could be punished with copper coins. Pai Lupi's argument angered Wei Zhang to the point that he was speechless. Indeed, as Pai Lupi had said, Li Wangyu had still not been returned to the Li clan by the imperial ancestral temple. Indeed, he and Chang'e only had the same surname but different lineage. If they were truly married, the punishment of being a disciple for 2 years would only be a few dozen caddies of copper coins. However, despite Pai Lupi's unyielding stance, the voices of opposition in the imperial court were still endless. If the imperial court was like this, then there was even more controversy among the common people. Even Shang Zimo, the county magistrate of Huaryin, was originally opposed to Li Wangyu marrying Princess Chang'e. Naturally, his reason was that people with the same surname should not marry. As a result, Li Wangyu, the Marquis of Huxian, was resolutely opposed. In Shang Zimo's view, this was absolutely correct. However, Shang Zimo did not expect that because Li Wangyu had refused to agree to the sage's bestowment of marriage, he would be sent to his own county to be some bullshit county magistrate. An ancestor had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, that's not right. Looking at the crown prince and the prince of Yu behind Li Wangyu, those were 3 ancestors. 3 ancestors had suddenly appeared above Shang Zimo's head. No matter who it was, no one would be able to accept this. As a result, how could Shang Zimo care about such bullshit reasons as people with the same surname should not marry? He could only silently pray that the man before him would quickly return to Chang'an and marry Princess Chang'e. Shang Zimo's way of thinking was a classic example of how one's position determined one's head. Originally, whether Li Wangyu married Chang'e or not had nothing to do with him. Naturally, he could stand on the moral high ground and criticize as he pleased. However, when this matter affected him, Shang Zimo did not hesitate to change his stance and attitude. How could Li Wangyu know that the county magistrate by his side had so many inner thoughts? At this moment, Shang Zimo only felt a sense of novelty. He wished that some strange and unresolved cases would immediately appear, allowing him, the county magistrate, to display his abilities and solve the cases and arrest the suspects. After exchanging a few words with Shang Zimo and the deputy county magistrate, Li Wangyu planned to take a stroll around the county yamen and take a look at the barracks and torture chambers. However, a yamen runner submissively walked up to his office and bowed to Niu Wu and company. Langjuns, there is someone outside the county yamen who claims to be a good friend of the imperial chamberlain and wishes to meet with the imperial chamberlain. Langjuns, please inform them. The yamen runner ridiculed in his heart. His imperial chamberlain was truly awe-inspiring, bringing the crown prince and the prince of Yu to the county yamen. There were nearly 100 troops and imperial guards standing outside the office. The officials and bailiffs of the county yamen spoke in hushed voices today. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear of disturbing the crown prince and his highness prince of Yu. Hearing the voices outside, Li Wangyu walked out and asked the yamen runner, "Someone claims to be a good friend of mine? Does he have a name card?" The yamen runner hurriedly replied, returning to the imperial chamberlain. The person who came did not present a name card. I asked him for his name but he did not reply. Li Wangyu found it strange. He did not know anyone in Huayin County. Why would someone come to the county yamen and claim to be his good friend? Lead the way, I want to see who is trying to mystify us. Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he gestured for the yamen runner to lead the way. He wanted to see what was going on. Li Chengqian and Li Tai naturally wanted to see what was going on. Hence, a large group of people walked towards the county yamen gate. Chapter 8:13. Huayin County's yamen was similar to Chang'an's and Wanyan's, except that it occupied a smaller area. Li Wangyu led Li Chengqian, Li Tai, a group of troops, and palace guards to the yamen, but he didn't see anyone waiting for him. He couldn't help but find it strange and asked the yamen runner on duty, "Where are the people who said they were my good friends?" "They returned to the imperial treasury." "I don't know either. They suddenly disappeared after sending someone in to pass on the message." "I found it strange too." Li Wangyu looked left and right at the entrance of the yamen. He felt strange. Who was playing a joke on him? He shook his head and was about to turn back when he heard a rush of horse hooves from the corner of the street. He looked up and saw more than 10 masked men with weapons in their hands. They were rushing toward the yamen along the street. These masked men waved the weapons in their hands and shouted in a strange voice. Kill! Capture the county marquis alive! This scene immediately caused chaos in front of the yamen. Niu Wu, Lai Hat's troops, and the palace guards beside Li Chengqian and Li Tai all drew their sabers and blocked in front of Li Wangyu and the others. Niu Wu shouted at Li Wangyu, "Go quickly, Lang Jun. I'll lead my brothers to stop these thieves." The palace guards were even more nervous. They surrounded Li Chengqian and Li Tai and slowly retreated into the yamen. The yamen runners were so scared that their faces turned ashen. They scrambled into the yamen and prepared to call for help. However, Li Wangyu pressed down on Niu Wu's arm that was holding the knife. He smiled calmly and said, "Niu Wu, don't panic. Get the people to put away the knives. Be careful not to hurt anyone." Lang Jun. Niu Wu was stunned. He didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. The surrounding troops also looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. These thieves of unknown origin were about to kill them, but their Lang Jun was telling them to put away their sabers? Li Wangyu separated the troops in front of him and strode out. Niu Wu quickly went forward and wanted to pull him back. "Haha, Niu Wu, don't panic. Watch how I deal with them." Li Wangyu laughed and waved at Niu Wu. He turned his head and shouted at the masked men, "Brother Chumo, have you played enough?" What? This group of masked men were Chung Chumo and his group? Niu Wu and the group of extremely nervous troops were all dumbfounded. They looked stupidly at the slow horses that were trotting over. Following Li Wangyu's shout, the masked men on horseback were also stunned. They pulled on the reins and looked at each other. Then, one of the masked men tore off the black cloth covering his face, revealing a rough face that resembled Chang Yaojin. "Is Chumo's face. You bastard, how did you know it was us? Mother Fastris Kerr. I said this guy is as smart as a monkey. I can't scare him at all." Chung Chumo dismounted and muttered loudly. The other masked men on the horses also pulled off the black cloth on their faces. They were Feng Yai, Chai Linggu, Yuchi Baolin and the others. "That's right. How did you know it was us at a glance?" "It must be Brother Chumo's broken voice. I told you not to make a sound." "Bullshit. I just pinched my throat and shouted. I don't believe Zio can recognize it." Chung Chumo was very dissatisfied with the pig teammate's behavior of shifting the blame. Obviously, this group of foppish men had nothing better to do. They wanted to pretend to be villains and attack the county government to scare Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "You bastards, do you think I can't recognize you just because you cover your faces with a black cloth? Please, if you want to pretend to be villains, can't you be more professional?" He pointed at the foppish men's clothes and scolded jokingly, "How can there be villains wearing brocade clothes to assassinate people? Are they that flashy? And the few of you, can't you be more attentive and take off the jade sachets from your waists? Even if I'm blind, there's no way I can't recognize those jade pendants on you, right?" The foppish men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Of course, more importantly. Li Wangyu looked at the foppish men and wondered if he would lower his IQ if he knew this group of idiots. More importantly, can you not wear sunglasses when you pretend to be villains? Damn it, you took them from me. Do you really think I'm blind? After Li Wangyu said this, the foppish men looked at each other. Everyone was wearing a pair of extremely flashy crystal sunglasses on the bridge of their noses. The foppish men were crying because of their own stupidity. This was really embarrassing. Cheng Chumo didn't care at all. He walked up casually and gave Li Wangyu a bear hug. "Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here to see you. Are you touched? Hee hee, I was just joking with you just now." Li Wangyu naturally knew that this group of bastards wanted to scare him. He rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted at the group of palace guards who had just put away their she-blades and his own troops. "Come, arrest all these villains." The palace guards and troops were stunned. Arrest a group of dukes? What kind of game was he playing? However, they didn't dare to disobey Li Wangyu's orders. They pulled out their she-blades again and swarmed forward. They pressed down the arms of the foppish men who hadn't recovered from their shock and put the she-blades to their necks. Feng Yai and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was playing at. Li Wangyu was neither fast nor slow. He pointed at Li Chengqian and Li Tai behind him and said, "Cheng Chumo, Feng Jun, Chai Linggu, the Crown Prince and His Highness King, you are here. You dare to use your weapons without permission. Do you have the intention to assassinate the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? Humph. You clearly want to rebel and assassinate the king. Although I am familiar with you, I can't bend the law for personal gain. As he said this, he turned his head and winked at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. These two clever little fellows immediately understood Li Wangyou's meaning. Their unscrupulous teacher wanted to take revenge. Li Chengqian coughed lightly and stood out. He said with a stern face, "The Marquis of Huxian is right. You are court officials, descendants of dukes and prefectures. Instead of serving the court, you actually want to assassinate me." Li Tai, the little fatty, also jumped out. That's right, that's right. Not only do you want to kill Brother Crown Prince, you don't even want to let me go. Your conduct is truly vile. Brother Crown Prince, order people to quickly escort them back to Chong and hand them over to Father to deal with. The three of them echoed each other, causing Cheng Chumo and the other foppish men to be dumbfounded. Although they just wanted to joke with Li Wangyu, how could they have expected that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu would also be here? If the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu ordered people to arrest them and escort them back to Chong and because of this matter, not to mention whether they would receive any punishment, they would definitely lose all face. Zio Yu. We were just joking with you. Feng Yai, I really wanted to cry this time. Why was this scene completely different from what they had expected? Chapter 8:14. Cheng Chumo was also very anxious. He hurriedly begged Li Chengqian and Li Tai for mercy. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Yu, we were only joking with the Marquis of Huxian. Please don't listen to his nonsense. How could we attempt to assassinate Your Highness the Crown Prince and Your Highness the King of Yu? The wastrels also began to explain to Li Wangyu that they didn't know the Crown Prince and the King of Yu were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joked with Li Wangyu like this. They saw Li Wangyu, Li Chengqian, and Li Tai look at each other. Then they couldn't help but laugh. Only then did the wastrels realize that they had been King played by this guy. Chengqian, how do you think we should deal with these bad people? Li Wangyu looked at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian smiled. Punishment, they must be punished. And punish them to stay by my side and be my guards for a while. What do you think, teacher? Excellent. Li Wangyu clapped his hands and applauded. He was very satisfied with Li Chengqian's attitude. He turned his head to look at the wastrels. Haha, brothers, this little brother was only joking with you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Li Wangyu waved his hand at the Imperial Guards, indicating for them to release the wastrels. Cheng Chumo and the others knew that they had been tricked by Li Wangyu, but there was nothing they could do. Who told the Crown Prince and the King of Yu to appear here? This was beyond the wastrels' expectations. They had come from Chong and to Huayin County. They really didn't know that Li Chengqian had also come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to joke like this. Even if their fathers were all founding dukes and prefectural dukes, this kind of joke still couldn't be made casually. Today's matter wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. If someone with ulterior motives came to the imperial court to impeach them, it would be a big problem. Although they only wanted to joke with Li Wangyu, it was true. They had used their weapons in front of the Crown Prince and the King of Yu. If they were really accused of trying to assassinate the king, Pai Lupi wouldn't let them off easily. At the very least, they would be demoted and their salaries would be cut. Li Wangyou's joke just now was actually to help the Silk Pants out of their predicament. With Li Chengqian's declaration, it could be said that this group of Silk Pants had been punished. In the future, there would be no need to worry about people causing trouble in the imperial court. Naturally, there were also smart people like Wei Shuyu and Chai Lingwu among the Silk Pants. They understood Li Wangyou's intentions and cupped their hands towards him to express their gratitude. After receiving the report from the bailiff, the county magistrate, Shang Zimo, rushed out in a panic with dozens of bailiffs. When he saw this scene, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Well, it was not enough that 3 ancestors had come. Now, 10 ancestors had come. How could he, a 7th-grade county magistrate, provoke a group of young dukes? Shang Zimo looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and tried his best to hold back the tears in his eyes. It was truly a shame for a county magistrate to be reduced to such a state. After another round of commotion, they finally returned to Li Wangyou's office in the county yamen and sat down. Luckily, this office originally belonged to the county magistrate, Shang Zimo. It was spacious enough for more than 10 people to sit down. Brothers, Why did you come all the way from Chang'an to Huayin County? Li Wangyu asked someone to serve tea and started chatting with the silk pants. Cheng Chumo laughed loudly and said, Wahahaha, we were afraid that you would be wronged in Huayin County, so we came to accompany you. How is it? Brothers are loyal, right? Li Wangyu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. When this fellow was lying, the corners of his mouth would twitch. Did the saint send you here? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. Cheng Chumo was stunned and subconsciously replied, How did you know? Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu and the rest covered his mouth. Hee, how could that be? We were afraid that Zio would be taken advantage of in Huayin County, so we came here to share your joys and sorrows. There's no such thing as the saint. There's no such thing. Fang Yai flatly denied. However, even a fool would know the meaning behind his words. Li Wangyu was disinclined to investigate the silk pants' intentions. Being used as a lobbyist by Pai Lupi was not a big deal. He had guessed correctly. The silk pants had originally been born in Chang'an County and had planned to find Li Wangyu in Huayin County to pass the time. However, before he left, he was summoned to the Taiji Palace by Li Eryo. Li Eryo gave him a personal lecture. The meaning behind Li Eryo's words was that he wanted the debauches to think of a way to persuade Li Wangyu to stop being so stubborn and hurry back to Chang'an to marry Princess Chang'e. Naturally, the silk pants would not say these words to Li Wangyu. In reality, they were all in favor of Li Wangyu marrying a princess. After all, many of these silk pants had married princesses in the future. Naturally, they would not reject such a marriage. In reality, if Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty by himself, marrying a princess would not have been a big deal. In any case, he did not have any ambitions to save the world. Marrying a lowly princess was not a big deal. At most, it would just be a game to raise her. However, his beautiful superior had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty with him. No matter what, Li Wangyu would not give up on Su Chongqing. Although marrying his beautiful superior was only a formality, the Tang dynasty would not give him a marriage certificate. However, in his heart, Li Wangyu could not accept the fact that he could not even give his beautiful superior a proper status. The so-called 3 wives and 4 concubines did not exist. Since ancient times, China had a system of 1 wife and many concubines. Apart from the legendary Shun who married 2 wives, a Huang and Nu Ying, the other dynasties all had only 1 wife. Zhuangzi recorded that Lord Ling has 3 wives, and they all bathe together. The so-called 3 wives, the little wife, the secondary wife, the young wife, and the concubine's wife, were just the titles of concubines. If Pai Lupi's daughter, the Grand Princess Chang'e, were to marry Li Wangyu, it would naturally be impossible for her to be a concubine. Li Wangyu would never agree to having his beautiful superior be his concubine. If Pai Lupi insisted on forcing him to drink, Li Wangyu could only take his beautiful superior and flee far away from the Central Plains. He could go to the western regions or go out to sea, no longer caring about the matters of the Tang dynasty. From then on, he and Su Chongqing would fly side by side, living their own immortal lives. Of course, this was only a choice that could be made as a last resort. At present, things had not reached that point. Li Wangyu cast a glance at the debauches, as well as Li Chengqian and Li Tai, inevitably feeling a headache. This entire room was filled with King Pai Lupi's lobbyists. He straightforwardly stated his thoughts. Actually, this little brother naturally understands the purpose of everyone's visit. It's not impossible for me to agree to Uncle's request to marry Chang'e. But what? Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the room to perk up their ears. Li Chengqian and Li Tai excitedly stood up. Teacher, if you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. Li Wangyu unhurriedly extended 2 fingers, waving them in front of everyone's eyes, a Huang and Nu Ying. With these words, apart from the 3 Qing brothers, the Yuqi twins, and Niu Zhengping, everyone else was dumbfounded. Chapter 8:15. Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other, not knowing what to say about their teacher. In reality, the 2 of them were ridiculing their teacher in their hearts. His skin was too thick. He actually wanted to learn from Shun and marry 2 wives. Teacher, were you not afraid that these words would reach Father's ears? In a fit of rage, Father would carry a 40-meter-long saber and hunt you down in Huayin County, chopping you into mincemeat? The debauches were even more silent. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with eyes full of worship. You really dared to think and speak too much. Seeing that no one was speaking, Chang Chumo and the others could not help but become anxious. Pushing Wei Shuyu, he asked, "What is the meaning of this? Why aren't you speaking?" Wei Shuyu glared at him unhappily. It's just that Zio wants the sage to agree. He wants to be like Shun, marrying 2 wives at the same time. Marrying 2 wives is good. Chang Chumo had not yet reacted. Carelessly he said, "The more wives one has, the more children one will have." Zio, after marrying Princess Changle, then? Chang Chumo suddenly stopped talking. He finally realized why everyone else was silent. He silently gave Li Wangyu a big thumbs up. "You are awesome. You actually want to marry another wife at the same time as marrying Princess Changle. You want the emperor to put his face where he is?" Only Li Wangyu dared to say these words. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to death long ago without the need for Pai Lupi to make a move. After Li Wangyu put forward these conditions, the entire room of lobbyists fell silent. Even Li Chengqian and Li Tai were very smart. They did not intend to get involved in this matter, leaving it to the wise and mighty Pai Lupi to make the final decision. The debauches felt that they had completed the task given to them by Pai Lupi. They were disinclined to care too much, peacefully staying in Huayin County to eat, drink, and play. Li Wangyou's conditions finally reached Pai Lupi's ears in the Taiji Palace in Chang'an. After being stunned for a while, Pai Lupi flew into a rage and smashed many bottles and jars in the legislative hall. He was even about to order the cavalry department to capture that bastard Li Wangyu and throw him into prison. Fortunately, after Empress Zhong's son learned of this matter, she rushed over in time to appease the furious Pai Lupi. Guanyin maid, look, what is this scoundrel saying? I want to betroth my most beloved Changle to him, but he dares to raise conditions for me. A Huang vying? I didn't. Pai Lupi suddenly realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly stopped. He glanced guiltily at Empress Zhong's son beside him. Empress Zhong's son acted as if she didn't hear him. Erlang, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Anyway, Changle is still young. Don't worry. Humph, in short, if that scoundrel is so stubborn, then he can stay in Huayin County for the rest of his life. I don't want to see him. In fact, Empress Zhong's son was also annoyed by Li Wangyou's greedy request. She naturally understood why Li Wangyu made such a request. Obviously, it was for Su Chongqing. Empress Zhong's son also admitted that Su Chongqing was very outstanding and a rare woman in the world. However, Empress Zhong's son was not willing to have the same status as her most beloved daughter. The 2 in-laws had the same idea about this matter. Not to mention how annoyed Pai Lupi was in Chang'an. Li Wangyu was having a good time in Huayin County. Crown Prince Li Chengqian, little fatty Li Tai, and a group of playboys all lived in his mansion in Huayin County. After Li Wangyu went to the county yamen and worked for a few days, he felt really bored. The law and order in Huayin County were really good. After a few days, there were only trivial matters. The strange and important cases that he was looking forward to did not appear at all. Even the trivial matters were all dealt with by the county magistrate Shang Zimo and the county deputy. They did not dare to bother him, the county marquis who founded the country. Li Wangyu was so bored that he did not even bother to go to the county office. Every day, he looked for entertainment with the playboys to pass the time. However, Huayin County was not as fun as Chang'an. In a few days, they had visited all the big and small places in the county. Zio, this Huayin County is so small. It's really boring. Chang Chumo sat in the main hall of his mansion and complained as he called for the maidservants to bring iced wine. Li Wangyu also felt bored. He thought for a while and said, Brothers, Huayin County is not far from Tong Pass and is even closer to Mount Hua. Why don't we go to Tong Pass or visit Mount Hua? Huayin County was only 30 miles away from Tong Pass and was even closer to Mount Hua, only 7 to 8 miles away. Forget about Mount Hua. That mountain is too steep and it's too tiring to climb. Tong Pass is not bad. After the Yellow River is Fengling Pass. It's much more lively there than Huayin County. Let's go now. Staying in Huayin County every day is so depressing. When Chang Chumo heard Li Wangyou's words, he immediately became excited and asked everyone to go now. Li Wangyu naturally did not object. After all, he did not lack money. He would not treat himself badly if he went on a trip. Moreover, he had never seen the Yellow River during the Tang dynasty. Naturally, he was interested. He was interested in going to Tong Pass and Fengling Pass on the other side of the Yellow River. That Fenglingwen was the Fenglingdu that Mr. Jin Yong had written down. That was where Yang Gua and Gua Xiang met again. When they first met at Fengling Pass, they fell in love. If they had fun, Li Wangyu and the other wastrels could even sail east from the Yellow River. During the Tang dynasty, not only could the Yellow River be sailed, but the Yellow River was also very important to the Tang dynasty. An endless supply of food was transported through the Yellow River. The boats could also go upstream to Chang'an. The wastrels naturally did not object to this suggestion. They were already tired of staying in Huayin County. Li Wangyu and the others were about to leave when they were stopped by Li Chengqian and Li Tai. "Teacher, we want to go too." Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head. Bringing the Crown Prince and the King of Yu to play? If Pai Lupi found out, would he be unlucky? More importantly, these two little fellows were of noble status. They were surrounded by countless palace guards at all times. Now that the two of them were staying in his residence, the palace guards had already surrounded it. Even a fly would not be able to get in. If he really brought them out to play, there would be a large group of guards behind them. What fun would that be? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No. You two stay in the residence and study. Or you can go back to Chang'an. Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other and shook their heads. We will not go back to Chang'an. We will stay with our teacher. They were not stupid. If they went back to Chang'an, they would definitely go back to the academy to study. In comparison, it was more comfortable to stay in Huayin County. Li Wangyu had said that they had to study by his side. However, he was actually a lazy person. How could he teach Li Chengqian and Li Tai? Moreover, during this time, Li Wangyu was busy playing with the wastrels. Li Chengqian and Li Tai did not have to study. They were naturally happy. Therefore, Li Chengqian and Li Tai did not want to go back to Chang'an. Chapter 8:16. Not going back to Chang'an? Then stay in the manor and study. I'll be back in 2 days. The two little ones looked at each other and shook their heads again like rattledrums. No, we have to follow wherever the master goes. Be good and listen to me. Stay in my manor. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. Li Wangyu coaxed Li Chengqian and Li Tai like he was coaxing children. However, he didn't consider that the children of the Tang dynasty were different from the children of later generations. Although Li Chengqian and Li Tai were 11 and 10 years old, they were like little adults. They were quite precocious. After all, when Pai Lupi married Empress Zhong's son, he was only 12 years old. Li Wangyu's words could coax the children of later generations. However, if he wanted to coax Li Chengqian and Li Tai, it was simply wishful thinking. Li Chengqian rolled his eyes and actually threatened, "If teacher isn't willing to take us, we'll tell father that teacher is a county magistrate who doesn't do proper work and neglects official duties. All he does is eat, drink, and play." When Li Wangyu heard him say this, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He didn't care about Li Chengqian's identity as the crown prince. He directly reached out and twisted Li Chengqian's ear. "Fine, I'll teach you this unfilial son. You actually want to tell on me? Do you believe that I won't expel you from the sect? Besides, do you think I'm afraid of you snitching? It's best if you tell your father to remove me from this bullshit county magistrate position. I can't even thank you enough." Li Wangyu was a man without desires. He didn't want to be an official at all, let alone a position as small as a county magistrate. Wasn't it good for him to stay in Dingzhou village eating, drinking, and playing? Li Chengqian saw that his strategy was ineffective and hurriedly begged for mercy. It hurts. Teacher, please let go." This disciple was wrong. Li Wangyu naturally wasn't really angry. He was just teasing the two little ones. He let go and laughed. "If you dare to deceive your teacher again, I'll teach you a lesson." Li Chengqian rubbed his ear and simply changed his strategy. He learned from his younger sister Changle and acted spoiled. "Teacher, please take us." Li Wangyu felt goosebumps all over his body. "Stop. Speak properly. Don't make fun of Changle." "Teacher, don't even think about leaving me and Qing Ke behind to play with Cheng Chumo and the others." Li Chengqian rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. "If you don't take us, I won't allow Cheng Chumo and the others to go." Teacher, don't forget, Cheng Chumo and the others are now my and Qing Ke's guards. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He had forgotten about this matter. Cheng Chimo and his group of spoiled brats came to Huayin County to scare him. They actually pretended to be bandits and used weapons in front of Li Chengqian and Li Tai. In order to get rid of this group of bastards, he had purposely let Li Chengqian punish them that day, making this group of silk pants temporarily act as the two little ones' guards. He could ignore Li Chengqian and Li Tai, but Cheng Chimo and the others could not. Li Chengqian's identity as the crown prince was right there. So how could these wastrels ignore it? Damn, how did these two little fellows suddenly become so smart just to go out and play? Li Wangyu rubbed his temples with a headache. Chengqian, Qing Ke, I'll tell you the truth. It's not that I don't want to take you out to play. It's just that the Imperial Guards by your side are too much of an eyesore. With such a large group of people, what's the point of going out to play? In his agitation, he even cursed. Li Wangyu's words made Li Chengqian and Li Tai a little dumbfounded. It seemed that their teacher was right. They had come to Huayin County with over 1,000 Imperial Guards and many palace maids by their side. If they took these people out, it seemed that there would be no fun to play. However, the little fatty, Li Tai, was quick-witted. He waved his hand to indicate for the palace maids to leave. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Hee teacher, elder brother, why don't we avoid these palace maids and guards and sneak out? It'll be like how father often goes out of the palace in plain clothes. It'll definitely be fun. Sneak out? A few black lines appeared on Li Wangyu's forehead. Damn, bring the crown prince of the Tang dynasty and his highness King Yu for a private visit? Teske. It's quite exciting just thinking about it. If Pai Lupi found out, would this overprotective emperor order people to chop him into mincemeat? However, who cares? It'd be best if he pissed off Pai Lupi and drove him back home in his anger. That would fulfill Li Wangyu's wish. It would be best if Li Heir was so angry that he would cancel the betrothal. That would be good. Thinking about it like this, Li Wangyu felt that it would be quite interesting to take the two little ones out to play. Thinking up to here, Li Wangyu couldn't help but lower his voice. It's not impossible to bring the two of you out, but once the two of you leave, you must listen to Master. Remember, you must not act on your own. Of course. We'll listen to teacher's orders. Hearing that they could go out to play, the two little ones didn't have any objections and nodded repeatedly. The two of them grew up in the palace. Other than going to Dingzhou village and entering the academy, they were relatively free. At other times they were followed by a group of people at all times, and they had long been tired of it. Li Wangyu nodded and called the foppish young masters in. He told them about the matter, but it scared the foppish young masters of the Tang dynasty who were used to being lawless. They all say that I'm bold, but I see that you're much bolder than me. Zio, have you thought about the consequences of sneaking out with His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? If something happens, you'll lose your head. What can happen? Niu Wu and the others are guarding them. Besides, don't we have you guys? Li Wangyu was telling the truth. The troops in his residence were all old soldiers of the Jinwu Guards. The martial arts of the Cheng brothers and the Yuqi twins were incomparable to ordinary soldiers. Even Niu Zhengping, who was crippled, couldn't be compared to 3 to 5 strong men. So even if they avoided the protection of the Imperial Guards, Li Wangyu didn't think that there would be any safety issues. Cheng Chimo, Fang Yai, and the others still wanted to persuade Li Wangyu, but when they saw the murderous eyes of Li Chengqian and Li Tai, they finally closed their mouths. Who cares? Even if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. As long as nothing happened to His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wei Shuyu waved his folding fan and said with a smile, Zio, your residence is tightly surrounded by the Imperial Guards. In addition, there are palace maids in your residence. If you want to hide from them and take His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu out, I'm afraid it won't be easy. That's right, His Highness Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. It's not that we don't want to, but it's really hard to do. Chai Linggu also quickly nodded in agreement. Li Chengqian and Li Tai naturally knew this and couldn't help but look at their teacher. In any case, they couldn't think of a way. It was up to Li Wangyu whether he had an idea. This isn't difficult. Li Wangyu said with a sly smile. Everyone come closer. Chapter 817. In the marquee mansion of Nihu County, under the shocked gazes of all the maids and servants, as well as the palace guards and maids who came with Li Chengqian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu fiercely reprimanded Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Prince Li Tai. Take a look for yourselves. How are you doing with your studies? Is this how I taught you? Humph, I think you two are too pleased with yourselves. Chengqian, you are the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. How will the saint entrust the world to you if you are so mischievous? Li Wangyu waved the golden ferrule in his hand as spittle flew everywhere. Li Chengqian and Li Tai lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak after being reprimanded. The servants in the residence naturally didn't dare to say anything. Even Li Chengqian and Li Tai's personal attendants didn't dare to say anything despite their dissatisfaction. After all, the Marquis of Huxian wasn't just anyone. As the Crown Prince's teacher, even if he beat Li Chengqian and Li Tai with the golden ferrule, they wouldn't dare to fart, let alone reprimand them. 2 years ago, the most favored eunuchs by Li Chengqian's side had offended the Marquis of Huxian. In a fit of anger, the saint had thrown them to the Yeding Palace Laundry Bureau. They were still doing hard labor even now. Thus, even though these attendants were cursing in their hearts, they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak up for the Crown Prince and King Yu. Li Wangyu reprimanded them for a long time, but he still wasn't willing to let them go. He directly chased Li Chengqian and Li Tai back to their rooms. The two of you are not allowed to take a single step out of this room for the next few days. Reflect on your actions and copy the poems and essays I wrote a few times. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the palace maids. Before this marquis gives the order, none of you are allowed to enter this room. Every day, the palace maids will bring them food and drink. They won't starve to death. Do you understand? If anyone dares to enter this room and disturb Chengqian and Qingchua's studies, be careful of this golden ferrule in my hands. Yes. I dare not disobey. The palace maids beside Li Chengqian and Li Tai quickly knelt down, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. In front of everyone, Li Wangyu chased the two little ones into the room. Then, he called for the manners guards and told them to guard the door. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter or leave. After punishing Li Chengqian and Li Tai, Li Wangyu then instructed everyone in the residence, I'm going out to play for 2 days. Before I return, have the Crown Prince and King Yu reflect on their actions in their rooms. They are not to be disturbed. Do you understand? After arranging the matters in the mansion, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and a dozen or so troops, as well as Cheng Chumo and the other debauches out of the mansion on horseback, heading straight for Tong Pass. Li Wangyu and his group of more than 20 riders rode out of Huayin County and galloped along the official road. 2 slightly thin and small troops rode their horses to Li Wangyu's side and said with a smile, Hee teacher, you really did have a good plan. You slipped away so easily. The one who spoke was the little fatty King Yu, Li Tai, and the other person was the Crown Prince, Li Chengqian. The 2 little ones were wearing the uniforms of the Lai Hot troops. Their 2 little faces were made up like the bottom of a black pot, and a few strands of beard were also stuck on. Bystanders who saw them would naturally not think that they were 2 young men. Li Chengqian was slightly worried. Teacher, your excuse to lock me and Qingke up is a good idea. But I'm afraid that the palace maids will ask. If no one speaks in the room, won't it be very easy to be exposed? Li Wangyu laughed and said, You don't need to worry about this. Your teacher has a brilliant plan. There won't be any flaws. Li Chengqian and Li Tai looked at each other, not understanding what their teacher was going to do. However, due to their trust in Li Wangyu, they were too lazy to think about this matter. The 2 little ones had finally gotten rid of the palace guards and palace maids with great difficulty. At this moment, they were like birds that had been released from their cages, very happy. They constantly urged their horses to run faster, causing Cheng Chumo and the group of wastrels to be extremely worried. However, they could only urge their horses to keep up and carefully guard Li Chengqian and Li Tai. After all, if something happened, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu also suddenly remembered that there was a rumor in the later generations that Li Chengqian had accidentally fallen while riding a horse and broke one of his legs. This caused his temperament to change greatly. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly called out to the 2 little ones, who were galloping happily on their horses, to stop. He also had the palace guards slow down their horses. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. At this time in the Lai Hot, after Li Wangyu and the others left, Li Chengqian and Li Tai's personal attendants looked at each other and carefully moved to the front of the room. With Lai Hot's troops guarding the door, they naturally did not dare to push the door open and could only call out softly from the other side of the door. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the King of Yu, the Marquis of Huxian has left. However, Li Chengqian's voice came from inside the room. Go away, don't bother me. Yes, yes. The attendant did not dare to say anything else. Under the gaze of the Lai Hot's troops, he could only obediently retreat to the side and carefully guard the two princes inside the room. Li Chengqian and Li Tai were naturally not inside the room. Instead, it was the golden-haired beauty, Aphrodite. She was happily staying in the room, holding a book in her hands and reading it with great interest. From time to time, she would pick up the snacks next to her and put them into her mouth. At this time, the attendant's voice came from outside the room. Your Highness, you've already stayed in the room for quite some time. Why don't you come out for a walk? The Marquis of Huxian really is no longer in the residence. Aphrodite smiled slyly and picked up the phone next to her. Her slender fingers tapped twice, and Li Chengqian's voice came from the phone. Go away, don't bother me. Yes, this servant understands. The attendant outside the room did not dare to say anything else and retreated again. Needless to say, this was Li Wangyou's idea. He had secretly used his phone to record Li Chengqian's voice and then deliberately reprimanded Li Chengqian and Li Tai, placing them in confinement. In reality, after the two children entered the room, they immediately left through the window at the back with Niu Wu and the others waiting for them. After the Lai Hot maidservants helped the two children change their clothes, they openly mingled with Li Wangyou's troops and left the Marquis of Huxian's estate. Since Li Wangyou was out with a bunch of good-for-nothings, the imperial guards guarding outside the residence naturally did not dare to stop them from inspecting. After Li Wangyou and the others left, Aphrodite jumped into the room through the window and used the recording function of her phone to pretend that Li Chengqian and Li Tai were still in the room. Ever since Li Wangyou handed his phone to Aphrodite, this golden-haired beauty had become rather proficient in using this modern digital product. That was why Li Wangyou had entrusted her with the important task of pretending that Li Chengqian and Li Tai were still in the room. Those attendants naturally racked their brains, but they would never have imagined that the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, whom they served, would actually use the golden cicada shell escape and sneak out to play. They would also never have imagined that the Li Chengqian, who was speaking in the room, did not exist at all. Chapter 818. While Afro was covering for Li Chengqian and Li Tai, Li Wangyou and the rest had already arrived at Tong Pass. During the pre-Qin era, the most important pass in Guangzhou was Hanga Pass. However, at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Hanga Pass had basically lost its use, which was why they built Tong Pass at the west end of the road. During the Three Kingdoms period, Ma Chao had once stationed troops at Tong Pass and had a huge battle with Cao Cao. Cao Cao even left behind the story of cutting off his beard and abandoning his robe at Tong Pass, seizing a boat to avoid arrows at Wei River. However, the Tong Pass that Li Wangyou and the rest were heading to was not the Han Dynasty Tong Pass but the Tang Dynasty's Tong Pass at the south of the Yellow River. It was located at the Yellow River crossing and was at the crossroads of Jin, Shan, and Yu provinces. It was the key to entering and exiting the three Qin dynasties and had always been a place that military strategists would fight for. It was known as the most dangerous place in Jin, the throat of the four towns, and the 102nd Pass. Li Wangyou was naturally interested in the famous Tong Pass, but when they saw it for themselves, Li Wangyou could not help but feel disappointed. As a military base, Tong Pass County was even smaller than Huayin County and was basically just a long street. Furthermore, Tong Pass was just a pass and did not have anything special to look at. Li Wangyou could not help but feel disappointed. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the rest were also disappointed. He had snuck out with great difficulty, only to see this? In the future, tourists would naturally be interested in Tong Pass, but in the Tang Dynasty, who would be interested in Tong Pass? Furthermore, it was just a newly built pass. With the identity of Li Wangyou and the rest, it was easy for them to climb up the city gates. Looking at the Yellow River below, they all felt really bored. This group of people was not here to enjoy the scenery at all. They were here to have fun. Li Chengqian and Li Tai's disappointment was even more obvious. The general in charge of guarding Tong Pass was a vice-commandant of Zhichong Mansion. Li Wangyou and a group of silk pants suddenly arrived at Tong Pass, so he naturally accompanied them with fear and trepidation. Seeing that everyone seemed to be dissatisfied with Tongguan, the sweat on his forehead was about to drip down. This humble one is truly ashamed. There really isn't much scenery to speak of in Tong Pass. If the Marquis is interested, how about this humble one go to Fenglingdu and find some singers to liven things up for the Marquis? The commandant pondered for a moment. Tongguan County was too small. Even the brothels in the brothels were too small. If he wanted to entertain these people, he would have to go to Fenglingdu. His words reminded everyone. Fang Yi immediately pointed to the other side of the Yellow River and whispered, Ziyu, why don't we take a boat and go to Fenglingdu on the other side? Hee hee, Fenglingdu is much more interesting than Tong Pass. That's right, Brother Jiai's words make sense. Fenglingdu is prosperous, unlike Tong Pass. When the Silk Pants heard this, their eyes lit up and they all nodded in agreement. Fenglingdu was an important road that connected 3 provinces. As the main crossing of the Yellow River, it was naturally prosperous. To a certain extent, it wasn't inferior to Chang'an City. Because Fenglingdu was mostly populated by wealthy merchants, and it was also an important crossing of the Yellow River. As a result, Fenglingdu was one of the few commercial cities in the Great Tang. When Li Chengqian and Li Tai heard this, they looked at Li Wangyu with pleading eyes. Of course, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to return to Huayin County like this. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he immediately snapped his fingers and said, Then let's go. Let's go find a boat. We'll go to Fenglingdu. Wahahaha, Ziyu's words are great. The Silk Pants all laughed and clapped their hands. When the commandant heard this, he felt a lot more relieved. He immediately ran to arrange an official boat to cross the river. It didn't take long for everyone to board a large official boat and cross to the other side of the Yellow River. However, even though the official boat was large enough, their horses couldn't board it. Thus, they all left the horses at Tong Pass and handed it over to the commandant to take care of them. Between Fenglingdu and Tong Pass, the water of the Yellow River was calm. Sitting on the official boat didn't feel shaky at all. After half an hour, the official boat docked at the pier of Fenglingdu. The captain of the official boat had already received orders from the commandant of Tong Pass and didn't dare to leave without permission. He respectfully said that his boat would be waiting for the nobles at the pier. After Li Wangyu and his group of more than 20 people got off the boat, they merged into the bustling crowd of Fenglingdu and didn't stand out in the slightest. This was in line with Li Chengqian and Li Tai's wishes. The 2 little ones felt as if they had been let out of the wind and found everything on the streets interesting. Fenglingdu was worthy of being an important crossing of the Yellow River. The bustle didn't disappoint. Not only were there many shops, but there were also many acrobats, plays, singing, fortune-telling, and divination. It was very lively. Although Li Wangyu and his group were wearing casual clothes, Niuwu led a dozen-strong guards to protect them. Thus, no one dared to provoke them. Everyone strolled along the way. When they saw good food and drink, they bought it. When the acrobats saw good performances, they threw out a lot of copper coins as tips. They were very happy. When they arrived in front of a building, Cheng Chumo laughed. Wahahaha, Zio, how come your Tang Dynasty Theater also opened a branch in Fenglingdu? Li Wangyu raised his head and looked. He was so angry that his nose almost crooked. The building had the words, Fenglingdu Theater on it. The sign in front of the door also had the words, The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, written on it. F***CK, this is a blatant pirated copy. Did they pay the copyright fee? However, Li Wangyu didn't have the nerve to accuse others of pirating. After all, these things that he made were pirated copies of later generations. The Tang Dynasty Theater was popular in Chang'an City. The method of the stage play and the content of the performance were naturally copied by others. This was not surprising. After strolling for half a day, everyone was a little tired. Li Wangyu simply waved his hand. Brothers, let's go in and have a look. If the performance is not good, then today we will smash his shop. Wahahaha, Zio's words are reasonable. If the performance is not good, then its reputation will be ruined. Cheng Chumo laughed. Let's go, let's go. Hee hee, I want to see what the Cowherd and the Weaver Girl of Fenglingdu looks like. The playboys naturally laughed and surrounded Li Wangyu, Li Chengqian, and Li Tai to the theater. This pirated copy theater of Fenglingdu was much gentler than Li Wangyu's black-hearted marquee. There were more than 20 of them, and each of them only received 100 copper coins for the tickets. Zio, look, don't you feel ashamed? The Tang Dynasty Theater costs copper coins, but this Fenglingdu only costs 100 copper coins. You're really a profiteer. Wei Shuyu joked with Li Wangyu about the tickets. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. If Brother Shuyu thinks it's expensive, Then you can come to Fenglingdu to watch the show in the future. You can also save money. When I go back, I'll tell Avro that Brother Shuyu will not be welcome at the Tang Dynasty Theater in the future. As soon as he said this, Wei Shuyu immediately gave in. Haha, Zio, what are you talking about? Do I look like someone who lacks money? It's just the usual. It's not expensive. Not expensive. The words of the two naturally caused the crowd to burst into laughter again. The group of people laughed and joked as they entered the theater. When they looked up, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 8:19. What kind of theater is this? Aside from Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the rest of the group of more than 20 people looked at the Fengling Theater as if it was a brothel frequented by the rich. The brothels of the Tang Dynasty were similar in structure, but the decorations were different. The hollow hall was decorated with gaudy decorations. The main corridor was about 100 steps long, and there were small pavilions on both sides of the north and south patios. With the rich experience of these rich playboys, they naturally recognized that those small pavilions were the rooms of the brothel. In the past, this group of rich playboys did not stay in these small pavilions in Chang'an City's Ping Kong Square. The scene in front of them naturally made them dumbfounded. Did they go to a brothel or a theater? Damn, this theater of Fenglingdu is really strange. Cheng Chumo murmured. Li Wangyu and the others were also puzzled. Why was this scene different from what they had imagined? Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a middle-aged woman dressed as a brothel keeper sashaying over to them. She gave them a curtsy and said with a smile, "Greetings, noble guests. This servant is the matchmaker. You all look unfamiliar. May I ask if this is your first time coming to our Fengling Theater?" "Yes, this is our first time coming to Fenglingdu Matchmaker. What kind of theater is this? What kind of prison is it? Why do I feel that it is not a theater, but a brothel?" Hearing this, the matchmaker covered her mouth and chuckled. "You have good eyesight. Is it really a brothel?" Li Wangyu and the others could not help but be stunned and quickly asked, "Doesn't the sign outside say that today's performance is the cowherd and the weaver girl?" "What's going on?" "Hee, naturally there is a performance. I dare to let you know that the performance of the cowherd and the weaver girl was learned from the Chang'an City's Tang Dynasty Theater. But the difference is that the performance is performed by the young ladies of the brothel. If you are interested in any of the roles, you can naturally take them to the pavilion to have a good time, whether it is the Seven Fairies or other roles." Noble guests, isn't this wonderful? The explanation of the brothel keeper made Li Wangyu completely speechless. What AF * king talent. I wonder which genius came up with this idea. Thinking about it carefully, Li Wangyu had to admit that this move was really smart. It completely captured the psychology of men. After the audience finished watching a play, it was very easy for them to put themselves in the shoes of the characters. For a long or short period of time, they would be immersed in the emotions of falling in love with the characters. Under such emotions, one would naturally feel that the seven fairies were incomparably beautiful. In this way, if they could go one step further and spend some copper coins, they could get close to the characters on stage. Naturally, there were many people who were willing to fork out a lot of copper coins. Brilliant, truly brilliant. After listening to Sister Bao Er's explanation, the playboys suddenly became interested. How could they let go of such a trick that they had never seen before? However, Wei Shuyu tugged at Cheng Chumo and the others' robes and gestured towards Li Chengqian and Li Tai. Only then did the rich kids realize that there were still two minors here. Li Wangyu looked at the reaction of the rich kids and then looked at Li Chengqian and Li Tai. He also felt that something was wrong. The practice of this brothel was interesting, but bringing two little brats to a brothel didn't seem right. If Pai Lupi found out about this, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. In any case, if he had children in the future and they were brought to a brothel, he would definitely have the heart to kill them. Cough cough that. Niu Wu, this brothel is filled with smoke. Have someone bring Dalong and Erlang out to get some fresh air. The titles of Dalong and Erlang were naturally to deceive others. They had already discussed it before. However, Li Chengqian and Li Tai shook their heads in unison. We won't go. Hee, this brothel is interesting. We brothers also want to see it. Hee, it's more interesting than the palace. Oh no, it's more interesting than the young ladies in the mansion. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. All right, sure enough, the Tang dynasty was open-minded. Even a 10-year-old brat understood the matters between men and women. He did not consider that the fathers of these two had married when they were 12 years old, while Li Chengqian and Li Tai had grown up in the palace. At any time, there were so many beautiful palace maids serving them. They had long tasted the feeling of these matters between men and women. They were not the innocent little boys he imagined them to be. Since even Pai Lupi didn't care, Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to care about this nonsense. In any case, he had already caused the Crown Prince and the Prince of Yu to run away. Bringing them to a brothel wasn't a big deal. As the saying goes, when you have too many lice, you don't itch. When you have too many debts, you don't have to worry. Then find a quiet place for us to watch the play. If we perform well, we'll naturally be rewarded, Li Wangyu said to the brothel keeper. The brothel keeper's matchmaker was naturally a shrewd person. She had already seen that the 20 or so people in front of her had extraordinary identities. She didn't dare to neglect them. She quickly and respectfully invited them to a private room on the second floor and had people bring in all kinds of fruits, food, and wine. After this private room was remodeled, the side facing the courtyard could be completely opened. Below was a small stage. Presumably, the performance would be carried out on this stage. Not long after, gongs and drums sounded. Amidst the sound of stringed instruments, today's performance began. Li Wangyu looked at it for a while and felt that it was ordinary. He couldn't say what kind of performance or acting skills it was, but there was one thing that was very different from the Tang dynasty's theater. The young ladies performing on the stage were all wearing revealing clothes and were dressed seductively. They had a different flavor. Even the playboys, who had watched this play countless times, were all beaming with joy and commenting on the young ladies on the stage. Especially when the 7 fairies were bathing, the 7 beautiful young ladies hiding behind the prop stones actually began to undress, which immediately caused a wave of wolf howls in the painting building. Obviously, there were many people in the surrounding corridors and private rooms who were watching the performance. At this moment, everyone was very excited. Even Cheng Chimo and the other silk pants were craning their necks and shouting excitedly. Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the 2 boys, also had a wretched smile on their faces. Their eyes were fixed on the stage below, staring at the performing prostitutes. Their faces were flushed red. Li Wangyu was speechless. Were the men of the Tang dynasty so easily excited? If they were to watch the romantic action movies of the later generations, would they be so excited that they would have a cerebral hemorrhage? However, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't dampen their spirits. He just thought that he was joining in the fun and shouted with the crowd. While it was bustling with noise and excitement, a group of people in bright clothes came into this so-called theater, which was actually a brothel. Without waiting for the brothel keeper to receive them, they laughed and said, "Matchmaker, drive them out for this young master. Today, this young master wants to book the whole place." Chapter 8:20. These words naturally stunned Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants. They raised their eyes and looked down, wanting to see who had the audacity to speak so arrogantly. To be able to call himself a young master in the Tang dynasty, it was reasonable to say that he was not an ordinary person. The term young master was not something that could be used by just anyone. Only young nobles with noble statuses could be called young master. The person who came in was a young man. He was holding a folding fan and wearing a pair of crystal sunglasses. Obviously, after Li Wangyu made the folding fan and the sunglasses, they were not only popular in Chong'an City, but also in the Tang dynasty. Those who had a little status would try to imitate one or two. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very dissatisfied. This group of country bumpkins was blatantly plagiarizing. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about the business of making and selling folding fans and crystal sunglasses, so he didn't set up these 2 businesses in his mansion. The playboys stretched their necks and looked carefully for a long time, but they still couldn't recognize the identity of the young man. Who the hell is that bastard? How dare he call himself a young master in front of us? What a big tone! Cheng Chimo scolded. Fang Yi smiled and said, "I'm afraid he's a rich man in Fenglingdu." In Ziyu's words, he's a toad yawning. What a big tone! When the playboys heard this, they all roared with laughter. For them, the number of people in the world who could make them retreat was probably less than 2. But it certainly didn't include the unknown young man below. That young man seemed to have a lot of power in Fenglingdu. After he appeared, the originally noisy building suddenly quieted down. As a result, the laughter of the playboys became very clear and harsh. When the young man heard the laughter of the playboys, he suddenly became angry and said, "Where did this Tian Shaolang come from? How dare you laugh when this young master is talking?" Are you tired of living? Chung Chumo and the other playboys didn't think it was lively enough. They even poked their heads out of the elegant room and teased the man below. What a bastard! What a big tone you have. We grandfathers are here. What do you want? Young master? Do you think you're worthy? Hurry up and scram as far as you can. Don't disturb our mood to watch the show. The debauch's words made the Fongling Theater quiet down again. The brothel keeper and the matchmaker were so scared that their faces turned ashen and their bodies trembled. However, the young man did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Good, good. In Poo Prefecture, this is the first time this young master has seen such an arrogant and blind person. He turned his head and looked at the group of followers behind him, who were obviously his troops. His face was ferocious. What are you waiting for? Go and capture those farmhouse slaves for this young master. This young master is going to break their dog legs today. Yes, sir. The troops accepted the order and quickly ran to the second floor. The brothel keeper's matchmaker was so scared that she didn't know what to say. She directly knelt down in front of the young man. Please forgive me, young master. Please forgive me. I really didn't know the origins of those guests and allowed them to disturb young master. It's all my fault. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Please forgive me. The young man smiled obscenely and reached out to pull up Sister Bao-er's matchmaker. In front of everyone, he directly put his hand into her chest and rubbed it wantonly. Haha, forgive? That depends on your sincerity, matchmaker. The brothel keeper's matchmaker did not dare to resist at all. She obediently allowed the man to molest her. She just forced a smile and said, Young master, you must be joking. I'm old and withered. How can I be qualified to serve young master? I'll go and call the people in the brothel. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud slap. The man had slapped her across the face. You bitch, listen to what I say. If you dare to talk more, I'll order people to put you in a sack and throw you into the Yellow River. Sister Bao-er's face was immediately swollen after being slapped. However, she did not dare to argue and immediately crawled to the young man's feet. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Li Wangyu and the group of playboys, as well as Li Chengqian and Li Tai. They could not help but look at each other. They did not expect this person to be so tyrannical. They had also stayed in Chang'an for a long time. How could they know that these people in other prefectures were so unscrupulous and unscrupulous? Chang'an City was, after all, the foot of the Son of Heaven. Even a 1,000-year-old family like the Zheng family of Xingyang, the first son of the first wife, Zhang Konghua, had to take some things into consideration and did not dare to go too far. However, the young man below did not have any scruples in his actions. This caused everyone to frown. Teacher, where did this person come from? He's actually so insolent. He's infuriating me. Li Chengqian's small face was full of anger. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. How could he know the origin of that person? But thinking about it, he should be from the Hadong circuit where Feng Lingdu belonged, or perhaps the son of some official in Poo Prefecture. As they spoke, there was a clamor outside the room. It was mixed with the sound of punches and feet and the sound of miserable howls. Obviously, it was the young man's troops downstairs. After rushing upstairs, they had a conflict with Niu Wu and the others. Li Wangyu and the playboys were not worried about Niu Wu and the others at all. After all, the troops in Li Wangyu's residence were all old ruffians who had retired from the Golden Guard. How could ordinary people be a match for them? As for Niu Wu, he came from the border army of the Sui dynasty, and was a soldier king of the elite trampling White Army. Back in the valley of the Jade Star Palace, although he had used the auspicious robes, he and his brother Niu Yong had been able to silently kill 10 of Ho Junji's troops while coming out unscathed. From this, one could see just how capable they were. Even military bigwigs like Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were full of praise for the Niu brothers' skills. Thus, when the young man downstairs had ordered his troops upstairs, not only had they not panicked, they had all been waiting to see a good show. A few moments later, there was silence outside the room. Only then did Li Wangyu open the door. In the corridor of the second floor, people were lying on the ground, groaning and wailing. Quite a few of their limbs were grotesquely twisted. It was clear that their bones had been broken. Although Niu Wu and the rest did not use weapons, they still dealt a heavy blow just now, beating up this group of guys not lightly. After all, these people had been beaten for nothing, and the Crown Prince and King Yu were also in the room. Niu Wu and the others didn't dare to hold back. If these idiots disturbed Li Chengqian and Li Tai, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Li Wangyu leisurely clapped his hands and said to the wastrels, "Brothers, let's go and see that idiot downstairs." Cheng Chumo and the others naturally laughed and followed. How could they miss out on a show like this? They clustered around Li Wangyu, the crown prince, and the king of Yu. Behind them were Niu Wu and 10 some other troops. They marched down to the second floor and stood in front of the young man. His own troops had charged upstairs, but not a single one of them had returned. And now, this man was standing in front of him, completely unharmed. No matter how stupid the young man was, he could tell that something was wrong. Suppressing the panic in his heart, he pointed at Li Wangyu and rebuked, "Just who are you? You dare to injure the troops of my Shui clan in Puzhou. Are you tired of living?" Chapter 821. In addition to the troops, there were also a few young men in luxurious clothes who were traveling with this awesome young man. At this time, they were also a little panicked. However, they were still tough on the surface and jumped out to scold Li Wangyu and the other wastrels. "How dare you? Who are you? You dare to attack young Master Shui's troops in Fenglingdu? Do you want to rebel? How audacious of you to do that! Is young Master Shui someone you can provoke? Open your eyes. Young Master Shui is the eldest son of Puzhou's governor. Who do you think you are?" "Humph, they are indeed a bunch of ignorant farm workers." The words of these people made Li Wangyu and the other wastrels look at each other and laugh. Speaking of which, the governor of Puzhou was a top official in the Tang dynasty. He was a rank 3 official in the imperial court. In the beginning of the Tang dynasty, the governor of the Tang dynasty was the governor of the army. In the 7th year of Wuda, the governor's mansion was changed to the governor's mansion. During the Zhanguan period, there were 41 governor's mansions in the country. Under each governor's mansion were several prefectures. The governor's mansion of Puzhou had Jin, Jiang, Ci, Yi, and Qin under it. The governor's mansion was a high position in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. However, in the middle of the Tang dynasty, the governor was given the title of Jidushi. The Jidushi had more power and this led to the Enlushan rebellion. Of course, this was all in the future. When Li Wangyu and the others found out that the young man surnamed Shui was the son of the governor of Puzhou, they all burst out laughing. The current governor of Puzhou, Shui Guai, came from the Hedong Shui clan. Although the Hedong Shui clan was not as powerful as the 5 clans and 7 nobles, they were one of the 6 clans of Guanxi. The reason why they were laughing so happily was not because they looked down on Shui Guai, but because of another reason. Li Wangyu and the group of silk pants laughed heartily while winking at the Yuqi twins with mischievous expressions. Li Chengqian and Li Tai were stunned at first, but after they reacted, they also burst out laughing. Only the Yuqi brothers, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, didn't smile. Instead, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot as they glared viciously at the young man. The attitude of Li Wangyu and the others had stunned the young man surnamed Shui and the others. They looked at them in astonishment. Yuqi Baolin stared at the young man surnamed Shui and asked, "Are you Shui Lu? You know me?" Yuqi Baoqi and Yuqi Baolin roared at the same time, "I'll beat you to death, you disgraceful thing." After saying that, the two of them grabbed Shui Lu's lapels and raised their alms bowl-sized fists, ready to attack. Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons hurriedly stepped forward with a smile and pulled the twin brothers back. "Brother Baoqi, Brother Baolin, let's talk nicely. The child is still young. He doesn't know any better." Li Wangyu boasted shamelessly. However, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shui Lu had almost been beaten and was scared silly. The other hedonistic sons beside him didn't dare speak up for fear of being beaten as well. Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic sons didn't pay any attention to the Yuqi twins. They all rushed to Shui Lu's side and surrounded him like monkeys. One of them reached out to pinch Shui Lu's cheeks. "Good boy, call me uncle." The other ruffled Shui Lu's hair. "This child is still shy? Hurry up and call me uncle." Strictly speaking, Shui Lu's age was probably not younger than the silk pants, and he was much older than Li Wangyu, an 18-year-old youth. At this moment, after being tortured by Li Wangyu and the silk pants, he couldn't help but act like a silk pants again. He roared angrily at everyone, "How dare you bully me?" Before he could finish, he received a slap to the head. It was from Yuqi Baolin. "What the hell are you yelling about? These are all my brothers. Calling them uncles isn't a big deal for you. Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baochi grabbed Xue Lu's collar. Why do I have such a disappointing nephew like you? Why aren't you calling me uncle? Do you believe that I won't beat you to death? Xue Lu was on the verge of tears. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Li Wangyu held back his laughter and went forward to pull the Yuchi twins away. Brother Baochi, Brother Baolin, don't scare the child, haha. His words caused the hedonistic sons to roar with laughter again. It was no wonder that Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons had such a reaction. They really felt that it was too funny. The current Puzhou governor Xue Guai married Yuchi Jingda's eldest daughter, Yuchi Shi. Yuchi Jingda's eldest daughter married early and gave birth to Xue Lu. Although Xue Lu was only 2 or 3 years younger than the Yuchi twins, they were truly uncle and nephew. It was just that the Yuchi twins had never seen this nephew of theirs before. They didn't expect that the first time they met would be in this brothel in Fenglingdu. Originally, if it weren't for this relationship, even if Xue Lu's father was Puzhou's governor, he would have been skinned alive even if he didn't die today. He would have been taught a good lesson by Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons. Of course, although Xue Lu wouldn't suffer any physical pain now, he still wouldn't have it easy. With great difficulty, Xue Lu finally understood that the 2 dark-skinned men who looked exactly the same were the uncles he had never met before. They were the twin sons of the Duke of Yuchi Jingda. At this time, Xue Lu only felt that he hadn't checked the almanac before leaving today, which was why he was so unlucky. With a sullen face, he properly bowed to the Yuchi twins. This nephew was young and impetuous and offended the 2 uncles today. I ask for your forgiveness. Yuchi Baochi slapped his head again. And your uncles, come and greet them. This is the Marquis of Hu County, Li Wangyu, Li Ziyou. This is the little Duke of Duke Lu's residence. As the Yuchi twins introduced Xue Lu, they pressed down on his head and bowed. Actually, even without the twins pressing down on Xue Lu's head, he was already on the verge of crying. F***K, what kind of dog's hit luck did he walk into today? Didn't he just want to come to the brothel to have some fun? How come there was such a large group of ancestors that he couldn't afford to offend? The most popular person in Chong'an was the Marquis of Hu County, plus a group of young masters from dukedoms. Just now, he actually wanted his own troops to teach them a lesson? Xue Lu couldn't help but shudder, wishing he could slap himself. Wasn't this King courting death? After the Yuchi twins introduced everyone, Xue Lu greeted them one by one like a grandson. As for Li Wangyu and the hedonistic sons, they all had the appearance of loving elders, properly trampling on this cheap nephew. Only the crown prince, Li Chengqian, and Prince of Yu, Li Tai, were introduced. The Yuchi twins didn't dare to introduce their identities, only vaguely saying that they were nobles. Then they forcefully pressed down on Xue Lu's head and made him bow to the 2 of them. Xue Lu wasn't stupid. Thinking about Li Wangyu's identity as the crown prince's imperial tutor, and then looking at the 2 youths in front of him, he suddenly realized something. He was so scared that his body began to tremble. Heavens, what did he just do? Let his own troops teach His Highness the Crown Prince a lesson? Xue Lu's eyes didn't even know how to turn. His throat made gurgling sounds like a chicken being slaughtered, and his clothes looked like he would suffocate at any moment. Chapter 822. Fortunately, no matter if it was Li Chengqian or Li Tai, they did not care about Xue Lu. These 2 brats were still waiting to see the 7 fairies bathing play. The Yuchi twins felt that because of their disappointing nephew, they had lost face in front of everyone. They were very rude to Xue Lu and used their fists to let this guy know what was called uncle's love. And it was double the love. As for the supporting actors beside Xue Lu, they were chased away by the playboys. This group of supporting actors were actually the children of Puzhou's officials. They were also playboys. However, there was a difference between a playboy and a playboy. In front of Cheng Chumo and the others, this group of people did not even have the qualifications to call themselves playboys and boast shamelessly that, my father is Li Gang. After sending away the supporting actors, Li Wangyu and the others did not continue to stay in the building to watch the play. After all, although this building was called a theater, it was actually a brothel. If it was only them, then it would be fine, but now there was the Crown Prince Li Chengqian and King Yu Li Tai. Now that their identities had been exposed, if they continued to stay in this building and this matter was spread out, it would not be good. On the other hand, Li Chengqian and Li Tai had a regretful expression. They were deeply regretful that they could not watch the 7 fairies bathing play. Li Wangyu did not care about the dirty thoughts of these two. The group left the theater and continued to stroll around Fenglingdu. Although there was no play to watch, the appearance of Xue Lu, this cheap nephew, made everyone find some entertainment. Along the way, if there were any errands that needed money, everyone would send Xue Lu to do it, saying that they were giving him a chance to show filial piety to his elders. Xue Lu wanted to cry but had no tears. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. He could only obediently lower his head and be a grandson. Eldest nephew, what other fun places are there in Fenglingdu? Uncles, when it comes to eating, drinking and playing, although Fenglingdu is not as good as Chang'an City, it is the best in Puzhou. As long as uncle and uncle are interested, you can see most of them in Fenglingdu. Speaking of eating, drinking and playing, Xue Lu's eyes lit up. In fact, Li Wangyu had no interest in the so-called entertainment projects of the Tang dynasty. It was nothing more than drinking and making merry. Compared to the various kinds of entertainment in the future, it was as lacking as a desert. If he hadn't been so bored in Huaryan County, he wouldn't have dragged Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the other rich kids out to play. Li Wangyu was even less interested in the entertainment projects proposed by Xue Lu. However, Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't dampen everyone's spirits. He still followed the group of silk pants around Fenglingdu. While strolling on the street, Fang Yai's body suddenly stiffened. He stopped abruptly and turned his head to look at the crowd behind him. His actions naturally attracted the attention of Li Wangyu and the other silk pants. Brother Eai, what's wrong with you in broad daylight? Or have you taken a fancy to a young lady? Everyone joked. Fang Yai turned his head and said, just now a person came from the opposite side. I thought he looked very familiar, but when I wanted to confirm, he disappeared. Haha, what kind of person can make Brother Eai so concerned? Hee, it's most likely one of Brother Eai's lovers. The silk pants joked with Fang Yai, but when they heard Fang Yai spit out two words, they were all stunned. Luo Hui. Luo Hui? The Luo Hui who disappeared? Brother Eai, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Cheng Chimo asked. Fang Yai was also not very sure. It's hard to say. I just glanced at him. When I wanted to take a closer look, that person was already gone. Maybe I saw wrong. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but frown. It's hard to say. That Luo Hui's whereabouts were unknown. It's not impossible for him to hide his identity and come to Fenglingdu. Don't forget that his net worth isn't small. He might be a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows and set up a business in Fenglingdu. When I bought Luo Hui's house and rebuilt it into the Tang Dynasty Theater, I asked Cui Ming House out of curiosity. It said that when they searched Luo Hui's house, they didn't find much money. Cheng Chimo and the others looked at each other. Damn it, I always thought that this guy was killed by Duke Lu. If what you said is true, then it's possible. That's right. That Luo Hui controlled the excrement business in Chang'an, so his income must be not small. Where did his money go? This Fenglingdu is the intersection of 3 provinces, and it also has the Yellow River irrigation system. If this bastard hides here, not only will he be free and unfettered, but if there is any trouble, he can also take a boat and go down the river at any time, disappearing without a trace. This guy really has a good plan. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and said, Brothers, if Brother Yai is not wrong, we have to think of a way to dig that Luo Hui out. The group of playboys nodded. That's right, that's the reason. Li Wangyu looked at Fang Yai. Brother Yai, did Luo Hui notice us just now? Fang Yai thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. I'm not sure. I just met him face to face, but he didn't seem to show anything strange on his face. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Brothers, stop playing around. Today, we will think of a way to capture that Luo Hui. Hee, I still have some resentment in my heart. Haha, of course. When I catch that birdman, I'll definitely crush his balls. Cheng Chumo laughed loudly. Li Wangyu looked at him with disdain. Brother Chumo, you have this kind of interest in men? Tiskeske, I really can't see it. I should stay away from you in the future. The playboys were stunned for a moment and immediately understood the meaning of Li Wangyu's words. They all laughed. Cheng Chumo pondered for a long time before he figured out the subtext of Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that he shouted and chased after them. After a while of laughter, they finally began to discuss how to catch Luo Hui. Li Wangyu and the other playboys looked at each other and turned their eyes to their cheap nephew Xue Lu. If they wanted to dig out a person from Fenglingdu, it had to be this kind of local snake. In fact, Fenglingdu wasn't the capital of Pu Prefecture, but Xue Lu couldn't bear the loneliness, so he didn't stay in Pu Prefecture. Instead, he followed a group of scoundrels and mingled in Fenglingdu, a bustling place. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Xue Lu was the local snake of Fenglingdu. Although Xue Lu didn't know who Luo Hui was, he knew that this was his chance to show off. He immediately patted his chest. Uncles, leave this matter to me. As long as that person is in Fenglingdu, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I can find him. Chapter 823. The reason why Li Wangyu wanted to dig out Luo Hui when he heard that he had appeared was naturally not because Luo Hui had offended him back then. Although he was a cynical man, he wasn't someone who would hold a grudge. Luo Hui was just a minor character. Li Wangyu had originally thought the same as the other wastrels, that Hou Junji had silenced him long ago and had forgotten about him. But now that Fang Yai had seen Luo Hui, Li Wangyu couldn't stop his imagination from roaming. Just what was the relationship between Luo Hui and Hou Junji? Li Wangyu also thought back to Hou Junji's rebellion in the 17th year of Zhengguan, and he felt that this matter was extremely strange. Although Hou Junji had colluded with Crown Prince Li Chengqian to rebel, in truth, Li Chengqian hadn't had the courage to rebel against his father, mostly because of Hou Junji's bewitchment. Moreover, Li Jing had long ago asserted that Hou Junji had a rebellious bone in his bones. This meant that Li Jing had already noticed some clues from Hou Junji's actions. And when Li Wangyu thought back to the military system of the Tang dynasty, he felt that Hou Junji's rebellion was even more strange. The Tang dynasty had implemented a system of constabulary soldiers. Other than the imperial army and the crown prince's 6 commanders, the other constabulary soldiers were not under the command of any general. Only in wartime could Hou Junji and the other generals be allowed to lead the constabulary soldiers gathered from their various constabularies. The constabulary soldiers were under the command of the imperial court. Whenever an army was dispatched with more than 10 men, other than in an emergency, the emperor's imperial edict and copperfish talisman were required to be issued by the Shongshu Shang and the Menxia Shang. One could say that the constabulary soldiers of the Tang dynasty were normally trained by the imperial court and the emperor. But in wartime, the imperial court and the emperor would appoint generals to lead them. Thus, the authority to train soldiers was separated from the authority to command soldiers, preventing generals from being too arrogant. In this situation, Hou Junji had still been able to plot a rebellion. This meant that this rebellion wasn't something that he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Thus, if Hou Junji wanted to rebel, the first thing he needed to do was to have sufficient funds. Combined with Luo Hui's existence, Li Wangyu felt that this matter was rather interesting. Perhaps Luo Hui was the person responsible for helping Hou Junji raise funds. Rebellion wasn't something that could be carried out on a whim. If you don't have enough money to bribe the generals, who will work for you? Without funds to collect intelligence, how could they march and fight? Without funds to prepare logistics, where would the army's rations come from? So, in the end it was still a matter of money. Moreover, the amount of money and grain required was no small sum, not something that Hou Junji could scrounge up through his own greed. Li Wangyu even began to think that Luo Hui might be someone who was gathering intelligence for Hou Junji. Luo Hui was originally in charge of the excrement removal business in Chang'an City, and did not attract any attention. However, those excrement removers could freely enter and leave the mansions of officials and nobles. Who would care about these lowly excrement pickers? These dung pickers were used to collect information from various places, and they seemed to be good intelligence personnel. Li Wangyu almost broke out in cold sweat at this thought. If it was really as he had guessed, Hou Junji had truly hidden himself well. If he hadn't known that this fellow was planning a rebellion, he really wouldn't have been able to find any clues. Even Pai Lupi had been fooled by him. Li Wangyu was even more determined to dig out Luo Hui. Patting Xue Lu on the shoulder, he said, "Big nephew, you must pay attention to this matter. This person is extremely important, so don't be careless. If you can capture this person, this marquis will ask for a reward for you." After saying this, he shot a glance at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian naturally understood what he meant and hastily coughed. "That's right. I will ask for a reward for you." Although no one had introduced Crown Prince Li Chengqian or King of Yu Li Tai, Li Wangyu knew that Xue Lu should be able to guess. The Crown Prince's words were naturally even more effective, and Xue Lu immediately became excited. Yes, I'll immediately go and find someone. Among the people who were with me before, one of them is the son of County Magistrate Feng Lingdu. I'll immediately go find him and mobilize the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to search for that thief. Xue Lu asked Li Wangyu and the rest to wait for a moment, while he ran off to find someone to arrange this matter. Li Wangyu and the rest found a restaurant and asked for a quiet room. After ordering some food and wine, they waited for Xue Lu to bring them over. However, in this era, it wasn't easy to find a single person in a sea of people, especially in a place like Fenglingdu where crooks mixed in with the honest folk. Furthermore, when Li Wangyu thought about it, Luo Hui didn't seem to have any obvious physical characteristics, so it would be difficult to dig him out from Fenglingdu. After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu asked for paper and charcoal from the restaurant's doctor. Then, he began to sketch Luo Hui according to his memory. Since ancient times, the wanted portraits in China were too horrible to look at. Even if the person stood in front of the portrait, they might not be able to recognize him. According to the records of the Grand Historian, after the Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 states, Qin Shi Huang issued a warrant for Zhang Er and Chen Yu. In the end, the warrant for Zhang Er and Chen Yu was posted all over the Qin dynasty, but it was useless. Zhang Er and Chen Yu concealed their identities and weren't caught by Qin Shi Huang. Until the end of the Qin dynasty, the two of them were still alive and kicking. They even ruled over a region. So Li Wangyu didn't expect that the wanted portraits would be able to help the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to catch Luo Hui. In fact, since ancient times, most criminals were caught through the Baojia system. Since there weren't many people moving around, they were able to catch criminals who had escaped. But this wasn't applicable in Feng Lingdu. Feng Lingdu was an important trading port on the Yellow River. Countless ships and merchants came and went every day. So Li Wangyu planned to draw a few portraits of Luo Hui and give it to the bailiffs of Feng Lingdu to search for him. Li Wangyu didn't have a deep impression of Luo Hui's appearance. But fortunately, all the silk pants had seen this person before. So they all gathered around Li Wangyu and gave him suggestions. Finally, Li Wangyu was able to draw a portrait of Luo Hui. That's right, this is the Birdman. Cheng Chimo nodded his head as he looked at Li Wangyu's portrait. The silk pants also agreed that there was no mistake with the portrait. Just as they were talking, Niu Wu led a few people into the room. The one leading the group was Xue Lu. Behind him was a supporting actor and 2 other bailiffs. The supporting actor and the 2 bailiffs entered the room. They didn't dare to breathe out loud as they respectfully greeted everyone. Uncles, this is the son of the Ming House of Feng Lingdu. Those 2 are the bailiffs' leaders. If you want to find someone, just tell them. As long as that person is in Feng Lingdu, they will definitely be able to find him. Yes. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will definitely find the person you are looking for. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and handed the portrait over. I'm looking for this person. Look carefully. Chapter 824. Feng Lingdu, the county magistrate's son, and the head of the fast and strong class of the county government respectfully took the sketch from Li Wangyu's hand, but they couldn't help but be shocked. When had they ever seen such a lifelike portrait of a person? Cheng Chimo and the other rich kids, as well as Li Chengqian and Li Tai, were all envious. Bastard, I haven't asked Zio to draw a portrait for me yet. This bastard is really lucky. Cheng Chimo looked at Luo Hui's portrait with envy. The other rich kids, including Li Chengqian, all nodded in agreement. Ever since Li Wangyu had presented Yu Shernon's portrait as a congratulatory gift at Yu Shernon's birthday banquet, this portrait had become the most coveted item in Chang'an City by the nobles and aristocrats. However, Li Wangyu was so lazy that he didn't have the patience to draw portraits for people every day. Adding on his identity, there were very few people who dared to ask him for a portrait. In the past year, Li Wangyu had only drawn 2 or 3 portraits. On the other hand, Yan Liben was annoyed by the people who came to ask for a portrait, so he hid in the valley where Tewei Palace was located. Cheng Chimo's face was full of resentment. Zio, when will you draw a portrait for me? Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to him and looked at the 2 team leaders. This person is called Luo Hui, and he is a criminal wanted by the 2 counties in Chang'an City. He should be in Fenglingdu right now. Whether or not you can dig him out will depend on you. Yes. Marquis, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. As long as this person is in Fenglingdu, we will definitely catch him. The two team leaders puffed out their chests and answered excitedly. They were not stupid and knew that the people in the room were all nobles that they couldn't afford to offend. Especially this Marquis of Huxian. Even in Fenglingdu, they knew him well. To be able to work for Marquis of Huxian was their fortune. But in the next moment, the two of them looked at each other and carefully said, "But I dare ask the Marquis to know that there are more than 10,000 families in Fenglingdu. Every day, there are tens of thousands of merchants, porters, laborers, and the like. But in the Fenglingdu County Yamen, there are less than 100 people in the fast and able-bodied classes. I'm worried. Worried that there won't be enough people and that it will delay the Marquis's plans." Li Wangyu himself was the county lieutenant of Huayin County. Although he wasn't in charge of the county affairs, he had a general understanding of the situation in the county government and knew that this was indeed the case. For example, in Huayin County, the three groups of bailiffs added together didn't even have as many as Fenglingdu. Li Wangyu looked at Xue Lu. "Eldest nephew, can you think of a way to transfer some men from the surrounding counties?" In this matter, Li Wangyu and the other hedonistic young masters naturally couldn't make an appearance. Otherwise, they would definitely be impeached. Li Wangyu was now the county magistrate of Huayin County. It was a mistake for him to go to Fenglingdu without permission, let alone meddling in local affairs. But for a hedonistic young master like Xue Lu, there was no problem at all. As the son of the Puzhou governor, if he asked the other counties to help him, no one would be able to find fault with him. Xue Lu immediately nodded his head without hesitation. He immediately had the innkeeper bring over a brush and paper. He wrote a few notes and had the bailiff immediately send people to the surrounding counties to send letters, asking them to send people to Fenglingdu to provide support. After arranging these matters, Li Wangyu thought about how Luo Hui was in Chang'an City as a dung picker. If he came to Fenglingdu incognito, would he also hide his identity? After all, the dung picker job was indispensable, but no one was willing to pay attention to it, so it was best to hide one's identity. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu quickly stopped the two bailiffs and ordered them to investigate the dung pickers in Fenglingdu to see if Luo Hui was hiding among them. Remember, investigate carefully and don't alert the snake in the grass. Don't let Luo Hui notice anything, Li Wangyu warned. Fenglingdu was accessible in all directions, and if Luo Hui ran away, there would be no way to find him. Today they had been lucky. Feng Yai had just happened to run into this person. Otherwise, who would have thought that Luo Hui was hiding in a place 200 to 300 li from Chang'an City? After everything was taken care of, everyone waited in the restaurant for news. The hedonistic young masters all believed that Li Wangyu was just unhappy that he had been tricked by Luo Hui that day and wanted to vent his anger. Naturally, no one had expected that this matter would involve Marquis Lu Junji. The hedonistic young masters ate and drank in the restaurant, and when they were bored, they had their professors bring over mahjong and poker to kill time. It had to be said that mahjong and poker had spread so quickly that not even Li Wangyu had expected it. It was said that mahjong and poker had not only appeared in the various provinces of the Tang dynasty, but also in Goguryeo, Biche, Xinhua, and even the various countries of the western regions. Everyone waited until it was time to light the lanterns, but there was still no report from the county yamen. They couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried at all. How could it be so easy for Noda's Fenglingdu to find someone? He had even decided to stay in Fenglingdu for a few more days. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to catch Luo Hui. However, Li Wangyu hadn't expected that the capture operation, which he had thought would take a long time, would end so quickly. The head yamen runner of Fenglingdu happily knocked on the door and came in to report, "Lord Marquis, young dukes, we've found the person." Hearing him say this, Chung Chumo and the others stopped playing mahjong and stood up. "Bastard! You really found him? Where is he?" "He, just as Lord Marquis expected, that Luo Hui has changed his name to Lu Sanlang and has become a dung picker in Fenglingdu." Li Wangyu and the other wastrels looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. This birdman really doesn't forget his roots. "Did you catch him?" "Not yet. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on him. We can catch him at any time," the head yamen runner replied. Feng Yai excitedly rubbed his hands and laughed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and catch that birdman." Li Wangyu stopped everyone. "Brothers, wait a moment. I think it's best not to alarm him." "HM? Why is that?" The wastrels were confused. The reason Li Wangyu stopped them was because he suddenly thought that if this Luo Hui was really working for Ho Junji, he definitely wouldn't be alone and would have a group of people. Since Luo Hui was hiding in Fenglingdu, he had to be remotely controlling some people. If they recklessly captured him, and this fellow turned out to be a tough guy, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. In that case, Li Wangyu wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of toppling Ho Junji. Thus, Li Wangyu was thinking of using a long line to catch a big fish, keeping an eye on Luo Hui and digging out all the threads that connected him to him. But this matter wasn't easy to explain to the wastrels. After all, in their eyes, Luo Hui was just a petty and insignificant person. They also couldn't have guessed that this matter involved the rebellion of a founding duke.